Chef, thank you so much. JV, thank you for the hand arts. What's up, everyone? Yo, thank you so much, Yanni. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Only send a guest request if you are going to be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second, everyone. Only do send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Everyone, do tap that screen. Get it to 100,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much, Josh. And thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Let's get this next person or this first person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50, man.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
Because I think he's morally sound for the country.
So the guy who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman says he likes to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls because he quote unquote owns the place. Says he has sex in common with his daughter. Said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Appreciate the hand art. Said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Calls his daughter voluptuous, which means sexually attractive. Cheated on every single one of his wives. The last one with a corn store while his wife was pregnant. Yeah, that guy's got some great values, huh?
Typical man.
Are you trolling?
He was. What do you mean
typical?
Found liable for kissing a woman against her will.
No. He was found liable for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will.
Yeah, which he doesn't even remember, which is pretty ironic.
Remember?
That she does, but he doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, so you think he's telling you the truth about that?
That's all I got to say about
Christ,
that.
You think he's telling you the truth
for what they are. They're
you think that's the truth?
I've been up here plenty of times to debate you. I seen you got ruined by Charlie Kirk.
Oh wait, okay. I want to hear this. On what point? Give me 1 point. Give me 1 point.
About the Charlie Kirk thing?
1 point. Yeah, give me 1 point he beat me on.
Well, I'd have to go back and rewatch it, but absolutely destroyed. I was laughing at you, dude.
Absolutely destroyed. You can't give me 1 point though?
Just how I've been on this live with you plenty of times. You probably maybe not remember, but
I know I'm about to kick you off. But you can't give me 1 point.
No, you like
to
give me 1 point for one. You like
the one deflecting right now. You're actually deflecting right now. I'm not trolling. You're literally deflecting right now.
Well,
so I'm asking you, what point did he beat me on?
That was one. I answered.
What point did he beat me on?
That's one. Oh, the existence of Jesus, basically, the existence of God.
The existence of Jesus. How did he beat me on that?
Or God, actually, when it comes down to it.
He said he literally.
I debated you before.
He said God could do like inconsistent things because he's all powerful.
Yeah, and
that makes no sense.
I actually don't believe that God intervenes in our lives in any way because we are in the times which people don't realize.
So God allows for abortion. Why don't you?
This world.
So God allows abortion. Why don't you?
And everything around us is an influence towards evil these days.
Hey, Shortest, let me ask you a question. God allows for abortion. Why don't you?
I think that it's a woman's choice to do what she wants.
So then why are you undermining women's rights?
I'm not in any way.
You are. You're denying that they got raped. You're saying that they should have restricted rights in this country. Even rape victims, little girls in this country, forced to go through pregnancies.
I think it has to actually be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Wait. What was the reasonable doubt?
Happened, and you can't do that.
Shortest, what was the reasonable doubt?
There's no DNA evidence. Is her word against his?
Wait. There actually was DNA. There was DNA on a dress.
Automatically.
But Trump didn't give up his DNA in the 2 years allotted for that. Wait, actually, can you name me what's the victim's name?
Who?
What's the victim's name?
What was her name?
Yeah, what's her name? She's still alive. What's her name?
I'm stoned as fuck, but I know I've heard of her name, but I don't really.
That's not an excuse. I promise you, what you just said is not an excuse to not know her name. Her name is E. Jean Carroll. Okay, you don't know her name. You don't know her name, and yet you still dispute the fact that she was sexually assaulted. That's called grape apology. Grape apology. You're a grape apologist. You don't know her name. You don't know anything about the case, yet you say it's fucking wrong. That's what it is. You're a grape apologist.
E. Jean Carroll, but you put me on mute. So
you are not saying that. Don't gaslight me.
Well, I didn't look it up or nothing. I only have this.
You waited till I told you. Yeah.
Right. No, I remembered her name, but.
All right.
Not.
I'm not talking to you. I already talked to you in the past, and you're still as delusional now. Cody, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alexa, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate it. And Static, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so, yes.
Why so?
Mostly for the immigration policy.
So why do you feel he undermined the border bill?
You want to know why? Because it sent almost half of the budget in that border bill went to foreign countries like Ukraine and Israel. And I'm pretty sure you don't like Israel, do you?
No, but the point I'm making is that they separated the border bill from...
No, they didn't. It
did. I can show you the separated border bill. You want me to show you?
Yes, please. Because I've looked it up. I looked up yesterday. I heard
it's the Border Act of 2024. Look up the Border Act of 2024. I can give you the number of the thing. Give me 1 second. Let me click on it. I think it's Border Act of 2024. It's S4361. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much, Lucy. S4361. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and I'll bring you up. We'll get another person up here to help this guy. Bailey, I appreciate the handout. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Wow.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19. And
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, this will be my first time actually registering to vote.
Think of it $2. Why so? Why are you voting Trump?
I'm voting Trump because I see I've been studying civics for the last year and a half, and I just see that he's the best. I mean, for the 4 years compared to him versus Biden and Harris, he had a better 4 years with his economic policy, immigration, and foreign policy.
What economic policy do you like of his that he influenced to get passed?
Well, first and foremost, I like that. I liked how he was able to create a lot of jobs through his tax policy. And
what was the name of the tax policy?
I can't say I remember. I didn't know the name. I just could say that he lowered taxes.
What did he lower? Can you name me any part of the bill that he lowered?
Corporation taxes, he lowered.
And why was that effective?
That was effective because when you lower regulations, it's proven that you were able to basically jumpstart the economy where people are going to want to invest into your economy.
So why can I send you a paper right now from a liberal and conservative economist that said that the entire TCGA only added 0.04% to the annual GDP for $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending?
The truth is about the debt is that we don't have an income problem. The taxes isn't the problem when it comes to the debt. It's the spending. The government is spending too much money, which is why we have to decrease the government spending.
Okay, so on what? On what? You want to cut Social Security? I thought Trump was advocating for expansions of Social Security by getting rid of the tax.
No, not cutting Social Security.
So cut what? Medicare?
Potentially we might need to get back to private.
So cut people's Medicare.
Right.
So people who are older, you want to get rid of their health insurance.
Not older people, but people
that's
that are
that's
on
what Medicare
benefits.
is. That's what Medicare is.
People that are on these benefits and privileges that might not need it. We just need to cut down government spending. They're adding more IRS.
Who needs it under your view? Tell me specifically what you want to cut and what's going to raise all these funds for trillions of dollars of spending.
Well, listen, the truth is that we have too many people on welfare at the moment. Too many people accepting benefits and privileges from the government that simply don't need it.
So what programs do you want to cut? Tell me. There's so much big spending. Tell me, what do you want to cut?
It's not even programs. I think we need to cut down. We need to cut down certain agencies in the executive branch. I think that.
What agencies in the executive branch do you want to cut?
They just hired 6,000 more IRS agents. I think that we need to reduce that.
Wait. If you cut the IRS, you know what that does? That reduces revenue. So that would cause there to be more debt. Because now there's not enough IRS agents to enforce the tax laws.
I'm pretty sure those IRS agents were to find people that were loopholing the tax.
Wait. And actually, that raised more revenue. So if you don't have those people, you know what's funny? You're going to reduce revenue to the federal government. And you know what happens if you reduce revenue to the federal government? You have more debt-related spending, essentially. Okay, so what are you trying to do here?
I will say that you're very articulate in your speaking, so I'm trying to match that. But what I will say is, with a lot of the debates that you are doing, I noticed that a lot of people that aren't going with Kamala and aren't going with Trump, it's really for an emotional reason. It's really for emotional reasons. You know, they say he's a rapist. They say he's a rapist, right? Because we're on TikTok, or they say
do you not have emotions, Reem? Is that not a good enough reason? Is it not a good enough reason to be against sexually assaulting women?
What I know is
Jesus Christ! Like, how much? Like, are you like saying you're not like gonna try to have humanity for people?
I mean, we should have humanity, but what I'm saying is
So
that
why vote for him then?
In the district that he was tried in, listen, we're dealing with a political figure here. In the district that he was tried in, with the case,
What district? What percent of that district is MAGA?
a very little percent.
Give me like an estimate. Let's hear it.
Probably 6%, 3%.
Totally wrong.
But it was a very low percentage, and for all I know, these jurors could have been using jury
over
notification.
over a third. So if we were to take 1/3 of what's it called, of people in that jury, of 9 people, there'd be 3 people who are MAGA. So all 3 MAGA indicated Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
I mean, yeah. I mean, basically, because
Well, you see how crazy you seem now, because like they had a bias towards him. They had a bias towards him. Yeah, they still unanimously said he did it.
Listen, and listen. I mean, they couldn't even try. I'm not gonna lie. They couldn't even try. I mean, it's an emotional reason. If we're voting on president of the United States, do you not think we should be focusing more on policy than we should be focusing on emotional?
I think we can focus on both. But Reem, I promise you can't tell me any policies that you think are good. We just went over
his immigration policy was far superior to Kamala.
He called people in Congress to undermine the border bill, which is the most expansive border bill in the last 20 to 30 years. That has helped to be written by a Trump-endorsed Republican, Langford.
Listen, I can't say that I can't say that bill was even helping, and like I said,
Langford did it. It said that
what the Democrats did.
What?
Hold up, it's just what's crazy to me is that the Democrats, they would spend $100 billion and send it to Ukraine. They would send it to Israel, but they didn't want to give Trump the money to build the wall. Wait,
that's what Republicans did. Actually, Republicans just did that with the appropriations to Ukraine, Israel, Taiwan. They passed the appropriations, but they didn't try to get past the border security bill.
Right, but that was a bipartisan bill. But what I'm saying is that
wait. So he could have. So was the border bill. The border bill was bipartisan. Then Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Yeah, because they want to do something now. They had 3.5 years to do something about immigration.
This was over a year ago, almost a year and a half ago.
They had all this time. Immigration was never important to them. Immigration was never important. And I know that
a year and a half ago they did this.
Listen.
Why didn't Trump do it in his 4 years?
Trump did try to do it. They blocked him. They didn't want to give him the money. You know, we know the legislative branch is the most powerful branch.
What border bill did he try to get passed?
He tried to get the wall passed. He tried to get
just the wall. How much wall did he build?
He didn't get too many because he didn't get the money for it.
3.7% new wall.
Right. He didn't get no money. They didn't. The Democrats didn't want to give him the money. They blocked in the Senate. If that tells anything to me, that tells me that the Democrats, they can.
So
fake
did you
it
know
all
that this
they want.
new border bill would have given funding to build the wall?
They want to do it because they wanted to have a win for Joe Biden.
What? Wait, so the only reason you're against the bill is not because you disagree with the policy, but because you don't want Democrats to get the win?
Well, because they don't care. They're basically just doing.
What are you talking? Then why are they the ones doing it? Where Republicans are the ones not advocating for it?
Listen,
you guys will run on it. You'll run on border security, but then when push comes to shove, there's a border bill on the desk. You don't vote for it because you don't want Democrats to look good.
But that's
it's
just
actually
like
hilarious.
What Kamala is doing. She wants to take away people's guns, and now she's saying that she's a big gun proponent now.
Wait, no, she didn't say she wants to take away everyone's guns. She said she wants to take away assault weapons, right? That specifically. Also, you're breathing in the mic. In terms of assault weapons, you also don't think that we should be able to have miniguns legally, right?
I think that we should have guns if it's an AR, whatever you're capable of.
Fully automatic AK-47.
Right, and to protect your family, protect your home.
You think you need a fully automatic AK-47 to be able to protect your family?
Listen, I don't think that there should be.
Reem, this isn't Call of Duty. This isn't Spec Ops, dude.
I know.
Navy SEALs are not going to drop from the sky. Right?
I know when someone's
helicopters to try to take you out, dude. That's not happening.
But I know when someone's coming into your house and they hear 4 shots from an AK-47, you think they're not going to run away? You should have whatever you're capable of.
Dude, what the hell? You understand that it is the case that you can also defend yourself with a shotgun and a handgun, right?
I do understand that, but we have some Americans that are very experienced with guns, and they just want to do it to protect their family and whatever they need.
You know that in places where they have more gun
them.
control, that's less likely to occur. I just want to let you know. Gun violence is less likely to occur, significantly less likely to occur in places that have higher levels of gun control worldwide. This is almost a uniquely American issue for there to be these types of school unalivings, mass unalivings, and stuff like that related to guns.
Well, listen, I was in the state New York, and when I can tell you is the criminals, they have the guns.
Thank you so much for the $5. Stephanie, thank you for the $5.
More guns,
thank you so much. And Alan, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5.
I feel as if we had less gun control, crime would go down. And I say that because in a state like New York, only the criminals
so should we
have
let
the
violent
guns
sexual
illegally.
offenders should we let violent sexual offenders be able to get access to guns?
I don't know. I don't believe so. I don't.
So
believe
if they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Well, listen, we have to wait for that appeals court. We have to wait for the appeals court.
No, we don't. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll unanimously by a jury of his peers. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He was a part of that jury selection process. He's a violent sexual abuser, a violent sex offender. He shouldn't be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes in the same way you shouldn't be able to get access to a gun.
Okay, I can see that point, but we've seen him with the nuclear codes for 4 years.
Okay, say what you want. Say what you want. That's like saying that you've seen like a sexual offender with a gun before and they didn't kill someone with it, so let them have a gun.
I'm just saying but that's
no, you don't want violent
president.
sex offenders to have guns.
We seen the president of the United States and what he done over the 4 years, and it was significantly better than Obama, Joe Biden, and the last
for what?
Democratic president.
It was better for what?
It was. I mean, people had more money under their pockets.
Actually, real median wages right now are higher.
Gas prices were down.
Reem, did you know that real median wages are higher now than they were in 2019 quarter 4?
Right,
According
but
to the
we
St.
have
Louis
so
Federal
many
Reserve
job
from the Bureau of
cuts
Labor
happening.
Statistics data.
And there's more median wages, but look at the inflation. So it doesn't. It's
wait. Real median wages means it's accounting for inflation.
Right. So it's going up because inflation. We shouldn't even.
No.
We're the same median.
Reem, listen. It's accounting for inflation, so it's minus inflation.
If we were to have the same medium, right, without inflation and under Trump and on Trump's prices, I'm pretty sure it would have been a balance better than what it is now.
No, Reem, listen. Wages are higher now, Billy. I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Than they were in 2019, right? Accounting for inflation. Even if you minus inflation from wage growth, median wage growth, it's still the case that wages are up.
I believe it. No, I'm not arguing the fact that wages are up. I'm saying wages are up, but people still have to spend more on what they were spending 4 years ago. And that's what I'm saying. So even though their wages are up, their median wages are up, they're spending more on groceries. They're spending.
What you're referring to is inflation.
It is inflation.
I just told you that I was referring to wage growth minus inflation.
So would you agree that inflation?
So again, there was wage growth accounting for inflation.
So would you agree that inflation hasn't been worse under Joe Biden and Harris?
No, I agree. Inflation has been worse, but it's not caused by the Biden-Harris administration because it is the case that happened globally. It's an economic effect caused by the pandemic.
I would argue that it has been created by the Joe Biden-Harris. They have a weak economic policy. I just told you that Trump's regulation.
Oh, really? Wait, tell me how they cause global inflation at the very same trend around the world.
I bet you Donald Trump would have fixed it.
Reem, I have an econ degree. No economist would agree with you. Okay? Everyone knows you're delusional that has any clue. Okay, Reem, that was the craziest statement ever. He would have stopped the pandemic. Okay, why didn't he stop the 14.8% unemployment?
Well, that's what's going to happen with a pandemic.
So whatever is caused, so the economic effects. So I got it. Listen, I got it.
Percentage of unemployment.
The economic effects caused by the pandemic under Trump's administration, not Trump's fault. The economic effects is caused under the Biden-Harris administration by the pandemic, Biden-Harris administration fault. Totally.
But it wasn't. I mean, but listen, and what's crazy is that now they're trying to keep a lot of Trump's policies, such as his tariffs and his other economic.
No, they don't want
policies.
all of his tariffs. They kept some tariffs on China. I'm not disputing that. I actually disagree with those tariffs. But it is the case that Donald Trump wants a universal tariff, which would cause massive inflation in this country. It would increase your taxes. Whereas Kamala Harris doesn't want to increase taxes and wants to help you out. $50,000 deductible for starting businesses in terms of their taxes, right? $25,000 tax credit for the first year. I mean, not for the first year. $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers with new homes. You're a first-time home buyer, right?
Well, I would be, yeah.
Okay, that would help you. She's fighting for you. She's fighting for an opportunity economy where Donald Trump is actively undermining that to support the rich. He's shifting the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor by replacing specifically income tax for the highest thresholds of people who make income in this country with tariffs, because tariffs disproportionately negatively impact lower income individuals.
Well, I'm pretty sure since you're an econ major, you understand taxes. You know, the tax code is for businesses, and it incentivizes businesses to invest into employment and other opportunities. So Donald Trump's, I wouldn't say that it helped the top percent. In fact, it helped the top percent to invest more into the economy. And what Harris
okay, so it didn't help the top 1%, but it helped the top 1% insofar as that they could help other people. So
right, and that's how you got to incentivize the tax code.
Reem, that's ridiculous. Trickle down economics, there's no historical examples of that working. Okay, actually, they have no incentive to give it to their workers because that's not the most profit maximizing condition for them. They're capitalists. They're going to engage in the profit maximizing condition. Okay, it is not profit maximizing to give all the money to workers.
But they brought the manufacturing jobs back under Trump.
No, wait. Look at manufacturing jobs. There was not a increase in the trend in manufacturing jobs under Trump, whereas we saw that under the Biden-Harris administration with the CHIPS and Science Act. So the CHIPS and Science Act actually did that. Name me one Trump policy that did that. The tax cuts? No, there's no evidence indicating that. There's actually, if you want to look at it, there's a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that shows there's only 0.04% annual GDP growth caused by the TCJA, which is less than what he's proposing in terms of the tariffs. So tariffs will have a more negative impact on the GDP of the economy, long run and in the short term, than anything that Trump is advocating for with the TCJA or any of his other tax policies that he won't be able to afford even with the tariffs.
Well,
Gina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Gina. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I can't speak on a lot of Trump's policies because we know the president doesn't really make a lot of laws in the legislative. But what I can say is that he has influenced an amazing economy under his MAGA leadership. In my opinion, and it's evident in the 4 years. It's evident in the 4 years.
But what did he do, though?
It's evident.
You've been studying civics. Tell me, what did he do?
Well, first of all, he used his executive power to make executive orders to first stop the border crisis. He understood that that the border. Yes,
he didn't do that. No, there was increasing share of people coming to the country throughout the entirety of his administration up until Title 42, and at the end of his administration, there were higher daily crossings than there are now.
Well, towards the end, yeah, that's probably because of the virus.
So he didn't fix it. You blame it's like the virus for Trump, but it's not the virus for Biden and Harris. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's always external factors for Trump, not external factors for
listen, I think else. What I know, listen, the thing is about Trump, though, is he's a businessman. I think if he was to come back and bring back his business expertise, I think the inflation would be down. You know, I like, you know what I like? He said on a debate stage against Kamala Harris.
Before you say that, can you name me one good businessman other than Trump that has 6 bankruptcies?
Well, a lot of good businessmen have bankruptcies because they understand bankruptcies help them. Bankruptcies. Yeah, I mean, bankruptcies are good.
Name me one.
It lets you reconfigure your assets.
Name me one good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
A lot of good businessmen. Any man that files for bankruptcy when they're in a tough time, it actually makes them smart rather than just letting their business sink. Because their bankruptcies.
Just give me one, sir. I just want one.
I can't name one. There's so many.
Right, dude. Yeah, he inherited $400 million from his daddy and ran businesses.
I think it was only one.
Right, Trump. What happened to Trump University? Trump vodka, Trump Airlines, Trump steaks.
Well, he was just trying a lot of things, and I don't blame him for them. They just weren't successful. But what he was successful with is in his real estate portfolio and his other
Does Mark Cuban have 6 bankruptcies?
Probably not. But what I do know is
okay. So who's Mark Cuban voting for?
Well, Mark Cuban's voting for Kamala, Kamala.
And isn't he a better businessman than Donald Trump?
It's because Kamala actually helps the rich more. And
that's actually ironically the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Listen, hold on, let me tell you why. This might sound funny, but I think that Kamala helps the rich more, and I think that's what Kamala, and that's why all these businessmen are putting money in her pockets. Donald Trump doesn't need none of their money, and Kamala Harris, even though Kamala, even though Kamala is hard to say, even though Kamala may seem, or whatever articles they're writing, most of these sources are leftist anyway. Whatever they're writing, there's a reason these businesses are putting money into her campaign. There has to be a reason. There's a reason, and it's either to push socialism, Marxism, or communism, or something like that.
Can you define any of those terms for me? Socialism, Marxism, or communism? Define any.
I can. I believe. So communism is the main pillar of communism, which is different from the republic, is that they're trying to negate private property rights. That's what they want to get rid of, is private property, because I understand that once you own private property, that you have rights. That's what really enforces your rights, is private property.
Yeah,
but that's what they want to get rid of.
Can you tell me what they want to replace it with from a communist perspective?
They want to replace it with basically nothing. The government just wants to tell you what to do. The
government tells you to do. So yeah, you don't understand what you're saying. You were actually kind of close. Like from a Marxist lens, they want to get rid of private property, which is essentially what capitalism is foundational. They want personal property though. So like they make a distinction between private and personal property. So you were close. You had
where the government owns the property. Where the government owns the property and you're living on it.
Communism, there is no state. It's a stateless, classless, and moneyless society. There's no state. So how could there be a government that controls everything if there's no state? They have no mechanism to enforce that.
Well, listen, it goes against. I'm really waiting for one of your TikToks where you go back to God, because I want to debate you on that.
Wait, don't pivot. Don't pivot. You just said this is all communist, socialist. You just told me you don't know what they mean.
I mean, Kamala Harris's father is a Marxist.
Yeah, Marxist economist.
Right,
so
and we can't be voting for someone like that.
Reem, that doesn't mean she is. I used to be a socialist, okay? So that's why I understand these terms, and you're using them totally incorrectly. I'm not a socialist now, and I promise you Kamala Harris is not a socialist. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Tell me what policy she supports that's communist. Because Donald Trump was saying that, I should give her a MAGA hat because she's taking all of my views, but she's also a Marxist communist. So how is she a Marxist communist and also taking all of Trump's views insofar as that she should have a MAGA hat?
Well, it's a facade that she's doing right now to get elected. Once she gets elected,
so the policies she supports are communist or not?
They are. They're trying to take away guns.
Oh, okay. So trying to restrict people's free speech.
They're trying to restrict everything. They're trying to circumvent the Constitution.
Oh, really? So Trump advocated to terminate the Constitution. He wants to take people's guns, do due process second, and he wants to put people in prison for years for burning the American flag. You're going to have to show me a report
of that, because now listen. I will say I don't agree with the burning of the American flag.
I'll play you a video. Just listen to Trump say it himself. Right? Are you ready for this?
Yeah,
I need the video to load, actually, first. There's an ad. Fuck.
No, but just like you said, you don't agree with the tariffs under Joe Biden. I can say that I don't agree with everything about Trump.
No. But you just said they're trying to circumvent. You said they're trying to circumvent the Constitution.
Yes.
Trump literally advocated for the termination of the Constitution. Not only that, right, but he also advocated to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Right,
and
I don't agree with that.
He said take the guns first, due process second. Listen to this.
Yeah, show me.
Potential danger to themselves or others. Allow due process so that no one's rights are trampled, but the ability to go to court, obtain an order, and then collect not only the firearms,
takes so long to go to court.
Any weapons
Here we go.
in the possession
Or
of that
might
individual.
take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
Well, as far as that video goes, I will say that that is a socialist thing. But
Yeah, dude, Trump is a socialist, dude.
no, I mean, it was.
Jesus
I mean, but
Christ.
listen, hold up, but we can agree, right? We're under a social security system.
That's
We can
not what
agree.
socialism is. Socialism is when the workers control the means of production. It's about extending democracy to the workplace. That's what socialism is.
Right,
Okay?
with mass meeting, right? Yeah, we yeah.
no,
that's
no, no.
what-
It just means democracy in the workplace. That's what socialism is.
And democracy's mass meeting.
What?
Democracy's mass meeting, right? I mean, I read this from
I don't know what you're saying.
like where the workers mass meet and they vote and whatever the majority is.
Yeah, like it could be like, for example, right? Like a market socialist might believe that they believe in cooperatives. They could have a republic or like a representative democracy within the within the context of their business, and it's essentially like they vote people onto like the board, right? And then the board represents them, and then they have like democratic elections for that,
know-
or they can have a direct democracy. They can essentially choose different conditions for democracy within the workplace. Cooperatives actually exist now. Right, my grandpa actually used to work at a cooperative, right, when he was alive, right. So cooperatives have existed, right, and they do exist. So like, and that's what some people see as socialism.
You know what? Since we're into this thing of civics now, I'm actually a proponent of Project 2025.
You're
I-
definitely trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm dead serious. I actually don't. When I read the Project 2025 paper, even though Trump is not a part of it, we can agree Trump is not a part of Project 2025.
Really?
But when
You
I
want me-
read,
you want me to play you a video right now of like someone that was a part of his administration saying that the whole basis of it with the Heritage Foundation was to create like the people that are going to be on Trump's administration?
well, they were trying to get Trump to do it, but I don't think he's with it. It just won't work.
Really?
for him.
No, he literally said that that the people here at the Heritage Foundation are laying the groundworks for what we're going to do.
Well, if he does, I actually agree with Project 2025.
Foundation on their Project 2025, which is in charge of staffing the next administration should Trump win. So in the last year of the administration,
That's literally
But
date right
that's the
stuff.
Heritage. I can't. I didn't hear Trump there, but that was the Heritage Foundation basically trying to propose it to the Trump administration if he wanted to go forward with it. But I do think that he has never read Project 2025. If there were more, if there was
So
more.
then how does he
resources into it.
vehemently disagree with aspects of it if he knows nothing about it?
Well, because that's all the Democrats have been saying the last 6 months, trying to get his name a part of it.
No,
They've been-
listen. He said he knows nothing about it, but he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it. How do you disagree with aspects about it without knowing anything about it?
Well, listen, he could have just said that because the public opinion.
That's a
isn't
lie.
with Project
Reem, you
2025.
have to be more critical than this. He literally is saying that he knows nothing about it, but he knows enough about it to be able to disagree with it. What the fuck does that mean?
Well, listen, you know, people. He was probably in a speech or whatever, or a rally or whatever. He could have thoughts were probably running through his mind. He could have said that. I mean, I could say that I've never heard of Kamala Harris, and I agree and I disagree with
Kamala.
everything. Kamala and I disagree with everything that she says. I can say that too under pressure. So we can't take that for substance. But even though he disagrees with it, I'm actually a fan of Project 2025, and this would be my last point. And that's because it's getting back to America, to where the founders actually believed America should be, which is private rights. Back in
So the founders. So you mean the people who own slaves?
well, the founders, yes.
People
I mean,
who think
slavery.
that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Listen, at the end of the day, slavery
people?
was legal. I'm actually black, and at the end of the day, slavery was legal. But we weren't enslaving our own Americans. We were enslaving people because we were trading them.
What? You're saying black Americans aren't Americans? Because that's who was being enslaved.
No, I'm a black American. I'm saying that they were enslaving Africans.
which
If that
are
makes sense.
Americans because they were forcefully brought here against their will.
Right. I mean, no, not. I mean, if.
Tyrell, think of the $5.
I mean,
What?
listen.
Are you saying that it's justified to enslave people from other countries?
No, what I'm saying is just like America stole its land, or Britain, let's say
That's
Britain,
bad, right?
Just like
So
Britain
I
stole their
wouldn't
land.
want to support my foundation of my ideology on like those types of terrible things. Why would you want to do that?
Hold up, let me say this. Now, just like America or Britain stole the land from the Native Americans, they actually have a doctrine in Congress where they basically said that we didn't steal their land. We took it through conquest. So in a legal sense,
That's literally stealing.
it really isn't. It really isn't because
Taking by conquest
They
is
took it
just
by
a different
conquest.
way of saying you stole the land and ethnically cleansed the people into reservations
right. I mean, they acquiesced
and
to it. Yeah.
killed tens of millions of people by purposeful illness,
Listen, at the
by
end of the
murdering
day,
them,
yeah, I mean,
slaughtering the men, the women, the children.
right. If you look at it from an emotion, I'm looking at it from no emotion.
Lauren, think of the $5.
sense.
You can't justify this. Don't pin your ideology on something so fucking disgusting when it's so unnecessary for you to do this. You don't
Emotionally,
have to
yes.
commit yourself to this, but you're choosing to do it for no fucking reason.
Emotionally, yes. It's an emotional sense, yes, but in a logical sense, it
In a
actually
human
makes sense.
sense, it's in
In
a
a
human
logical
sense.
in a nature sense. I want to say nature. In a nature sense, it makes sense, and that's because nature.
I don't even know
if
what
you-
that fucking means. That's
If you
incoherent.
look at nature, right? If you just look at nature, you would see that nature is clearly violent. You have Komodo dragons. You have the crocodile. You have
Reem, if you
lion,
if you
the
like
bear.
break your leg, are you gonna go to the hospital?
If I break my leg, yeah, I would, yeah.
But it's natural. Why don't you just let it naturally heal? Why do you have to go and specifically
Well, that's
like?
what the hospital lets you do. If you really think
Oh.
about it, the hospital lets you naturally heal.
So no, what you're not
your
understanding
leg.
is that it's not natural for a human to do surgery on another human. Is that natural?
No, it really isn't.
No, it's not.
Just
But yet
like
we
it's not
think it's
natural
good
for people to say there's
but
more
yet,
than two
listen,
genders.
But what the fuck is this guy saying? So again, in terms of natural, just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good or bad. I actually think that what's natural there is bad, really bad. Okay? Because it is the case that we should engage in surgery to save people's lives. Surgical procedures save people's lives, and that's not natural. Okay, there are plenty of things that we want to protect us from nature. That's why we live in houses. Living in a house, like what I'm living in right now, I don't think this is natural. Having a phone in front of me, that's not natural. Talking into the phone, into 7,000 people's phones, is not natural. Yet I think it's a great thing. You can unmute, by the way. Click the profile picture and click mute. Or the microphone. There you go.
I was muted. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
By the way, click the
Okay, am I
profile
unmuted?
picture and click
I'm
mute.
sorry, he's got an echo now. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. He had an echo, so I got him go on to the next person. Did everyone else hear the echo? I feel like sometimes TikTok has glitches and some people don't hear the echo, and I just do. So that could have just been me. But there was definitely an echo. Yotzep, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I'm in the middle. I know you're gonna kick me out, but I'm in the middle right now.
Hey, just know that you shouldn't vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who wants to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims into the country, that wants women to have less rights and no federal protections for great victims to get access to abortion, who doesn't believe in science as it relates to climate change. None of these reasons are reasons you should vote for Donald Trump. There are reasons why you shouldn't, and
Yeah,
why you
man.
should vote the other way.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I'm in the middle just because my parents. I'm so in like how do I say this? Just Trump is like my life. I hear it all day, but I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe everything that my parents tell me, but I like
just
to do my
because your
own
parents believe
research.
something doesn't mean you have to believe that same
Yeah,
thing.
and I know when I go in that box, whoever I vote for, that's up to me. So I'm just like watching your live and stuff. So
Yeah, I would recommend be
Yeah.
critical, ask the questions. Oh, he just left. Don't just accept things because you were taught to believe it, right? I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I was raised in Iowa, right? I grew up around all of that stuff, and I am not now. I'm not Christian. I'm not conservative, right? My beliefs have changed over time because I've been critical. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Well, are you driving?
I am.
You can't be up here when you're driving. Yo, thank you, Athena. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
I would be, yes.
Why
I would
so?
just to hear kind of your side. I wouldn't want to, I don't want to turn this into a huge argument. I just want to hear you out, really, and why you would be voting Kamala Harris.
Yeah, I'm voting for Kamala because she's not a proven sexual abuser, a proven fraudster, someone who tried to undermine our American democracy and coup the country by trying to send false slates of electors to Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, and try to get his vice president to not certify the election results. He also called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He denied science as it relates to climate change. He said that the plan
Restrict women's access to abortion. He didn't.
Oh, they got an echo, so I'm going to go to the next person. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $3.33. Thank you so much. Didn't he know you're here from Iowa? I'm from Cedar Rapids. Yo, Cedar Rapids is so cool. I have family that lives there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 16.
Oh, you got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everyone. 18 plus. 18 plus to join the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 22.
Are you voting Trump?
I think so.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to vote for Kamala. I really did. But I just feel like she hasn't done anything so far, and Biden hasn't done anything. And we're like in such a bad state, like inflation and like how high the prices are. Like if you watch her interviews, she just talks in circles. Like she doesn't answer questions.
She does answer questions. I think she answers questions very succinctly. But if we're talking about like inflation happened globally, Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. It's not specific to the United States, and it happened at the same trend. So it's not possible that the Biden-Harris administration policy caused it, especially within the time frame of the policy.
But they could have fixed it.
So, by the way, you can't say that they caused inflation, but then also they did nothing, because that would be a contradiction.
But what's happening right now? I mean, nothing's happening. Nothing's getting better.
Actually, right now, inflation is 0.2% month over month, right? That's been brought down, right? And it is the case that we're 2.5% annually, which is the same rate that it was under Trump's administration in 2018.
I mean, but it was like a better living condition for everyone in like America, just to like, be able to afford
Based on what
stuff.
metric? Just like how? Okay, you could say that it was more, it was cheaper or more affordable under Obama's administration comparative to Trump.
But now it's like, I mean, they've been in presidency for how long? And like nothing's changing, nothing's like happening. I mean, they could have done so much.
I can tell you things that they did. Can you name me one thing that a vice president has done in history, though?
Not necessarily. Like about what?
Oh, I just mean anything.
I mean, I feel like, during Obama's presidency, we didn't see a lot of Biden. Like, no one was really...
So Vane, you just don't pay attention to vice presidents, so don't just say that she never did anything. She was actually the most influential vice president ever. She had the largest level of tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. It makes us less dependent on foreign oil and foreign energy. Major, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. And the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. So she absolutely passed policies, right? The bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, they influenced to get it passed. She also went to countries in South and Central America and raised over $5 billion in funds to build up their economies, appreciate the ad mustache, to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the first place, to reduce the migrant crisis.
I don't understand what she's doing now. Like, she's not doing anything now to help like American working citizens. Like, there seems to be no like progress or anything. Like,
there's no
she's
progress.
doing
I just
these
told you multiple
policies
things
that affect
were
other things that are helping other things. But
that's progress. If they're helping things, that's progress.
To who?
What is Donald Trump's plan?
Well, I mean, I don't really know, but like, I don't know her plan either. That's why I'm like in the middle. I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump. I think he's a horrible person, but also I don't understand what her plan is and what she's doing now, currently. Because
I just told you multiple things, and I can tell you what.
And how is that helping me? How is that helping college students? How is that helping people?
So they were actually trying to fight for student debt cancellation, and that was actually undermined by the Supreme Court. So that is something that they were advocating for students. They want to provide 2 years for community college. That's probably not going to affect you at this point because it seems like you're already in college. If we're talking about like things that will affect you in terms of first-time homebuyers, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes. That's what she's advocating for. If you want to start a business, $50,000 deductible for the first year for a startup new business. Okay, $50,000 deductible from your taxes. Those things that right now it's $5,000. Okay, so 10 times increase in the deduction for small businesses that are just starting off.
Okay. Well, I feel like I feel like that. Of course, that's good, but like Trump was also really helping with businesses to flourish too.
How so?
Like that was really improving while he was president.
How so?
I mean, small businesses were up and running even while like the whole COVID was happening. He was like, it was very like for what it was good.
What did he do?
I'm not sure, but I just feel like it was better. I don't know.
Was it better when there was 7.8% employment?
All of Biden's
4 years ago when Trump was president, there was 7.8% unemployment a year ago today.
Because of COVID?
Oh, so why do you blame the economic effects caused by the pandemic not on Trump, but you do blame them on the Biden-Harris administration?
I don't.
You were blaming inflation on the Biden-Harris administration earlier.
Because this is where it's at right now in the country. Like it's very high. Everything costs a lot. I mean, if it's their fault in the sense they could have fixed it. Things could have been done. Like it could have been like working up progress to a better economy, and it hasn't.
What do you mean? Right, they were doing things. I just told you multiple things. You couldn't mention a single thing of Trump. You can't mention any of the policy.
So our prices
and you know he has terrible
now?
character.
Are prices lower? Are things better?
Prices relate to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve deals with that. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Trump's going to bring back the same chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell.
Okay.
So like there's no difference in that monetary policy.
But they could still work to fix that.
Who?
The president.
They can't change the monetary policy is dealt with by the Federal Reserve. Appreciate the bench face. Thank you.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just not convinced that Kamala will do anything to change anything that's happening right now. This whole time she's been vice president, she could have helped.
She did. I just told you things like the Inflation Reduction Act, right? That brought the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent on foreign oil and pulls downward pressure on pricing for energy. Also, I just want to let you know, Trump is advocating for tariffs, which would cause an increase in gas, increase in groceries, increase in housing development, increase in everything that's imported into this country, which is most of the things that we buy.
How is he doing that? Like, how is he advocating?
Thank you so much. He's advocating for tariffs, 10 to 20% tariffs.
How?
That's the way that he wants to pay for his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which would actually shift the burden of taxes from people who are rich to people who are poor, because it is a case that people who make lesser money, they spend a greater proportion of their income on imported goods. So it's literally changing the tax policy to benefit the rich at the expense of the people who are lower income.
But how is he advocating for terrorists? I don't. Why would he do like
tariffs?
Okay, but
TARIFF, tariff.
How is he doing that?
He says he wants a 10 to 20% universal tariff.
Okay. But I don't understand, like, what is Kamala promising? What is her plan? She hasn't really said anything. Like,
okay. I mentioned multiple for you earlier. The $25,000 tax credit for the first time home buyers for new homes. Appreciate the Lucy. Thank you so much. The $50,000 deductible for new starting off businesses. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. For the next years until they're 5 years old. $3,600. Then $3,000 through them being 18. Actually, when implemented in 2021, it actually reduced child poverty by 50% within the context of the American Rescue Plan.
Okay.
Okay, that's just a few. She wants to cap the out-of-pocket pharmaceutical cost at $2,000 per year. Here's the confetti. Thank you so much. To bring down costs for middle-class families as it relates to pharmaceutical drugs that they require. Here's the paper crane. She wants to do a $35 cap on insulin per month, right, for everyone, not just seniors. Right now, it's just for Medicare.
Okay.
Okay. That's what she's advocating for. Those are just a few things. She wants to limit the ability for medical debt to affect your credit. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. She wants to allow for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing.
Well, thanks for letting me know.
She wants to codify Roe versus Wade, right, and federally protect a woman's right to choose to get access to an abortion and a little girl's right to get access to an abortion as it relates to the federal protections.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
If you want federal protections for great victims, appreciate the love painting. Thank you so much. Then you would disagree with Donald Trump overturning Roe versus Wade by putting 3 Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. Thank you, everyone, for all the gifts.
Okay. Thanks.
For sure. All right. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Rocky. I appreciate Lincoln. Thank you, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Me, thank you so much for the $4. And Shirley, thank you for the $25 for the Dean raid. Thank you so much. Thank you for that mustache.
We are just looking for some
This person's
debates,
echoing. We're going to go to the next person. Thank you so much for the sage. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do what?
They're driving, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Thank you for the year, sweet. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now, and I'll bring you up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
I'm voting for Trump because for the longest time, most of my life and, most of the history with Black Americans, we have all been voting Democrat. And honestly, in the beginning, the Black community was Republican, and we were much better off as Republicans. And I look at the Democratic Party today, and all they do is pander and lie to us. And I mean, especially with Kamala and her fake heritage.
Fake heritage? What do you mean by her fake heritage?
With her claim to be a Black woman, which, come on now.
She is a Black woman.
No, she's not.
Is Barack Obama Black?
Yes, Barack Obama is.
What's the relevant difference between Kamala Harris and Barack Obama that makes Barack Obama Black but not Kamala Harris?
Because Barack Obama's father is African.
Okay, so you understand that Kamala Harris's father is Afro-Jamaican?
No, he is an Indian who immigrated to
No,
Jamaica.
he's Afro-Jamaican. No,
he's an Indian.
Yeah, he's Afro-Jamaican.
Anyway,
I'm serious. Look up Kamala Harris's dad. He's Afro-Jamaican.
I've looked at Kamala Harris is dead, and I'm telling you, that man is not a Black. That man is not That man is not of African descent.
Cheryl, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Aussie, I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. You want me to show you?
Again, I really don't care what you showed me. I've seen pictures of the man, and there's nothing you can do to tell me that man is of Black descent. That is an Indian man.
No, it's
not
not.
a Black man.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because he has the whatever.
So can you tell me who his parents are?
His parents obviously are from India. So there you go.
They're from India. No, they're not.
Okay. All right.
They're not from India. Ron, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Her mom's side is Indian, but her father's side is not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, besides all that, it doesn't matter about Black or white.
Thank you so much.
The Democratic Party has been absolutely atrocious to the Black community. And I say that with impunity in my voice. And even still...
This is her grandmother. This is her grandmother.
Yeah, straight Indian woman. Now, again, I'll say again...
She's literally Black. What are you talking about?
Actually, she's not. That's an Indian woman.
What are you talking about, dude?
I think you don't understand what it means to actually be black, and you're a white man, so you're not going to sit here and argue.
Wait, what are you talking about, dude? That's such a ridiculous statement for you to make.
Really?
That is such a crazy statement for you to say.
No, it's a real statement. It's the truth. But anyways, besides that, like I said, again, the Democratic Party has been absolutely atrocious to the black community. And I say that with 100%.
Are you just rage baiting? Are you just rage baiting?
No, I'm not rage baiting. I'm telling you the fucking truth.
Okay, so can you give me any source that it is the case that any of his ancestry is from India?
Okay, first of all, that's not even the point of the argument. I just said
tell me what one of his ancestors are from India.
Can we stick to the topic?
Can you tell me? Because you just said that she's lying about her. You brought it up. Appreciate the sunglasses.
Okay, there's many sources and videos where she's actually admitting that she's an Indian woman. She says
you can be. Hey, Garden. You can be Indian and black. You know that, right? Her mom's side is Indian. She's not lying.
I'll tell you
she's
like
also
this.
black.
When it comes to black Americans, she is not like us. She is nothing like us. She doesn't relate to us. And what
do you mean she doesn't relate to us? How do you know?
Anyways, let me finish. She has built her career on locking black men up. Black men and women up. She has locked thousands.
I just want to let you know. I just want to. You can't say any.
it.
Appreciate the confetti. You can't name any drugs name in particular because I just when people bring these topics up, they typically refer to the fact that it's related to like M drug or something. You can't say that because I'll have to kick you off.
I won't be. I'm not going to talk about that. She locked up.
Yeah. Okay. So can I please? I just need to tell you so that you don't specifically like refer to that so that I can keep you on the live to address these.
Great. I appreciate it. I will not be mixing up any type of drug.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So as it relates,
like I said.
Can I please address this? Donald Trump right now is advocating for the death penalty for drug dealers. Kamala Harris wants legalization and decriminalization.
Well, for one, if you really want to be honest with you, drug dealers should be locked up. Drug dealers should receive the death penalty. But I will say
this. Do you hear this guy? Do you hear this guy? What are you talking about? You just fucking said you disagreed with it.
And again, I didn't say I disagreed with the drug with that. What are you talking about?
Wait, so what do you think she was putting people in prison for?
Truancy. She locked up.
Okay, so as it relates to truancy. You understand that? You understand that? Wait, you understand that's illegal in a lot of places.
Oh my God. She locked up parents who had sick children that didn't go to school.
No, that's totally false. That's a lie. You just made that up.
No,
because the truancy law that she advocated. You just fucking lied. So the truancy thing that you're just referencing, that specifically had nothing to do with that. The truancy thing you're referencing literally said if you do not have any reason. It was without reason. Okay? So look at the conditions of the truancy law before you come up and spread misinformation like that.
And yet she locked up plenty of parents who had sick children at home. There's actually stories about it.
Give me a source. Give me a source. Give me one source. I don't want to hear a single claim until you give me a source.
You can easily get on TikTok and look at the full
go give me the
interview.
source. Give me the source. Give me the source.
I'm giving you the goddamn source. Look it up on TikTok. There's a woman.
Don't just tell me to look it up. Give me the source.
Oh my God. I'm not going to sit up here and look for it, but you can easily.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. I will mute you until you find it if you don't. No, you're going to give me the source. You're going to give me the source. You're going to give me the source.
Let me finish.
No. You're going to give me a source or you're going to get off my live. That's how this works. You make a claim like that, you're going to give me a source.
And yet again, you're doing this. You're simply interrupting, and you're not allowing me to make.
Can you give me a source? What's the source?
And again, interrupting and getting loud and acting obnoxious.
Hey, respectfully, you're on my platform. I'm giving you the ability to speak, right? I'm responding this way because you're not giving me a source when you're making a ridiculous claim.
You're losing.
So give me a source. What's the source?
And yet again,
what's the source? Hey, what's the source? Oh, you can't give me a source?
You know what? I'm not. There's no point in even arguing with you, dude. You're a
look at this guy. Oh, look at him. Slur. That's all you got. That's all you got because you're a fucking homophobe. Look at this guy, dude. Fucking trust me, bro, is his source, bro. That's this guy's source. Thank you for the superpower. Thank you so much. Trust me, bro. Every single one of his. He never gave shit. Trust me, bro. Every time. Page 13 of Trust Me, Bro says you don't got shit. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Laura with the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Laura? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Laura. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the hands up. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you. Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Ben, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much on Cash App. Mags, thank you so much. I appreciate the touchdown. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am. So I saw your video with Charlie Kirk, and I thought you made some good points. But I was just wondering if Kamala Harris is going to do all this good stuff. How come she hasn't done it in the past 4 years? I'm just curious.
Because she relies on Congress to get these things done. And the difference in Congress will allow for her to sign different policies into law.
Okay, so can you explain to me everything? Do you think she's going to help with wages?
I think that wages are typically going to be related to trends outside of like the United States president, but she can help with like particular policies to build up infrastructure, build up jobs in the United States, high paying federal jobs. Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Patricia. I appreciate the subscription, which could lead to wage growth.
So do you think she's going to be better or worse for wages than Trump, and why?
Better for wages. Because actually,
I'm a young person that's working, and I just want to know every reason because I'm trying to make more money.
She wants to protect unions. Unions will help people build up wages in working class communities. Not only that, appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. She's advocating for Trump's advocating for a universal tariff, 10 to 20%, which would cause the prices of imported goods to go up. So your goods, groceries, gas, housing development, all would be more expensive, which also makes small businesses harder to build up because the cost of goods in the United States would be more expensive. Thank you, Lucy. Thank you so much. So American small businesses would hurt under Trump's administration.
Okay, so if a young person like me were to ask you, like, can you name me all the reasons why someone of my age should be voting for Kamala and not Trump? Just tell me all the reasons, like, briefly.
Zoe, I think the $5. Okay, so there's two main things: policy, and then there's also character. In terms of the policy, there's also a few different things you could relate to. You could relate to policies she's advocated for in terms of what she wants for the future, proposals for the future. You could talk about policies she's influenced to get passed, right? And you could talk about the bad policies Trump wants to enact. Okay. And then as it relates to character, we could talk about Trump's terrible character in terms of him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, as 34 felonies, tried to overthrow the government, tried to restrict women's access to abortion, called for complete social shutdown of Muslims into the country.
Does his personal life, like the stuff he's doing and the stuff he's saying, does that have anything to do with the laws he's creating and what he can do as president?
If you think that it's okay to violently sexually abuse a woman, well, then what makes you think that they're going to have good policy for the 170 plus million American women and girls in this country?
Valid point. You're very smart. Okay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Everyone will get it out to more people, y'all. Bobby, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it up to 1 million likes. Share the live as well. Comment MAGA in the comment section right now if you want to be brought up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20. How are
you?
You
voting Trump?
Yeah, hold on. Someone's knocking at my door. You're going to have to get a new guest here.
Okay. That's unfortunate. That's truly unfortunate. Yo, D, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Let's get this next individual up here. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. That's the best place to make sure that you don't send it to a random account on Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, thank you for the Rosie. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, friends. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. Nancy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Nancy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for... Okay, that's just like a... Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, I'm just trying to add people up, everyone. I'm going to add multiple. See if it works. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right, everyone's not loading up. I apologize, everyone. I'm trying to get people up here. Give me a second. I'll just try to add like a bunch. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Gustav, are you voting for Trump? Okay. Why are you voting Trump?
Probably like tax policies and stuff like that.
What tax policy?
He's trying to lower it even more, I guess, and
for who?
For
predominantly rich people.
The income tax, the federal income tax.
Predominantly for rich people, because actually they want to lower income tax. The Harris administration for 100 million Americans, but it's mostly people who are lower middle class to middle class, right? That's typically what we see with their policy. So do you prefer tax cuts for the rich and wealthy more than you prefer it for the middle class?
Well, he's implementing it for the middle class as well.
Yeah, but significantly lesser degree than what he would for rich people. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. And Jordan, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Jordan. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Jordan. Samantha, thank you for the $5. Deanna, thank you so much for the dollar. And Jocelyn, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Jocelyn.
Would you say that the Democratic Party has more views towards like lower income people?
To like benefit lower income individuals? Yes.
Yeah. So then why would they raise gas prices by
How did they raise gas prices?
shutting off pipelines as soon as he got into office?
So that wouldn't have affected gas prices because it is the case that was transporting tar sands. It was a Canadian-owned pipeline. It was only 8% built, so it didn't affect the current supply. Secondly, it was a Supreme Court order that they followed through with.
So why?
Because it went
didn't
over indigenous lands, right? And there's a treaty that the U.S. has with indigenous people over those lands. That means that the U.S. does not have authority over it. So you'd be violating the treaty again.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yes, actually.
Robert, are you voting Trump?
Time.
Yes, I am.
Okay, so why are y'all voting for Trump?
Okay, am I going first? I don't know.
Go for it.
Yes, ma'am.
yeah,
Ladies
so-
first.
Oh, thank you. Well, my first time voting was during Hillary and Trump. Voted for Hillary because I thought she was the lesser of the evils. Come 2020, I went to a BLM protest for the first time, realized I was on the wrong side, and from there I took the red pill. I'm voting for Trump this time because...
Wait, how is saying Black Lives Matter on the wrong side?
Well, the thing is that when I went to the protest, which was Stewart, Florida, and I've lived here all my life, basically. I was a liberal for super long, liberal Democrat. I went to the BLM protest because I truly believed in the organization, and growing up, I had mostly black friends, Hispanic friends, whatever, and I witnessed racism before from, how they've been treated. So I was like, yeah, this is what I stand for. I want to fight for these lives, But when I went to this protest, I realized something was a little bit off on my side, meaning that this poor woman, she showed up with an All Lives Matter sign, right? And people literally took her sign and threw it on the ground, tore it up, and they spit on her, and they were like, and these are people from my side, basically, and they were like, you don't belong here, this is not what we're fighting for, fuck all lives, all the shit. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can cuss on the live, but I realized, I was like, that's not right. I kind of felt the same way about All Lives Matter people, because I was just like, okay, that's not why we're here. And I thought MAGA people were a cult. I thought that it was just I just didn't want to be friends with MAGA people, basically. But then, after that protest, I went home and I researched and I watched all of Trump's old interviews from the 80s. And I was like, wow, he actually hasn't really said anything remotely racist. What happened?
Oh, really? So, there's a few things, right? He did rent to black people in 1973. Okay. So not only that, but he called for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys, right, that were exonerated based upon DNA evidence, right, because he thought they were guilty. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama, because he was black, was born in Kenya, to undermine him running for president of the United States when we have a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He continued this today and has not repented for any of these behaviors, as he specifically says that Kamala Harris turned black. How is that possible?
Turned black?
Yeah, he's denying the fact that she was black prior.
I think she's mixed, is she not? Like, she literally said herself that her grandma's Indian and that she was in the middle of India with a bullhorn.
Is she black?
Is she black? She could be part black. I don't think she's all black. But I don't think that. But I don't think that's the main reason.
Is Barack Obama black?
I think he's black. Yeah, him and his wife, his family's black. They're black. Yeah.
So you understand that he's also like he's also like the same. You understand? Like, you understand that Kamala Harris and Barack Obama have people from both sides in their family?
Right. Okay. You could be white and black. You could be black and Indian. You can be Blasian. You know, anything like that. But I don't think that you should make it your whole campaign. That's what I'm saying.
She didn't. She hasn't talked about it. Right. You know who people who's talked about it? Donald Trump, by saying that she turned black. That's who talks about it. Though. James, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. You saying that you're not going to vote for her because she code switch is fucking crazy.
No.
Richard, thank you for the $10.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying because when she brought out Meg Thee Stallion during one of her campaigns and they performed that god awful song, I was just like, oh my God, they're really trying to pander to the black crowd, and it really wasn't working because a lot of black people came up on my For You page and my friends' For You pages. They were like,
wait, what is Meg? What does Meg Thee Stallion performing have anything to do with that?
Because she was using a black performer to pander to black votes. I mean, she was.
So she can't have. So what about Kid Rock?
Kid Rock? I mean, he's a liberal, right? He's in Hollywood. They're using mostly the liberal artists in Hollywood.
He was at the RNC, ma'am. He was at the RNC.
Huh?
He was at the RNC.
Oh yeah, okay, that's great. But what I'm saying is, she came out. She did her. I don't know. I don't really like her music, to be honest. It's not my type
say you don't like her music. What the fuck does that relate to like Kamala Harris's presidency?
Because
she had a performer that you didn't like.
Vote. She's using someone who's belligerently she twerks for her lives. It's like a game she's playing.
Wait. How about Amber Rose? Appreciate the hand art.
Amber Rose, yeah, because
she spoke at the RNC.
Yeah, exactly. She spoke for the RNC because she used to be a liberal Democrat and she realized she was wrong, and she said that Trump is not actually racist. She said that. I watched on her.
But you understand that you can't apply these things to Meg Thee Stallion, but not Amber Rose. Appreciate the hand art. That's kind of crazy. And also, why are you associating twerking with being black?
No, that's what I'm saying though. She is. I'm not saying
what. No, she's not. Wait, someone who's black twerking does not mean that being black means twerking. Like what? That just makes no sense.
No,
that's
like saying that
I'm debating. Right? I'm debating. Wait, I'm debating. Listen. I'm debating. Does that mean being white is debating? Like that's just fucking crazy. Like
yeah, no, exactly,
you wouldn't say this about any other behavior.
Right, exactly. But this is where the white saviors come in, because that's exactly
white savior. I'm just acknowledging you're being fucking ridiculous. What do you mean white savior, dude?
Because a lot of liberals have this white savior complex. That's what I'm saying, and that's what.
Can you talk to me? Do you think I have a white savior complex?
I think so, in a way.
How so?
Well, first of all, when you see a black person, what do you think?
Nothing.
Like, do you see them as like, oh man, I pity this person because they're so oppressed? Like, do you look at them that way, or do you just look at them as an equal? That's what I'm saying.
When I look at someone who's black, the first thing that comes to my mind is not I pity them. No. What the hell?
Well, a lot of liberals think that way. I'm not trying to put you in a box, and I probably just did. I'm sorry about that, but I'm just saying that there are a lot of liberals that
you
do
said
that.
I have a white savior complex.
No, but
Tony, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much.
There were some of those street interviews.
James, thank you for the $5.
TikTok and Instagram, whatever, and they were like, I think this was during when Biden was running and whatever. And they were like, oh, do you think black people should vote or whatever? And these people were like, well, they don't have IDs. And it's like, what are you talking about? These were like white liberals that thought that black people couldn't vote because they didn't have an ID. I'm like, what?
Hey, Floridian. Okay, so do you know what a poll tax is?
A poll tax? Right.
Okay, yeah. So poll taxes have been determined to be racist by courts in the United States.
Right.
If IDs cost money, that's essentially a poll tax. So already under the court law, it's been determined to be racist and racial discrimination. Okay.
Right.
So
right.
if you ensure that everyone has an ID, then it wouldn't be, because then it wouldn't be a poll tax. But poll taxes are not good. Trixie, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to do all the talking because I see Robert hasn't spoken at all. Sorry.
Wait, but can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of all Christians entering the country?
Say that again. Sorry.
Would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of all Christians entering the country?
Christians?
Yeah.
No.
No. So why would you vote for someone who wanted to do a complete and total shutdown of all Muslims entering the country? Rachel, think of the subscription.
Who's trying to keep Muslims out of the country?
Trump. I can show you a video right now of Trump saying he wants a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
Okay, yeah, well, go ahead, because I don't remember seeing that.
I got you, right?
I'm telling you, we've been really messed up since 9/11. Both sides.
That's such a ridiculous thing for you to associate that with Muslims.
No, I'm just saying, ever since 9/11, racism became even worse. Like, people were completely shut off to Muslims, and it's not right.
Hold up, be quiet.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Okay, and when did he say that?
2016.
In 2016, okay, but we're talking about...
That's him running for president.
Right, okay, and I didn't vote for him in 2016, so I don't think...
Oh, Jesus Christ. Because, okay, so if someone in 2016 said they wanted to ban all Christians, would you vote for them?
Well, no, but did he say
and
that
still
now?
Supported it.
I didn't vote for him then, though, because I didn't believe in his policies then, but I do believe in them now.
Okay, would you vote for him if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Oh, hell no, absolutely not.
He did say that. I can play the video. You want to hear it?
Oh, that was when he was talking about Ivanka or something?
No, it's talking about a random 10-year-old girl that was coming up the escalator.
Ay. Go ahead and play that.
I got you. Right here.
Let's listen to that.
And think of the subscription. Kathy, think of the subscription.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Andy, thank you for the subscriptions. Thank you so much, Andy. Did you hear that?
Yeah. What
would you vote for him?
Video was that? Because I kind of wanted to go see it.
Look up Donald Trump caught saying he would date 10-year-old girl in 10 years in new video. It's from Independent.
Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, I'll take a look at that. But
would you vote for him now?
I'm still voting for him because of his policies.
What?
Which is the main
ma'am,
reason.
you just said that you wouldn't vote for him if he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I just showed you a video of him saying that he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, and you're still going to vote for him?
How long ago was that video? That's what I'm saying.
1992.
Okay, 1992, and he was probably a piece of shit then. People can change. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So you think that as long as someone sexualized...
I changed my views and my
Floridian. As long as the 40-year-old sexualized a 5th grader 30 years ago, then it's okay.
No, it's never okay at all. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for someone who sexualized a 5th grader in any of these senses?
He was not trying to be president then. He said...
That doesn't matter.
I mean, we've heard his locker room talk. I get that, and it's not right.
Don't just say it's locker room talk. He said he wants to grab women by the vagina. He doesn't even have to ask.
Yeah, that was a private conversation he was having, and it's not right. I know that. But what I'm saying is he was not running for the presidency then. And but when I look at his policies now, and after, let's say, when he was president while I was working in healthcare during the pandemic, because I still work in healthcare now, and I make so much more now, but I'm still not able to pay the bills. I have to, figure out which bill I have to pay now.
Yeah, that's not related. That's not related to the president of the United States. The president of the United States did not cause
Inflation's
that.
terrible. And you know what? I'll say this because a lot of people are, saying, oh, Biden is the worst president ever. Obviously, lights on, no one's home with that one. But
no, I think that
pandemic ruined it.
I think both Trump and Biden are not fit to the to the position I would want from a United States president, but they can absolutely fulfill the necessary qualities of being a president, and I can acknowledge that from both sides. So I agree that they have cognitive decline, but I don't think that means that Biden is like lights on, no home. That's a ridiculous statement. Richie,
well, I mean, you've seen him
listen.
Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Not just that. Watch this.
The View in 2006.
Said that if Ivanka were my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
It's so weird. It's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. She looks more voluptuous than ever. She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's over 6 feet tall.
Voluptuous means sexually attractive. So he's calling his daughter sexually attractive, saying he has sex in common with his daughter. Said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said he would date his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Says he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Says he grabs a woman by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask. Then out civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Said he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote-unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook her with his ex-wife.
Right. Okay.
And that's what you're defending, by the way.
Yeah, all of these past remarks that he's made, which I was never in favor of in the past, right? Still not. But if we're talking about policy, which I just watched the Jubilee thing with Dean versus the Trump supporters, that one lady was making really, really good points, and he had he had a lot of the same points that you did regarding character, and it's like I just
what person?
Huh?
What person?
Dean.
No, what person made a good point against him?
Oh, gosh, what was her name? The blonde lady with the blue shirt. I'm terrible with names.
What was the point?
The point she was making about him basically, when Dean brought up character, and she was saying that when you're voting for somebody, you're not necessarily going to vote for their character 9 times out of 10. You're voting for their policies.
Okay, so if he raped a child, would you vote for him?
If he raped a child, no, absolutely
not.
No.
I thought you don't look at character.
But was that a part of his 34 felonies? That was...
Wait, no, but he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcefully penetrated her against her will. So why is it the case that you would vote for them if it was the case that the victim was younger?
Is that actually... Was there proof of that, or was this hush money?
Yes, he was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people, based upon preponderance of evidence, for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll against her will.
Okay.
Take for the dollar.
Okay, may I intervene?
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
You said, excuse me, you said earlier that Kamala was going to lower taxes for 100 million Americans, or would you say 100 million Americans?
Mm-hmm.
How many millions of Americans are in this United States, are in this republic? This is a republic. It's not a democracy. It's a republic. How many other millions of Americans are in the republic?
There's like 340 million Americans.
So what about the other 240 million Americans in the republic?
Yeah,
that she's going to help out.
I told you she's going to help the lower to a lower class to the middle class. That's what she's helping. She's not helping everyone, but she's in terms of tax cuts. Their taxes, if you make under 400K, are not going to go up. Okay.
Explain to me her policies that are going to do that, because she hasn't been coherent about any policy that she's ever.
I can explain to you, but please let me do it. So you said that we're not a democracy. Yes, we are. We're both a constitutional republic and a representative democracy. There's not a contradiction.
Yes, we are a representative democracy. We're not a democracy.
That's what a democracy. A representative democracy.
But what they want is a direct democracy, not a representative democracy.
That's not true. Is a representative democracy a democracy?
Representative democracy is a result of a constitutional republic.
Is the representative democracy a democracy?
A form of democracy, yes.
There you go. So yes, it is a democracy. Not only that, but I'll give you the tax policies. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life. $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, which is up from $2,000 under Trump. Okay. She also wants a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. She wants a
first-generation home buyers.
Yeah, that just means the first home. It's not for immigrants. It's for the first home. It's a new home. Appreciate the hand art. First generation just means new home. That's all it means. It doesn't mean immigrant.
It don't apply to me, and I've never bought a home in my life.
Yes, it does apply to you. If you were to buy a new home, it would apply to you. So that also the $50,000 deductible from your taxes for the first year for small businesses, that benefits them. $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket. $35 cap on insulin a month for everyone, not just seniors. Allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing. Right. Not only that, but she wants to limit the effect of medical debt on credit, like get rid of that. She also, I can mention a million things. She had
what was Trump's insulin cap?
So he wanted to do a $35 cap on insulin. He did it through executive order, which didn't have basically any effect on the price because it wasn't enforceable.
So executive order has no validity at all.
That executive order didn't have validity. What actually brought it in was the $35 cap on insulin for seniors within the context of the Inflation Reduction Act, which Kamala Harris put into law by being the tie-breaking vote.
Executive orders have no bearing on anything that happens, correct?
In this context, it didn't. They do in other contexts, but in this context, it didn't. It's not
just
the same
just
as the law
that context. It didn't have any bearing on lowering the cost of insulin.
Not for seniors on Medicare overall.
Well, see, I live in Texas, and you were speaking earlier about the Keystone Pipeline going through native lands. I have friends over here in East Texas that live on native lands, and the whole Alabama Coshada tribe are probably 98% are voting for Trump because I go there and
Randolph,
visit with them all the time. I'm from Texas, and I've worked in the oil field. I've been a roughneck. I've been a tool pusher. I'm a welder. I'm a fabricator. And I'm going to tell you right now that things are a lot worse financially under this administration. They claim that the gas prices going up, they couldn't control, but as soon as they go down, the gas prices are going down. Thank me for that.
No. Timothy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So, yeah, the gas prices went up around the world. It's because we're getting less imports from other countries. We actually produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history or of any country ever.
Can I interject?
Yep, go for it.
I just recently watched a little snippet. I didn't watch the whole thing. I should go back and watch the whole thing, but I watched a little snippet of Oprah interviewing Kamala when she had J-Lo, Meryl Streep, and whoever else, and their lives. And there was someone that had asked her, what are you going to do to bring down the prices of gas and groceries? And Kamala quite literally just spoke her usual word salad and didn't really answer the question. And then you watch Trump get asked the same question. He answered it fully. And it was he wants to take care of he wants to take care of the farmers.
What was Trump's answer?
Do less exporting and importing, doing less. He said he wants to follow more of what the other countries are doing, and they're not bringing in more imports. So taxes on tariffs.
That's totally incoherent. Oh my fucking God, that's incoherent. I'm sorry, but tariffs increase consumer products costs. Okay, your prices will go up with tariffs.
Okay,
Trump is totally lying to you. Almost every economist agrees on this. Left-wing, right-wing economists, they all unify on this point that the tariffs are consumer tax. They cause prices to go up for consumers. He's totally lying to you.
I'll tell you what, I pay more than, and this goes beyond Trump or Biden or Kamala.
Can I address that? Because
everything. The Congress holds the keys to the bank.
Yes, they do.
Robert, but listen. Tariffs are not tariffs. Inflation happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. This inflation is related to COVID, mostly. It's not related to the Biden-Harris administration. If you say it's spending, more debt-related spending was signed into law under Trump's
Oh, here we
administration
go with
comparative to
fucking
Biden.
COVID, man. Like COVID, I'm so sick of COVID. I'm over fucking COVID. COVID
Well,
killed
I'm
less
just-
people than smallpox. It killed less people than measles. It's killed less people than the flu. It's COVID must be the most powerful.
Robert.
It must be the most powerful virus in the world because
you're
it
just,
killed
like, lying.
tuberculosis.
You're setting
It
us
killed
up.
the flu. It killed the.
Robert, you're just lying at this point. Okay, the flu was less
COVID
deadly.
made people so much worse.
Even Trump says that the flu is way less than COVID. So Robert, you're just like fucking absolutely wrong. Okay.
I
Also-
wasn't working in the hospital at that point. I was working in ear, nose, and throat. So I can't speak for what the numbers were in the hospital. I'm sure they were far worse. But I think that whole year we lost 4 cancer patients, unfortunately, because they didn't stand a chance with that virus. 100%. I saw how it affected people, and it was horrifying. It absolutely was. And it was because it was, I feel like, I think, what were they saying? They said it came from Wuhan. And I wasn't sure if this was something that was biochemically engineered to kill more people or what, but I saw how much it affected mostly the cancer patients, the head and neck, laryngeal, whatnot.
So there is no evidence indicating that it was
killed a couple.
biologically engineered to kill more people. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. But we don't have an idea of whether or not it was a lab or whether or not it was a zoonotical leap, right? That's something that's still up for grabs, right? There's not 100% evidence for either or. There's not
Right.
most likely evidence for either or even. It is possible for it to be either or, but even if it is the case that it was a leak, that does not indicate that it was intentional and or made to kill people.
Right. So, during that year, we obviously lost our cancer patients, and I think that was only it was about 4 of them or something. But that's all I really saw. I have never worked in the hospiel, and I never will. But
I also want to make one
since
point.
then, people have become so much worse regarding if they were already.
Here, Florian, can I make one point real quick?
Yes.
So as it relates to this, the reason why there would never be like an intentional a virus created like that would be like that is because we're so globalized now that essentially they'd be attacking themselves.
Right.
Right, because the pandemic would eventually hit people in their own country.
Right.
So
It
there's
was
no
the
really
flu of
reason to do
1918 all
something like
over
that.
again because it was brand new. Our bodies did not know what this virus was, and it fought it up the way it thought it could. So, thankfully my office didn't make the vaccine mandatory. I still took it though before it was open to the public. So I was basically a guinea pig at that point. I only had 2 of the vaccines, but I ended up catching it a year later. Whatever. But it's definitely, if I want to say that regarding how people reacted during from 2020 up until now, they've gotten so much worse. I mean, I just don't even want to deal with patients anymore. I love them, and
Robert
I
got flagged for this. Yeah. So here, let's address this. So, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Would I say that again? I'm sorry.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Would I hold them?
No. Would you vote for someone who has been
Oh.
held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
No. Okay. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. Look up Trump liable essay. Unanimously by a jury of 9 people.
Okay. I'll look that up. I'll look at it because I can't even find my damn registration card, so I might not even vote. But we'll see. But
I think you should. I think you should register. I think you should vote for Kamala Harris because I do think that this is a very important election. I understand wanting to be conservative, but Trump is a uniquely really bad person, and I'm not just trying to be like the liberal fearmonger. I'm telling you literally things he's done, literally things he supports that you can fact check and you can look up yourself. Right, and do broader research on that are going to show you that he's a terrible person that you shouldn't help support.
Okay, I have a question though. So regarding what just happened with this Georgia woman, what was her name? Thurman. I forget her first name. Mom brain. But she was pregnant with twins. I think she was about 9 weeks along. And she had to leave Georgia, go to South Carolina, I think it was, to a hospital there so she could have an abortion. is what it was. And she ended up dying because she took the abortion pill and because she went septic. Because apparently
Amber Thurman, yeah.
Yes. Apparently I guess the healthcare providers in Georgia did not want
They
to
can't
do a
provide it.
DNC.
Yeah.
I thought I could have sworn I read in the abortion ban
It
that
was in
was
Georgia, yeah.
if they and Georgia's a blue state, by the way, if they I think it was saying that nowhere in the abortion ban does it say that they can't do a DNC. If there was fetal tissue left over, they have to perform it. They have to do the DNC. If not, that's medical negligence.
No, actually, no. So they're not a blue state right now, especially like in terms of their abortion legislation. I have a friend, Chris, who lives in Georgia. Would you like to hear his video? Actually, him talk about this. I think that would actually be a great thing. Chris made a video on this, and I think it's actually like a good video that we should bring up. Let me do it right here.
A woman in Georgia took abortion pills and experienced a very rare complication where there was still fetal matter left over inside of her uterus.
Oh, I saw that.
She got an infection, and she showed up to a North Atlanta hospital hoping that they would perform a very common routine procedure to clear out that fetal matter and clear out the infection. Except in Georgia, they made this procedure illegal with very few exceptions. In fact, a doctor can face up to 10 years in prison for performing it. I will preface this by saying I was born and raised in Atlanta. I am telling you, North Atlanta hospitals are very well equipped. This 28-year-old woman with a 6-year-old son sat in pain in the hospital as doctors watched her infection spread.
I want to say something about that, by the way. Yes.
And they waited. And then her organs started shutting down. And then they waited. And then they performed the surgery. That woman died. A Georgia committee ruled it was completely preventable. This is what happens. This is what people have been warning about with Republican-led, Trump-led abortion bans. Doctors are too scared to do their jobs.
Yes, I saw that video. I did. It showed up on my For You page the other day. Yes. I feel like most of what happened there was medical racism. 100%. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's horrible that it's even a thing, but I feel like the doctors pushed her off because this, unfortunately, black women, pregnant black women, those who are giving birth, they end up dying more often than white women giving birth because of medical racism. It's a huge killer.
There are also the laws that did not allow them to do this. Okay, so it can be both.
Okay. I was looking that up, though. I think that didn't make me leave, did it?
No, you're still here.
Okay. I was trying to look it up, but that's all right. I could have sworn I looked up the abortion ban, how it is in Georgia, and it said that they can legally do DNCs. So I don't know why.
Where'd you see that? Show me the source.
Yeah.
For them to specifically do that, because I'd love to see. In the meantime, everyone, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2 million likes. We're going to get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share it live as well, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Just ask and put it on the table.
Hello?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello? Brett, are you voting Trump? Brett, you there?
They need to fix the abortion laws everywhere. That's all I'm saying. That's my opinion.
That's because Trump
It needs
left it to
better
the states.
regulation.
Matthew, think of the $10.69. Thank you so much. That's because Trump left it to the states. Timothy, think of the $5.
Right. And how many abortions were being performed before it was left up to the states, especially in the black community?
Okay, wait. So I don't think that's. Wait. So if people are choosing to get abortions, what's wrong with people choosing to get abortions?
Because it's murder straight up.
Okay.
But,
So why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
baby, come here. Say that again. I'm sorry.
So why do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Why do I think murder should be left up to the states? I feel like it gives us a little bit more freedom rather than the government having autonomy. Basically.
So I have a question.
Whatever
Do you
our
think
governor is, they're going to decide that.
you think during Jim Crow, certain states should have been able to make it legal to murder people who are black and to lynch them?
No, definitely not.
Okay, but if you're saying murder should be left up to the states, well, then that would allow for things like that to occur.
No. What I'm saying is, when it comes to abortion, let's say, because I feel like a lot of the pro-choice argument is it's just a clump of cells. I mean, cells are living; they're alive; they're living organisms. So, if let's say if a woman miscarries, then you're not just going to tell her like, it's okay, it was just a clump of cells; it's not that big a deal. Like, I just feel like that's kind of dehumanizing.
Cool, sure. Do you think a zygote is a person?
A zygote is a potential person, yeah.
Potential person or person?
Yeah, the zygote is encased in a sac, and it's growing into a human.
Is it a person or is it a potential person?
Yeah, I said a potential person. Listen, I believe in the
it's not a
exceptions.
person. So when is it a person under your view?
When is it a person?
Yeah.
It's a person. It's a human fetus. It's a fetus. Zygote fetus.
At what point is it a? Those are two different stages of development. At what point is it the case that it's a person? At zygote? At conception?
I say after 6 weeks.
After 6, so 5 weeks you can get an abortion.
At 5 weeks you can get an abortion. I think that they said for some states that it's at least up to 6 weeks.
No. Do you think it should be that 5 weeks you should be able to get an abortion?
No. Say that again. I'm sorry.
So it sounds like you would benefit from the child tax credit, but like as it relates to this, yeah, like so. Sorry, what was I saying? Can you remind me? That kind of 5 weeks. 5 weeks. Do you think that 5 weeks they should be able to get an abortion?
At 5 weeks they should get an abortion.
No, should they be able to legally?
Should they be able to? Yeah, if it matches the exceptions or if those criteria.
No, I'm saying an elective abortion at 5 weeks.
Elective. See, this is where
I agree with the kid. She said no.
Yeah, I know. This is where my beliefs get a little difficult because, I'm a Christ follower. I believe that life is life, but also I look at my daughter and I think, well, she should be able to have a choice. It's wrong on all forms. It's murder. That's what I believe. But,
okay, so if you think that it's murder at 5 weeks, that they should still have the choice, why do you think at 6 weeks they shouldn't have the choice, even though it's still murder?
I'm sorry, say that again?
So why at 5 weeks, if it's murder, do you think they should have a choice, but at 6 weeks they shouldn't, even though it's still murder?
No, I think that the thing is that at every stage, it's a life. At 18 days after conception, the heart beats, No,
that's not a heartbeat.
That's biological. If we're not, let's not even bring the Bible into this conversation.
No, that's not a heartbeat. No, there's no scientific evidence indicating a heartbeat happens at 18 days after conception. That is such a ridiculous statement to make.
Okay. Girl, please. She's pulling the toilet paper off. Hang on. Stop. Oh, I love toddlers. This is great. But, no, baby, come here. So, okay, obviously I live in Florida, right? Our old abortion, what is it called? Our old abortion law was up to 15 weeks, right? And we had all the exceptions. As soon as Governor DeSantis took office, I voted for Andrew Gilliam, but he took office and he changed it to 6 weeks. It was after it was left up to the states. He changed it to 6 weeks, with the exception of rape, incest, and the mother or baby's life being at risk. That's what I believe.
Okay, so again, so at 5 weeks they should have a choice, even though it's murder.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
At 5 weeks they should have a choice, even though it's murder.
At 5 weeks, I mean, it's before the 6 week mark. We're just saying that obviously this is, at that point, it's a zygote. I miscarried at 5 weeks. I had a chemical pregnancy at the beginning of this year. So what did I lose? They did an ultrasound. They found there wasn't even a sac in there. So from that point, I'm like, okay, I didn't really lose any body parts. Thankfully, I didn't need a DNC. They said if I kept bleeding, I could come back. They could do a DNC, but there wasn't really baby parts left in me. At that point, that's right before it becomes actual fetal.
So I'm asking, why should they have a choice at 6 weeks but not at 5 weeks? Or no, why should they have a choice at 5 weeks but not 6 weeks? Sorry.
I was like, what? I don't know. I just feel like at that point, it's just before it becomes an actual fetus. This is like a sac. The zygote lies within
No,
the sac.
okay. So at 5 weeks, you should have a choice. So it's not murder.
I really don't think so.
Shanice, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. So it's not murder?
Oh my God. I'm sorry. My child. Yeah, stop doing that. You know, that's why it's difficult when I come from pro-choice to middle ground. I do think so. I mean, you have a pregnant woman and she gets murdered. That's double homicide, you know?
Okay, so
They count it as a life.
So again, after sentience, I would consider it. Prior to sentience, I would say it's an unjust termination of pregnancy and homicide. So I'll just ask you this question.
Yeah.
Yeah, as it relates to this, I clearly don't understand why it would be murder at 6 weeks but not at 5 weeks. That just doesn't make any sense to me. What characteristic would you use? Because if you're using heartbeats, I can just ask you this question. Do you think that like a family who pulls the plug on a brain dead individual in their family is committing murder?
Oh, you know, come here, baby. She was playing in the cat's water fountain. Honestly, if that's the thing, because I've heard some really miraculous stories of the doctors saying, this person's going to be a vegetable. You got to pull the cord. And they're completely wrong and the person comes back totally fine. So I feel like from that point, it's hard to tell, but I think that because the person that's actually in the coma didn't actually sign off on that. That's the thing. If they have a
No, we're not talking coma. We're not talking coma. We're talking brain death.
Absolutely brain dead. Yeah.
Okay, if they're brain dead, you can pull the plug.
If there's no.
But they still have a heartbeat.
Huh?
But they still have a heartbeat.
I would say probably not.
Oh, okay. So a family should be forced to keep the brain dead individual on a medical bed until they decompose?
No, definitely not. No. So listen.
Yo, chat, we hit 800K. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it, y'all. W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
So there's only so much that medically speaking they can prove. I've heard a lot of different stories of people who show brain dead on the monitor and they come back and they're like completely fine. That's the thing.
Brain death is irreversible sensation. So that's not likely. So again, irreversible means it's not coming back. So if someone is brain dead and they still have a heart beating, do you think you should be able to pull the plug on that individual that's brain dead, knowing that they're never going to come back in terms of their brain? Abel, appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
Someone said I was watching Grey's Anatomy. I've actually never seen Grey's Anatomy.
Hold up. Again, as it relates to my question.
Sorry. Say that again. I'm sorry.
You know they're never coming back, right? And it is the case that they still have a heartbeat. Can you pull the plug?
I think you could.
Okay, so then that means, appreciate that mustache, thank you so much. You care more about the sentience, the first person subjective experience, than you care about the heartbeat. So then why don't you say that you should be able to get an abortion up until sentience, which is around 18 through 26 weeks when it's likely to occur? 18 is very conservative.
That's why I believe that there's a certain point where I feel like it's probably okay because they have no chance at having an actual life. I feel like at that point, it's mercy at that point. Like, you don't want this person just sitting there shitting, defecating on themselves, peeing on themselves, and like just sitting there drooling, you know, because I've seen that and it's horrible.
So what you're saying then is that it's okay to murder them because of that? Under your
I
own
wouldn't
view?
necessarily say that's. I
Okay,
mean,
if
pulling
it's
them off
not
the-
murder, then why is it murder for a woman to get access to an abortion prior to sentience?
Because it's not exactly a baby yet.
Oh, okay. It's not exactly a baby. What do you mean? What?
It's the zygote. It's going to turn into a fetus. There's different levels of life.
Isn't that like mean that like abortion would be okay then because it's not a baby?
No, well, I'm saying the law should be regulated. That's all I'm saying. There needs to be regulation. Otherwise, people are just going to go off and kill babies because they just feel like it, or because they didn't get the sex they wanted, or you know, like there were so many babies being killed before Roe v. Wade was overturned and it was put up to the states. There were so many.
Okay, so there were actually more abortions that happened in the past than what were happening now because of contraceptive usage, which Republicans are also undermining.
Come here. Stop.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add before we go on to the next person?
No, I'm good. Come here, baby.
All right. We're going to let you deal with your kid. Let's go on to the next person. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Tap that screen. Let's run it to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. Everything if you want to support me as always. Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in my link tree in my bio. Do click on that if you do want to support everyone. But yes, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Leave the hand to heart. Why so?
Because Kamala is a fake fuck. She does.
What time is it right now?
Sorry?
What time is it right now?
What time's it?
Yeah.
Why does that matter?
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. You are paid by the DNC.
How old are you?
You're paid by the DNC, kid.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay, so what makes you think that?
You and can I ask you something? Why do you like Kamala?
Kamala, can you answer my question first? What makes you think I'm paid by the DNC? You just cut out. Hello?
Hold on, stop interrupting me. Shut the fuck up. Let me talk. You go on TikTok and you go on people's lives and you talk to people and you stay on live for like an hour. And you're paid by the DNC. You don't know it.
I don't know it? How are they paying me if I don't know it?
Because you don't tell anyone. You keep it a secret. You are paid from the DNC.
So I do know it. You're trolling, dude. You're not a real person. Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Why so?
Because in the Midwest, he's going to do a lot more to the farmers in my area and really help the backbone of our country.
By implementing tariffs which hurt farmers?
Nice. Gonna eliminate our farmlands being sold to foreign countries, and then put tariffs.
So he's gonna hurt farmers by making their property values lower. Okay.
Many farmers. I don't know a single farmer that's trying to sell their farmland. And again, I live right next.
What
to
are you
farm.
talking about? Yeah, there are plenty of farm owners that sell their farmland, but you're saying that it is the case that you want their farmland to be less valuable?
I would like U.S. citizens to be farming that land. Yes, I would. I think.
No,
it would help our country.
so you want their farmland to be less valuable?
So that our citizens can make an increased profit. Yes, I would.
Okay, so you want to reduce the value of someone's farm?
With inflation, I would rather make everything cheaper in this country.
Okay, that's not how it works, though, Gabe. If you want deflation, so you want to cause a massive recession by causing deflation?
We're already gonna probably enter a massive recession. Let's be honest.
Tell me one economist that says that.
It does not matter which one.
Gabe, give me one economist that says that.
I don't know a single economist. I'm sorry. I'll be honest. I don't know an economist. Can you give me what Kamala is going to do to lower inflation? Okay,
so they can't. Neither the presidents can lower inflation, right? What they can do is they can try to help out with affordability, which is a negative impact caused by inflation, right? She wants to help out affordability by causing a $25,000 tax credit for first year of a. For the first year of a small business, or $50,000, or that's $50,000 deduction for the first year of a small business, $25,000 tax credit for the first time home buyers for new homes. That's what she wants to do. She wants to bring child tax credit, $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket. Allows for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, limits the effect of medical debt on our credit, and $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just seniors.
Can I ask you another question? What do you think of Trump's bill that gave a 20% tax break on every small business?
Trump's bill that gave a 20% tax code on every small business?
Yeah,
I don't think it didn't give a 20% tax cut. I think most of the taxes went to people who are rich, right? So what I would rather do.
I'm saying this from someone who was on a 2-man team from a small business owner who had a first-hand experience watching that tax cut. So
we're still under Trump tax policy.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so if you want to look at this, it is the case that that's not for small businesses. A 20% tax cut was not for small businesses. If you want to reference this, so most of the tax policy went to people who are rich. So although I would support tax cuts for people who make less, that is not what was perpetuated by the TCJA. There's a $1.9 trillion add to the debt, right, for a 0.04% annual increase to our GDP. That's horrendous. That's $28 billion a year. That doesn't pay for it, nor does it benefit us anywhere near associated with the amount that we'd put into the policy.
Can you give me any links that I can to research this myself? Because again, yes. I love to research stuff.
The macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform is a paper written by a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard. Push the paper crane.
Give me 1 second. I gotta write that down.
The macroeconomic effect of the 2017 tax reform.
I need to get like a pencil and shit. My bad for cussing.
You're good. Everyone tap the screens, get to 2 million likes, share live as well. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
All right. I am ready.
Hayden, how old are you, Hayden?
29.
You voting Trump?
I sure am, yeah.
And why is that? Michelle, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Michelle.
From my perspective, Trump is more anti-establishment than any, because I'm anti-establishment. Because to me, he's more anti-establishment than any candidate we've had in there. He doesn't need their funding. He doesn't need their funding just like Biden did. Biden needed millions and millions of dollars to come in and have donors behind him. And then when they found out or knew that he was losing in the polls, told him to back out.
So why did Trump go to top fossil fuel execs, right, the biggest fossil fuel companies, and ask them for $1 billion in funding for his campaign for $110 billion in tax cuts?
Well, yeah, he does accept funding, but I'm saying comparatively to the other candidates.
No, that's what he said. That's like legitimate corruption. Like saying you're going to give them $110 billion if they give them $1 billion is absolutely corruption.
That happens across the board with politics.
Now, give me one time where Kamala Harris did that, where she went in front of fossil fuel execs and said, if you give me $1 billion in funding for my campaign, I will give you $110 billion in tax cuts.
Do you not think that's something that's brought to light just because Trump of who he is, and you don't think there's corruption behind any of these donors?
Do you want to give me any time Kamala Harris has done that?
No, I can't say off the top of my head. I don't know about.
Annabelle, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. So then what makes you think that?
That Trump doesn't need the funding?
Think of the $5.
That Trump doesn't need the funding comparatively to the amount.
Well, he literally went and asked for it. So, like, we have him on video doing this.
Okay, yeah, well, to me...
Can I ask you a question again?
Go ahead, Gabe.
Can you tell me why... Are you against fossil fuels?
I think that we need to go off of them long term.
I do, and I agree with that in long term. But even the number one person in the world who is currently fighting fossil fuels says we are not at the point where we can make a switch. We're not. We can start.
Yeah, I agree.
working towards
We
that
can't.
switch,
We can't.
but
Yeah, I know. That's what I advocate. We start working towards the switch. Doesn't mean we're switching completely right now. No one's advocating for completely switching right now.
So, do you agree with what Kamala said in previous? Because I believe that she's never changed her values. She wants to end fracking in our country.
No, when she says she doesn't change her values of trying to reach a green economy, she hasn't, right? But banning fracking right now is not required to have a green economy. That's what she's saying.
What's your take on them shutting down our pipeline?
The Cheer Squad, thank you so much. The XL pipeline, the Keystone XL, that was a Supreme Court order that they followed through with, and it was 8% built. It was Canadian-owned pipeline that distributed tar sands mainly used for plastics.
But I thought Biden implemented an executive order to have that shut down.
So again, the executive order was predicated off of the Supreme Court order.
But it came through him, though, right?
Look up Supreme Court order, Keystone XL pipeline.
But do you think that still would have benefited us as Americans?
No.
What's the reason for that?
Because I think indigenous people in the country are Americans, and it would violate a treaty we signed with indigenous people who are Americans.
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
Because there's a treaty signed with indigenous people. Appreciate the coral, thank you so much. And indigenous Americans are Americans.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Indigenous Americans are Americans. The pipelines would go over indigenous lands against their will. Appreciate the confetti.
Okay, I follow you on that. Yeah, I got you. Let me see. I'm trying to think.
Okay.
So
All
as,
right, go ahead.
as far as so like, what about the number of Americans in the polls that says, you know, that the quality of living was better under Trump comparatively to the Biden administration? And I get that you're saying
that doesn't mean it's caused by the Trump administration. Think of that.
Yeah, I'll move on then. Okay, so as far as Kamala saying she's going to implement all this stuff, I understand she is the vice president, but just like you've been hearing or see posts and everything else about people talking about, why hasn't she implemented that? Because you seem like a very well-read.
Why hasn't she implemented what? Sorry, I couldn't say that.
Why hasn't she? Well, the things that she says she's going to implement, right, when she gets into office,
why hasn't she done that? Because it's Congress has to pass it and then she can sign into law. So she has done things, like, for example, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill.
Okay, well, the stuff you're talking about, just
why
like
is she not presenting those to Congress right now?
Why is she not presenting? Because she doesn't propose bills. She's the vice president. She's not like.
She has, but her running mate is. Tim Walz could propose all of these bills to Congress. That is, since he's in Congress, he could propose all these bills that they want to propose once they're in office. So why can't they do that now?
Yeah. So can you tell me where Tim Walz is in Congress? Because he's a governor.
Okay, maybe I'm just wrong on this, and I'll admit maybe I'm wrong. I'm not against admitting when I'm wrong.
And I got two other things when you're ready.
Do governors not talk to Congress?
Governors are not in Congress.
Do governors not talk to their senators?
Governors are not in Congress. They can talk to them, but they've already been doing that, and they've been trying to get things. Nothing is going to get 60 votes in the Senate. Not yet, at least. If they win the election, there's shown broader support for these policies, which then puts pressure on people in Congress to vote for that policy.
So then do you think we need to reestablish how Congress works? Do you think we need to reestablish how Congress works if we can't get any of these bills that every citizen wants passed?
Yeah, we can rework the filibuster, sure.
So as far as the two things that I'm not understanding, right, is, okay, the $25,000 credit for first-time home buyers. I don't get how that's going to ease anything.
Think of the fireworks. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It builds more housing in places where people want them.
Right, but as far as if nobody can afford housing right now, how is that going to help? I mean, yeah, you get $25,000 down, but you're still not going to be able to afford the payment. So how does that happen?
So again, as it relates to the payment, you would only be able to qualify if it would be like a given a particular percent of your income.
Right. So the people are still not going to be able to qualify. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so yeah, people can't qualify. Well, then they wouldn't have been able to get a house anyway. We're making it more affordable for first-time home buyers for new homes to help stimulate the building of more housing. Thank you for the love painting.
But that's what I'm trying to understand is like how that percentage is going to be so low it's not even going to move the needle.
What do you mean it's going to be so low it's not going to even move the needle?
Of the people I'm telling you, there's probably numerous people that can afford the down payment. But even with that, even with the interest rates how they are, that even with the $25,000 tax credit, they're not going to be able to make a move because they're going to take a loss of where they're at, or they're going to be put in a bind with the financial economy the way it is now.
What? Say that one more time.
So the people that the $25,000 for credit for first time home buyers, like I live in Georgia. There's a bunch of people that I know and talk to. It's like that's not going to make a difference as far as the housing market goes.
Cool. What's your point? Like, this is to help out young people buy houses.
That's what I'm saying. Like everything else is.
What's Trump's plan to help any housing?
That's what I'm saying. He's a businessman. You know what I mean? Comparatively,
tell me what's his fucking plan to build houses?
He's already said he's going to lower the interest rate. And
he can't do that. That's the Federal Reserve. Okay. And he's keeping the same chairman of the Fed in office.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess I need to be more well read on that. But as far as, again, with the 25, I guess you stated what, $25,000.
Megan, think of the $10 for headache relief.
The $25,000 deduction for the
tax credit. 50,000 deduction for small businesses for the first year.
For the first year, but my thing is like for the first 3 years, I'm sure you know stuff about business.
Right now it's 5,000, Hayden.
Right, but as the first 3 years in business, if you're going to be successful anyway, it's like you mark a loss. You take a loss anyway for the first 3 years. You're allowed to take a loss. So how is that going to help?
Okay, so you understand that it is the case that it's going to reduce the taxable income of businesses? Push a little crown.
But if you already
that are just starting off,
you already have the write-offs for that. You know what I mean? So you're not going to get a tax credit. You're already filing as a loss.
Not necessarily.
How is going to help businesses though, or is it only going to help people trying to start small businesses now? Because there are many small businesses struggling right now that have started struggling for 4 years.
So we can talk about policies that can help. We can talk about policies to help them, but is this not an effective policy? Think of the hand art.
I think it could be, but then
okay. So is this better than what Trump's? What is Trump advocating for? Think of a little crown.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the policies.
Okay, so why the fuck do you guys ask so much of Kamala Harris, but don't do the same thing of Trump? Push the ICU, push the hand art. Like, holy shit, apply this same skepticism to Donald Trump, please.
No, listen, I'm not asking so much of her. I'm just asking.
You are. You're asking so much more of her than you're asking for Donald Trump.
I'm asking you what she's going to do.
And I've been able to answer, and you guys don't know a single policy of what Trump's going to advocate for. Not a single one. Literally nothing. So why do you guys care so much to know what she's going to do if you don't care what he's going to do?
Because the fact of the matter is, regardless of policies, the polls will tell you.
Trump just has concepts of a plan, bro.
Well, the polls will tell you, majority of Americans tell you that, hey, under the Biden administration, which I know people that back Kamala hate to hear it, but she is a part of the Biden administration and hasn't done anything.
What you're not understanding is that I've already addressed this. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because it is the case that some people think it is the case that the economy is worse now does not mean that that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. Please explain to me how you think that was caused by the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, but at the same sense, what about the number of Americans that say that they were living way better under Trump?
I'm going to fucking cry. I just addressed this, Hayden. What did I say? What did I say? I just addressed this. I literally just talked about it, and you didn't listen to shit.
You said something about causation, and I'm like, what? That doesn't...
Yeah, okay, listen, please. Correlation does not equal causation. Just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by that administration. So what did they do that caused it?
So what is the causation of how we're living now?
COVID, the economic effects of COVID, which happened globally in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. Push the hearts.
Yeah, that's a different topic. But
why are we the only country that hasn't recovered from COVID yet?
We are. Wait, we actually had the fastest recovery from inflation in the G7. You just made that up. Becca, thank you for the hand heart. Michael, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Cammy with the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What about the other economies and countries that didn't shut down but still thrived during COVID? What about that?
I'm not saying that like lockdowns like that we did were like the best way to do it. I think we should have either had a shorter, harsher lockdown, or we should have not done a lockdown at all. Right. So that's kind of like my views related to that. And I rely more on things like mask usage, vaccines, things like that to reduce the people being negatively impacted, because there were a lot of detrimental impacts specifically from lockdowns. But we didn't know that at that time as well. So that also happened under Trump's administration. So can you please give me a response to something legitimate? Push the lock and key. What did they do to cause it?
What did they do to cause COVID?
What did they do to cause the conditions in the economy to be worse? Carly, think of the hand heart. And Jamie, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I love you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Well, I am one of those people, you know, I guess as far as that goes, it's like Trump did implement some of the stuff, and I'm a realist too. He did cause some of the inflation as well. But him being a businessman, do you think that he would have known the right things to do to correct what was going on?
That was a non-answer.
That was a non-answer?
I asked you what he did, or what they did, and you didn't answer. And you just brought up something random about Trump.
We have to use a sacrifice.
Okay. And you guys say, oh, he's such a good businessman. Name me one good businessman, not Trump, that has, I appreciate the hand art, thank you so much, that has 6 bankruptcies.
Maybe not 6, but there's a bunch of millionaires that are way
not
more.
6 though.
Yeah, but way more. That's part of the
Tori,
game.
thank you for the $10. And Tiffany, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Tiffany.
That's part of the games that the millionaires play. Hey, you can just file bankruptcy, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, whatever you want to file, and hey, you're clean slate.
Not 6 times though. Appreciate that sunglasses. 6 times he inherited $400 million just to like make Trump University fail, Trump Steaks, Trump Vodka, Trump Airlines. Failed.
Probably like
all the great business owners have failed at some point.
Appreciate that mustache. Not 6 bankruptcies though.
Maybe,
oh yeah, Trump Casino. Let me also say that Trump Casino.
Maybe not bankruptcy.
Leanne, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leanne. Thank you so much.
Maybe not bankruptcies, but you know what I mean. That's how you get to an astronomical level in business.
Does Mark Cuban have 6 bankruptcies?
No, but he has failed.
So who does Mark Cuban support?
Oh yeah, he's left all day. Yeah, he's
Kamala
left.
Harris.
Does Elon Musk have 6 bankruptcies?
He does not support Trump.
No, but
who does he support?
Gabe, he supports Donald Trump. But the point I'm arguing is that if you're looking at him for being a good businessman, you can look at someone who's a better businessman that disagrees with him. That's my point. My point is that I'm not looking at Mark Cuban as a source for myself. What I'm showing you is that someone, given your own standard, a good businessman, disagrees with your point, and actually a better businessman than Trump.
I never said Trump was a great businessman. I think he might be
that's what
better
Hayden
than
was
average businessman, but
that was what Hayden was arguing.
Yep, I know that. I disagree with that. I disagree with that because again, Trump or Elon came to the country with $4,000, and he's now the richest man in the world. So,
thank you so much.
Yeah, you don't have to go bankrupt
I'm
to become
actually
a great
cringing,
businessman.
I'm cringing. You know his parents owned, I'm pretty sure it's like an emerald mine in South Africa.
That's not true. You can look that up. That's not true. His dad traded a plane for emeralds, and those emeralds were worthless within 10 years of the time that they made that trade, since Russia.
So he came from no wealth.
Yes, he came to this country with $4,000.
No, but nothing before that, or nothing from anyone.
He came here with $4,000 from his parents. He moved to Canada with $4,000 from his parents.
Okay, so there's a quote. We had so much money we couldn't even close our safe. That's what Elon Musk's dad said.
And Elon has even come out and said that you shouldn't believe a single thing that his dad said.
Oh wait, so you don't believe his dad?
No, I don't. I really don't. I don't believe a single word his dad says. That's why he's no longer a part of Elon Musk's life and never been a part of Elon Musk's life since he came to this country. Besides when he put him on a yacht in the U.S. that Elon paid for.
This man is zoomed in.
You can research this all. It's all in his biography that was written by the same person that wrote
His dad, who literally owned the business and did the emerald mining, right? That specifically.
That's not true.
Not a
That's
good source.
Not true. That's not true. That's quite literally not true. That's not a factual statement. You can look into that.
I did. I actually did look it up. And his dad admits to having an emerald mine.
Well, as far as fathers, Kamala's father, right? You know what I mean? Didn't he write a book on Marxism?
I actually don't want to.
So yeah, you just don't think his dad's a good source. Crazy.
I really don't. I have Elon Musk's biography right here in my hands.
I don't care what Elon Musk said. We have corroborating evidence from his literal father.
This is from his family. This is from his family. From his mother, his brothers, his family.
Why not his father?
It's not just
is his father his
Elon
family?
Musk.
Is his father his family?
Yes, his father is his family. But why would
so if
you
we
believe
source
one
his father,
person
is that a good
over
source?
his family? If you source one compared to three arguing the other way, which
I would like to see the other. I would like to see the other three that say that.
What if you source Kamala's father?
Kimball
You can source something that he said specifically about like what happened. You could do that.
Well, didn't he write a book on like a Marxist society?
Push the paper crane. He was a Marxist economist. That doesn't mean that like that's not anything bad with Kamala Harris.
You don't think that's her values as well?
No. Like I disagree with my parents. My parents are Christian. I'm not.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. I got you. All right, appreciate you having me on, man.
All right, I appreciate y'all coming up.
Yep.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Nah, I have a question. Like, I don't really care about the Trump, but you're not a Christian, right?
No, I'm not. But you're not debating this?
Nah, I'm confused why you're.
Okay, cool. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up, y'all. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Only send a guest request if you will be voting Trump in 2024, everyone. Look at all these people that aren't joining in for some reason. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker. I love you, Parker.
Appreciate it. Night Owl, are you voting Trump?
Oh, absolutely not.
Hey, based. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25. My boyfriend's voting Trump, though, so I would like him to debate.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, so are you, Dawson, are you voting Trump as well?
Yes.
Okay, so, Heather's boyfriend, why are you voting Trump?
Why wouldn't I?
He's been held civilly liable of sexual abuse, defamation, fraud. He has 34 felonies. He tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. Just a few things.
Oh, okay. And you know this how? Just because the media said so?
No, because I can show you resources that indicate this. I can show you the jury verdict form that shows that he forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll against her will. I can show you him calling for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. I can show you him bragging about overturning Roe versus Wade.
What'd you mean?
What?
Okay, well, we'll start off with talking about the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Are you talking about that earlier? Okay. Do you know what all comes into play? Do you just think this like, oh, let's save them all Americans act? Does that mean that's what's going to happen? Do you know what all has to take place? Do you know how much that's going to cost? Taxpayers.
The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing.
Do you know how
Madeline,
much
think of
that
the
costs?
$5 and Ashley, think of the $10. Yeah, it saved us money.
Oh, it did?
Yeah, like it reduced the deficit.
In a decade,
according to the Congressional Budget Office.
It'll help
Andy, think of the $5,
inflation
5
in a
subscriptions.
decade by 0.1%.
So again, in the long run, it's talking about making the markets more stable because it's about specifically making us less dependent on foreign oil.
About taking $800 billion of tax-paid money. That's the answer.
Wait, no.
Let's just take more tax money. Huh?
It reduced the deficit, which means that they raised more revenue with that bill than they spent.
Yeah, the government loves to take people's money. I mean, and then they spend it on the stupidest things.
Okay, so you're saying reducing the deficit is a bad thing?
No, it's not. If it's possible, but it's not possible by taking more tax money. That's just not how it
The
works.
Inflation Reduction Act did it, and also it didn't increase taxes. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. It just increased the enforcement of the current tax
It
law.
increased the national debt.
No, it didn't. Actually, it was deficit reducing.
It won't until a decade, and that's only about 0.
You're talking inflation. Also, I don't know where you got that number from. And also, I'm relating to deficit reducing, which means it reduced the debt.
From the Wharton.
Bailey, think of the $5. Thank you so much.
School of Business is where I got that from.
From the where?
I think it's called the Wharton School of Business.
Wharton School of Business. Where did Penn Wharton say that?
Say what?
Where did Penn Wharton say that?
I didn't say Penn Wharton. I was telling you the name of the school.
Yeah, if you're talking about Wharton, you're referencing Penn Wharton.
Well, the School of Business. I mean, there's a lot of things that can show you.
You just said a random name. You don't know what you're referencing.
I didn't say a random name. That's a school name.
Okay, so yeah, what specifically are you referencing?
It's a school of business, but I'm telling you that just printing more money and spending more money on these acts that sound really good isn't going to help anything. It's not.
Okay, so again, it reduced the deficit.
How?
According to your own source, it says that it reduces the deficit by $264 billion.
And what's the time span of this, and how long is that going to take, and how much money is that going to cost taxpayers?
How much money? Again, deficit reducing means it doesn't cost you anymore. It actually saves taxpayers money.
That's impossible. You can't just do that without taking money. The government.
No, it's the IRS enforces current tax law.
That's it.
All it is the IRS enforcing current tax law, which increases revenues. So are you saying we shouldn't have law and order?
What are you talking about law and order now?
Are you pro law and order?
Do what?
Are you pro law and order?
Sure. Yeah.
So not only should we enforce the tax laws that relates to the IRS, but also we shouldn't put people who are violent criminals in presidency. If you're pro law and order, that law and order should apply to the presidency.
Okay. Well, I know his personal life. Whatever he did in his personal life doesn't affect American citizens and finances, which is the most important thing.
So you would vote
if he
for
did
him.
do something that's a felon that they can actually prove, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Put him in jail. Go for it.
He has 34 felonies he's been convicted of, but I'm referencing mainly
why isn't
the
he in
fact that
jail?
he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Why
The
isn't he-
sentencing for the felonies is after the election, right? Because they didn't want it to affect it.
Well, that's not very smart. Why would they do that? I mean, why wouldn't they?
That's just how the court processes works, because they haven't had a sitting president be sentenced ever, or running for president, not sitting president.
What about all the criminals Kamala let out there?
Kamala? She didn't.
Yes, she did.
What are you talking about? Cassie, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Cassie.
He set up a website to let the people who destroyed Minneapolis.
No.
Yes, she did.
No, so the Minnesota Freedom Fund that you're referencing, most of that went to people who were just peacefully protesting, right, to get them out of prison. So there was no, Cindy, I appreciate the Lucy. Actually, Dawson, there was no indication that she had that they specifically were going to give violent individuals or people who rioted any ability to get out. As it relates to Donald Trump, though, Donald Trump said that he wants to pardon the people that literally themselves pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. So if you guys are so pro-police and so pro-law and order, why do you want to vote for someone that actively wants to pardon people that violently assaulted police officers?
So January 6th, those are all just terrible people that are still in jail now. Why aren't they out? What did they do wrong? I mean, the only thing I know is Ashley Babbitt. Do you know that name? I'm pretty sure.
Ashley Babbitt died, yes.
Yeah.
But you're not answering my question. Trump wants to pardon people that violently assaulted police officers, and they pled guilty to it.
Why don't you want the president that's going to deport the illegals out of here that are doing?
So then why did Trump undermine the border bill?
He did.
Oh, you want to know why?
He actively did. He brags about it. He says, blame it on me if the border bill failed.
You want to know why? Because you can't build a wall on private property. And the wall would have to go across private property. So he couldn't.
Do you know what eminent domain is?
He couldn't build a wall across private property. So that stops the whole.
You know that the border bill actually built wall?
He built it where he could.
The border wall, you know, the border bill that he undermined, that gave funding to build the wall.
What?
Yeah, the border bill that Trump undermined gave funding to build the wall. I'm not trolling. He undermined a conservative border bill.
For what purpose?
Because he didn't want Democrats to look good. That's what he said.
Because he didn't want Democrats to look good?
Yep.
So he turned down his own policy?
Yep, literally.
And you can prove this?
Yes, he says, blame it on me if the border bill fails. Langford has gone on many media platforms and said that he undermined the bill.
And that's what he was campaigning off of on his last.
Yes, literally. He wanted to block the bill so that he can continue to campaign on it. He cares more about campaigning on it as an issue than actually solving the issue.
Okay, what's your source other than MSNBC or something?
His mouth. His mouth.
What is
he
that?
said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. I can literally play you the video.
He had to fight against everybody.
He had to fight against everybody. Okay, with what?
Like everybody, wouldn't pass what he wanted to be done.
Appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much. So he couldn't compromise with people in Congress? That's his
because
fault.
they're all left and liberal.
Okay, so why did they work with so why did bipartisan legislation get passed under the Biden-Harris administration? The Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act? Dice, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Because they're all liberal left. They're going to side with the liberal.
It's bipartisan, genius.
A lot of people crossing the border and immigrants get more places to live and housing and credit cards and phones, but
no federal funds go to undocumented immigrants. Blue Bishop,
there's videos. You mean to prove
Missy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Videos of busloads of people going in hotels that are all tax paid.
That's state taxes, okay, and that's for asylum seekers.
Where do you think those state taxes come from?
The states determine how to use that. So you guys are all about states' rights when it comes to things like abortion and restricting women's rights, but not when it comes to treating asylum seekers with good.
Yes, we're getting somewhere
with good conditions.
Okay. Now what states?
Wait. No, you care a lot about states' rights when it comes to restricting women's rights, but not when it comes to treating asylum seekers with good conditions.
My view on abortion is I believe in abortion. I'm not that full conservative. That's one of the things I just.
But you're voting to restrict women's rights then, so you don't care about your girlfriend's
they
rights.
left that to the states to vote.
Wait, how does your girlfriend care about that? Does your girlfriend think that's a bad thing? That you think that that she should have less rights in this country? That great victims shouldn't be able to get access to abortion in this country, in certain states?
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. What did you say?
Do you think that it's good that he's voting for a guy that undermined women's right to abortion and especially great victims federal protections for abortion?
Not at all. This is kind of my take with this. I'm interested in how both of you are conversing. I know nothing about politics.
She knows nothing about politics. She hasn't been in it at all.
But I want to learn, and I don't really know where to go. So so this is why this is so
Well,
interesting.
you came to a good live. I will admit that. I think you did good there. So like my point with this is that I think that women in Georgia should have the same rights as women in California. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. And right now, that's not the case. In 14 states, women don't have federal protections for great victims. So great victims, even after being assaulted, right, are forced to go through their pregnancies. If they get an abortion, it's murder.
Or change state.
Under that state.
They have to go to a different state if they want to get an abortion.
And there are some states that they track women who do that. Dina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Well, like I said, I believe the second trimester you can get an abortion. I have no problem with that. But past that, it's
And
kind of
Missy, think of the $10. Okay, so after what time?
Second trimester.
Oh, okay. So would you be okay with like after any time before like 18 to 26 weeks?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's my view.
Yeah, like I
So-
said, abortion.
So elective abortions are allowed
anytime.
anytime before 18 through 26 weeks.
I can agree with you on abortion, definitely, but everything else pretty much trumps all that, which is the money.
Oh,
in our
so
country,
again,
the community.
protecting women's rights to get access to an abortion is not as important as what?
There's our national security, our finances, our money.
Wait,
the
I just want to let you
dollar.
know a few things on this. There's two things. Three national security advisors of Trump have come out and said he's unfit to be president, a threat to democracy, cares more about himself than the American people, and is a laughing fool to foreign countries. And then also as it relates to the debt, right, he signed off on more debt than the Biden-Harris administration. $8.4 trillion for Trump, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related. And for the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
And you get all that from the fake media.
No, from the Congressional Budget Office. Or, sorry, not Congressional Budget Office. From the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. I apologize. So I look for nonpartisan committees from the federal government. I look for committees that have both liberals and conservatives. I think that's the best sources to come from because it removes the biases.
Media.
It's not fake media to look for a nonpartisan source from the federal government. When you look for partisan sources, that could be considered like misleading. I'm looking for nonpartisan sources or bipartisan sources so that you can reduce the bias.
Yeah, I agree with that because both sides lie like hell.
Yeah. Like, for example, with Trump's tax policy, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist that indicates it only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which is around $28 billion a year, and it cost $1.9 trillion of debt-related spending. So it added $1.9 trillion to the debt and only added 0.02 to the annual GDP, which is nothing. So it didn't pay for itself. It costed the American economy a lot, and most of the tax policy went to people who are rich. Whereas Kamala Harris is advocating to cut taxes for 100 million Americans, and anyone who makes under 400K, taxes are not going to go up under her administration. And if anything, your taxes are going to go up under Trump's administration because he wants to institute a universal 10 to 20% tariff, which will cause groceries to go up in prices. It will cause gas to go up in prices. It will cause housing development to go up in prices. And basically everything you buy in your life.
What are you
That's for
talking about?
importing.
Yeah, on imported goods. Yeah. Yeah.
From other
It's
countries.
already up. What are you talking about?
I'm
Not
saying he'll
American.
make it go up even more. Right now, that wasn't
Well,
caused
if
by the
she gets
Biden-Harris
it, it will
administration.
go up even more. You're right. I got you.
But Dawson, the inflation that happened under the Biden-Harris administration, that's not caused by them. That happened globally at the same trend. That's why there's no reason to believe that the Biden-Harris administration caused
Why
it. And actually,
couldn't
there's
they-
best reason to believe it came mostly from COVID.
Why couldn't they fix it? Trump fixed Obama's issue. Why couldn't they fix it?
What issue did he fix from Obama?
All the inflation, all the problems he caused.
There wasn't inflation under Obama.
Yes, there was. Gas was about the
Dawson,
same price
Dawson,
as it is now under Obama.
Respectfully, there wasn't inflation under Obama.
There was government handouts under Obama.
But there wasn't inflation. There wasn't bad inflation.
Yes, there was.
Hit yet?
Dawson,
So,
you can look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you can see that there wasn't inflation that was bad at that time. Do you want me to show you right now?
All right, well, tell me why the gas is about the same price as it was under Obama with Biden.
Well, actually, I want to let you know. In 2016, there was $1.87 average gas in the United States. Under Trump's administration, the price of gas increased. There was no point under Trump's administration that was lower than that point under the Obama administration.
Are you talking about with before they all out fracking or?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Drill
What?
our own oil. We had to buy it from other countries. Do you believe fracking should be illegal?
No. And also, right now we have less imports of oil right now than under Trump's administration.
Really, you don't believe fracking should be illegal? I'm surprised.
No, I think that over time we should phase it out, but I wouldn't make it illegal right now.
Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, I guess you're not biased then.
I don't even think that would be bias necessarily, right? Like there are legitimate arguments people can provide. Now, I don't think that it is the case that we're going to be able to ban that right now, but I do think it's the case that there are legitimate arguments for that. Climate change is an existential threat. It really is. And Trump doesn't even believe it's caused by humans. He thinks the Earth is going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. How fucking delusional is that?
The Earth goes through the same cycle every 1,000, 2,000 years.
No, you can look at global trends. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. In terms of temperature, it is the fastest change in temperature in the past millennia. Well over the past millennia. You can see it. You can see it. It's very clear. There's very good evidence. Look up climate.nasa.gov. They give you the facts, the causes, the evidence, right, from the perspective of climate scientists, which over 95% of climate scientists indicate, appreciate the confetti, thank you so much, that climate change is caused by humans.
And that's like EPA statistics, I'm guessing?
It's from NASA.
Which is also
fake.
You think NASA's fake? Are you a flat earther, Dawson?
And Obama.
Dawson, are you a flat earther? Push the box off, thank you so much. Because I actually think we should put more money in NASA because the money we put in NASA gives us a rate of return. And I'm a really big proponent of technology and specialization because I believe that technology is the basis of quality of life increase.
Do you think that Obama should have stopped the whole NASA thing from exploration?
I don't know. I think that we should invest more in NASA. I think we should invest more in science. I think we should invest more in technological development.
Obama was pretty bad to do that, to cut NASA.
Yeah, if that's true, I would disagree with that.
Yeah, you can look it up.
Yeah, like again, I think that's really good. I think we should, instead of be spending so much money on weapons of war, we should be spending money on, providing healthcare for people, housing for people, education for people, investments in technology, right? That benefits the whole world.
You got to stay ahead. I mean, Russia and China are right there. They're aware of our technology. We got to always stay one step ahead.
Yeah, so again, if you want to stay a step ahead in terms of technology, in order to be able to do that, we have to have investments, not in military, but have investments in technology that benefits quality of life for people. Because ultimately speaking, think about it this way. How are we going to best make the world, the overall world, a better place? I don't think it's just by giving money to everyone. I think the best way to do that is to increase quality of life through technology, because technology can be adopted by everyone over time. Okay? And it increases their quality of life. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And allows for them to be specialized in certain ways in which they can provide basic amenities for everyone in their populations. So it's building up the infrastructure for everyone in the world, because technology is infrastructure.
Yeah, but by doing that, you kind of hurt the value of the dollar, and then you're trying to make
No, you don't. That's a real quality of life increase. Thank you for the Rosie. Thank you so much. Why have we had such a real quality of life increase since the Industrial Revolution? Why? Technological increase. That's why. That's what makes us so much better now in real terms, accounting for inflation, than what we were 300 years ago. Technological improvement. That's the whole basis of the modern economy, is to develop and innovate and to bring technology. That is what leads to economic growth.
Well, can you tell me how we're better off now than we were 4 years ago under Trump?
Actually, yeah. So real median wages are higher right now than they were in Q4 of 2019, which means wages have gone up, accounting for inflation.
But when you have to account for inflation, is it really a raise?
Yes, if it has gone up accounting for inflation, it's a raise.
Yeah, but it's still essentially the same amount because you're paying higher prices.
Real median income accounts for inflation, which means it's growth minus inflation.
What did Trump do so bad when he was president?
Most of his taxes went to people who were rich, right? That's something that's really bad. What's also bad is he put multiple Supreme Courts in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which got rid of the federal protections for great victims to get access to an abortion. Those are just a few things I can
Trump
mention. A lot more.
also is the only president to ever put the capital back in Israel.
Yeah, so that actually provoked conflict in the region. You mean moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem?
How do you feel about
He also allowed Israel to illegally annex the Golan Heights.
I guess you lost him. How do you feel about Israel and Palestine?
Yeah, so I think that Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed and genocided for over 70 plus years. And I disagree with the support that both administrations have for the state of Israel in funding them committing war crimes in Palestine.
If someone, walks up and keeps, punching you in the shoulder every time they walk by, you're eventually going to get pissed off and you're going to be like, no, I can't take this anymore. And you're going to do
that's
something.
actually what happened to Palestinians. Yeah,
Mhm,
Actually,
that's
thank you
right.
so much.
That's exactly right. Yeah, they were tired of it. They're not going to keep putting up with it. And I'm surprised they haven't gone in and just completely wiped them, to be honest, because Israel has a very big military, very big, very strong team. I mean, it's one of the strongest in the world. They don't really need help, to be honest. I think we should just leave it all, let them do what they want, whatever. But everybody's always going to fight over the Holy Land. It's always going to be like
I think we should uphold the determinations of the ICJ, right? That they are an apartheid state, right? That they're illegally occupying parts of Palestine, including the West Bank. All right, things like that, and then we should like let Netanyahu be tried for war crimes. Same thing with Putin. Okay, in the same way that I'm against Russia, right, for literally slaughtering Ukrainians, right? I'm against and committing war crimes. I'm against Netanyahu slaughtering innocent Palestinians and committing war crimes.
It's kind of funny how Russia never did that when Trump was in office, but as soon as Biden comes in, boy, he's like,
So
let's
there are
go.
actually leaked Kremlin documents from the Russian government that indicate that they think that Trump is easily manipulated.
Enough to where they won't attack because they're afraid.
So again, as it relates to this, I don't think that them invading had anything to do with specifically Biden being in office. Actually, the Biden-Harris administration had one of the best responses to this because they responded to the degree in which wouldn't provoke World War III, but then also contains Russia. Okay, what would Trump have done? Trump's going to give him land. Trump right now wants to give Russia land of Ukraine, and when Ukraine doesn't want to give up the land.
Giving someone $80 trillion isn't exactly
80 trillion?
Yeah, 80 trillion.
We didn't give 80 trillion to anyone. What the hell are you talking about? How the hell would we give 80 trillion? 107 billion to the Ukrainian government, which 70 billion of that was old weapons and equipment.
Well, they didn't give them any money. They just gave them equipment. That's what you're saying.
70 billion of the 107 billion to the Ukrainian government was old weapons and equipment. 80 trillion is insane. I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to the overall total wealth in the United States. I just want to let you know that. Like the total amount of wealth in the United States, not even counting land. Because the annual GDP, I think it's like 25,000 or 25 million or trillion. Sorry, 25 trillion. The fuck is wrong with me? GDP. Let me look at. Yeah, 25.44 trillion in 2022.
Jeez. And that didn't solve anything.
What's your
that
point?
didn't even do anything.
What do you mean?
Giving them money and stuff like that didn't even do anything. It didn't stop anything.
It did contain Russia. Absolutely, it did. And it's Russia. Is Russia going to stop with Ukraine? Do you think Russia's going to stop with Ukraine?
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I don't know what Putin's going to do. If
So
he's
they've
on-
invaded.
he
They've
could do
invaded
anything.
Georgia. They've annexed Crimea. They've invaded the rest of Ukraine. They've showed time and time and time again that they're continuing to reload and reinvade into places in which were previously owned by the Soviet Union.
And they're starving people while they're doing it.
So don't support. So contain Russia. Is that your argument now?
No, I'm saying
support Ukraine through the Budapest Memorandum, right, and contain Russia.
Trump is just trying to make deals with Russia because he doesn't want this war to continue. By negotiating.
You understand that when he gives Ukrainian land to Russia, they're just going to use that to lock, reload, and reinvade?
I mean, it's not Trump's power to do that. Like he doesn't have the power just to give land.
He does. As the United States is defending Ukraine. If Ukraine didn't have United States funding, Ukraine wouldn't exist.
Well, if they weren't part of NATO.
Ukraine isn't a part of NATO.
Yeah, no, I'm saying but NATO's still helping. They are.
So yeah, the countries in Europe have given funds to help defend Ukraine because
Like
they realize that coming after Ukraine is also going to inevitably lead to them coming after further parts within Europe. And that's why countries right next to Russia, even in Scandinavia, which historically speaking tried to stay out of this, have joined NATO because they know they're probably next. And NATO serves as the brick wall that does not allow for Russia to invade the rest of Europe. That is it. That's what NATO serves as.
That wouldn't happen. That would definitely start World War III.
Yeah, that's why. That's why NATO is important, is because it contains Russia.
And Russia wouldn't agree with that. I mean, Putin might
Wouldn't
try
agree
to
with what?
but that's not going to happen.
Wouldn't agree with what?
Say what now?
Wouldn't agree with what?
Yeah, Russia wouldn't. The rest of the Russians wouldn't do that. They're not going to just agree to take over all the other countries like that. They know they would get smeared off the planet. I mean, that won't happen.
So they did it with Georgia. They did it with Crimea. Now they've invaded the rest of Ukraine.
Yeah, and when you have a communist,
This is like let's think about it this way. Let's think about it this way. This is like Germany going into the Rhineland, annexing Austria, going into Czechoslovakia. Right? At what point are you going to step in?
I mean, why step in at all? Why should we step in at all?
Contain them without causing world war. That's what we're doing. Because it could likely lead to a world war if you do not contain.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling what Putin will do, especially if on his deathbed. I mean, he could do anything.
Does Putin care about Russia?
A little bit.
Okay, so if he tried to drop nuclear weapons, Russia's gone. The whole world's gone. Everything he cares about gone.
And why would he care? You know, he can go out with a bang.
Because again, he cares about Russia.
He cares about his legacy.
And his legacy being the entire world blowing up is not a good legacy to be proud of, right? Even from his own perspective, right? Putin's a fucking murderous dictator, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not disputing that, but it is absolutely the case that he's still not going to do that. That's why NATO's important. Against Russia, at least. I'm not saying I always agree with everything NATO does. There are some things that we could point to with NATO I'm going to disagree with. But the point I'm making is that in accordance with them protecting Europe from Russia invading is a very important aspect of NATO.
I just think we should stay out of it.
Okay. All right. So we should let Russia take Ukraine.
If they can, sure.
Okay. What if they go after a different country?
This is going to last a long time, this war, until some deal is made.
So this guy, would you like Ukraine to win? Or would you rather Russia win?
Yeah, no, sure. Yeah, I would love for Ukraine to win, but...
How are you going to get that to happen without defending Ukraine?
Private contractors. Paying them.
Private contractors. Okay, dude, that's so ridiculous. Okay, all right, all right, man.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of American private contractors there.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Do you think a violent sex offender should be able to get access to a gun?
A violent sex offender? No. If you're a felon, you can't have a gun.
If a violent sex offender shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why do you think they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes? And also, why would you vote for them?
I mean, you're just still stuck on Trump being a felon. I mean, that's...
Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. No, a violent sex offender. That's not his felony.
Well, when he's convicted, then I'll believe it.
Wait, did you say Israel should wipe out Palestine?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say wipe out, but I think they should take out the people that keep attacking them. I don't think they should wipe them out. No, definitely not.
Okay, well, someone thought you said that. But that's so. Wait, who do you think's the ones attacking them?
A bunch of little small groups of terrorist organizations. I mean, whatever you want to call them. There's so
Under
many-
that definition, would the IDF be a terrorist organization?
No.
Why not?
Well, why so?
Well, because they've slaughtered innocent children, women in Palestine. They
And-
have.
and
They have,
Palestine's
prison
done-
camps with Palestinians in them where they mass grape Palestinians. And actually, there are people in Israel advocating for the freedom of the Israelis that mass graped Palestinians. Insofar as that, in a certain scenario, I'm pretty sure like they were paralyzed. Okay?
Why are you avoiding everything that Palestine's done? Like throwing babies?
I'm not. I would never. I do not. And that's not Palestine. I wouldn't say that's all Palestine. I'm not saying it's like all of Israel. What I'm saying is it's the IDF, by the way, and the state of Israel. Okay, but if you're referencing specifically like age group, I will condemn any killings of innocent people. I will condemn graping people. I will condemn any of that. Okay, now that's true for Israel. Now you have to acknowledge it with Israel. Like what I just said. There are people in Israel right now advocating for the freedom of the people that mass raped Palestinians and caused them to be paralyzed.
Yeah, I heard that story. The one person who got paralyzed, but yeah. I mean, that happens on both sides, but there's a reason.
I actually haven't heard of that happening on the other side, and I'm willing to acknowledge it on that point, but I haven't heard that happen on the other side.
They're brutal over there. They have a whole different culture. I mean,
Not to the degree that we're referencing with the state of Israel here, like in terms of the prison camps where they mass grape people, and then you have people fighting for the freedom of the individuals that raped them. Like, I haven't seen that same thing happen on the other side.
and how do you feel about Sharia law?
I don't agree with any religious laws. I'm an atheist.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't really believe in anything either. I guess I'm agnostic, but or atheist.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
Let's see. What do you think Harris is going to do? It's so great that she hasn't done and had the opportunity to do in the past 4 years. What?
$6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18. Appreciate the Rocky, thank you so much. Limiting the effect of medical debt on someone's credit, allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing, $2,000 cap on pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month for everyone, not just seniors.
What wasn't that what Obamacare was supposed to do?
No. Currently, the ACA can be extended to cover things like that, but no, the ACA didn't currently do that. No, we have the ACA in effect right now, and she's advocating to expand the ACA even further.
Well, why didn't they do anything while they had the chance? Like, you had 4 years. And
Why
still
did-
going off the Obamacare thing. Like, why wouldn't they do it? Why don't they just keep saying what they're going to do, but they haven't done anything?
Wait, say that. I don't know what you're saying. Say that one more time. Like, why don't they do it now? Because of Congress. They have to get it through Congress, and she's VP.
Well, why wouldn't Biden push it through as an executive order?
They expanded the ACA under Biden's administration, and you can't executive order all of these things. They have to go through Congress. Sasha, thank you for the sage. Thank you so much. Ms.
Okay,
Connie,
I
thank you for the
forgot-
subscription. Thank you so much. What's up?
Thank you so much, Parker. I really appreciate the information, and I think he really enjoyed that. So thank you. We're gonna
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation.
Have a great day.
You too.
All right, Dawson, what you got for me? Dawson, you there, bud? Oh, Dawson's cooked, everyone. Dawson's cooked. All right, let's go to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Keep tapping that screen. Let's run it to 3 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the link tree in my bio, everyone. Make sure to do that, or instead of just looking it up, I would recommend that because you can get right to it. Hey, so you don't send it to like the people who pretend to be me. To scam people. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
November 2016. 2006. My fault.
November?
Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be 18 yet. Nice fucking math, bud, bro. Jesus Christ. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, definitely.
Why so?
I mean, open your eyes, man. Look at the country. It's 4 years of Biden and Harris, and you still believe they're gonna do something?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Like, really, man?
Yeah.
You must be delusional, man.
How so? I'm not Trump.
First thing they did is open the border. How many 20,000 illegal immigrants in this country now?
20,000?
Oh yeah, I'd be there. I think there's more. Honestly,
20,000 to 20,000 is not that many.
Not 20,000, 20 million. My bad.
Oh, okay. I'd like to see the data on that. But as it relates to this, why did Trump undermine the border bill?
Well, the border bill, that's kind of complicated because the border bill, they set that in place. So he has to undermine them to set that back up.
Wait, say that one time?
They changed, when they took the bill, they changed it.
No, they didn't. It was helped written by a Trump endorsed Republican Langford.
Trump did not undermine their bill to do the border. Trump wanted to shut the border down, and he had it almost shut down. And guess what? Everything he did, they undid when he got elected.
That's not true, but
you look it up, man. You say you look it up and see these facts. Look it up, man.
Did you know that at the end of Trump's administration, there were more border crossings than there are now?
I don't believe that.
That's according to the Customs and
That's
Border Protection.
Man.
The same source that Trump was sourcing right before he got shot.
So who's that source? CNN?
Customs and Border Protection.
Okay, yeah, they're lying too. You know why?
That Trump sources them. Did you know that Trump sourced them? Like on, the speech where he was giving a speech about like immigration when he got shot in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That was the graph that he had. He had a graph from the from the Customs and Border Protection right behind him.
Okay, I want to explain something. I want you to explain something to me about the shooting. That was Democrats. They set that whole thing up.
Actually, no. They were a registered Republican.
No, he was a Democrat. You can go look until they changed his website to Republican. That's what they be doing with it.
Aaron, they talked to the people that were like in his classroom, and they said that he was conservative. He would go on the conservative side of the class, and that he was like the only kid in the class that would do that. He was a registered Republican. He voted for Republicans in 2022, right? And it is the case that it was said that by his neighbors there were Trump signs out in the front yard.
Okay, so one of the most.
Diana, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Diana. I really appreciate it, Diana. Thank you so much.
So one of the
that's incredibly kind of you. Thank you.
Well-trained people. Hold on. The most well-trained organization in the world, set up to defend the most important person in this country that runs our fucking country, and they don't even fucking know anything about this guy. Like, this guy just gets up there, gets on a roof. Everybody's pointing them out. Secret Service ignores it. Fucking Homeland Security ignores it.
So Aaron, if you think it's a setup, well then what makes you think that it wasn't a setup to help Trump?
Help Trump because they almost fucking killed him. That bullet. You can be stupid.
Well, someone could say that it wasn't real and that it was actually like just a ketchup packet. He just had a ketchup packet.
Oh, so that bullet that we caught on camera, you can actually see the bullet. That somebody took a picture.
Yeah, that was edited. That was CGI, bro.
Oh my God, it's all edited, ain't it?
Aaron, that's exactly what you're doing. That's actually what you're doing right now, Aaron.
The fake news.
Yeah, you're fake news, buddy.
No, you're fake news. They're attacking Trump every way. They're controlling the justice system, weaponizing the justice system. I mean, what hell? They're letting illegal immigrants, thousands of them, fucking vote.
No, undocumented immigrants cannot vote in the U.S.
Yeah, they can. Trust me, they'll
No, they
figure their
can't.
fucking way. I trust. They did it last time.
Aaron, legit, they cannot. You just made that up.
They did that last time.
No, they didn't.
It's just that you don't want to believe it, man. You're too scared to believe it.
No,
because
you have no source to justify that. I promise you.
White boys for Harris.
Yeah.
You remember that? Yeah, you're a white boy for Harris.
Absolutely.
I hope you change your mind, man. Because if she wins and you see what this country turns to, don't start crying when you can't take care of yourself and your fucking family and shit. Don't cry.
I think I'll be fine, Aaron.
I'll see about it.
Yeah. Okay.
But you have a good day, man.
You understand that your cost of your goods are going to go up because of Trump. I hope you know that.
No, Trump had us good, man.
No, he won't because
No,
the
we were
tariff. Do you know
good.
what do you know what a tariff is? Can you tell me what a tariff is?
Yes, I know what a tariff is. Putting
So that would cause increase in prices.
Come into our country.
Yeah, that
He's
causes increased
taxing
prices.
China. He's taxing
No,
China.
it taxes consumers.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't tax
Yes,
us.
it does.
No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
Yes, it does.
That's a media-based lie.
No, it's
Yeah?
that's you understand.
Show me the
that's-
proof.
Yeah, left-wing economists
Bring up
and
one of
right-wing
them pages
economists.
you showed me.
Can I finish? Left-wing
No,
and
go
right-wing
ahead.
economists agree on this. I have a degree in economics, right? You can
I'm
see
sure.
the main
Well,
effect
college
of
is
tariffs.
bullshit.
Okay,
It's
so
just to
yeah.
take your money, so you just fell into that gamut.
No, I learned a lot that I use all the time. You don't like education. You don't like facts because you guys are feeling based, not fact based.
No, you're feeling based. You want to let men get sex changes and go into women's bathrooms. You want to let
What the hell are you talking?
little
You
girls
think it's
take hormones?
Aaron, listen to this. You think that it's okay for Donald Trump to walk into the changing rooms of naked teenage girls and brag about it in front of Howard Stern? Think of that mustache. Thank you so much. Don't tell me you care about trans people being able to go into the bathrooms that relate to their gender identity, because trans people going into the bathrooms that relate to their gender identity does not put anyone at greater risk. Actually, it puts trans people at a lesser risk. Okay, so overall does not increase risks. Also, right now, someone could, if they go into the bathrooms based on their biology, someone who's a cis man could just say that they're a trans man, because you're not going to do genitalia checks at the beginning of the bathroom, right? Or are you going to hire people to do genitalia checks? All right, Aaron. Every single time you walk into the bathroom, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. You're going to have to show. Just like once before, just to show everyone
Dude,
real
I'll
quick.
pull my dick out because I fucking care about my kids. I don't care if they check my dick.
So you would? So you want to do genital checks?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind because it's fucking sick for a
So
grown man.
every
A
single
grown man
time you
sees
go to the
penis.
bathroom, everyone, you're gonna have to do a genital check.
Oh, it's funny, but
Okay, everyone, every single time,
better than
we're gonna have to
finding
hire.
out
We're gonna
that
have to
you
hire
look
minimum wage
$1.
workers. Okay, he got
Oh.
flagged for civic and election integrity, but that guy, he wants every single time you to walk into the bathroom, you to have to do a genital check. So I'm gonna have. And they did appeal not approved for no fucking reason. I don't understand TikTok, bro. It's like the dumbest shit ever. Like literally lose my account for a week. I just got to 800K too. It's like I was doing fine and then they just want to ban me. TikTok's so frustrating. It's like literally all the time. How long? It's a whole week, everyone. It's a whole fucking week. For misinformation, bro. Like, what the hell did I do that was misinformation? Jesus Christ, dude. It's so stupid, chat. It's so stupid. Well, we're going to start getting some people up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Cole, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. It's very unfortunate, but hopefully we can build up the live. Hopefully we can. Let's get the first person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 50.
Are you going to be voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think he's a better person in position.
How so?
Well, I mean, he done a pretty good job his 4 years, and I don't think Kamala has really done much, even though she couldn't have authority to do.
Have I had you on my live before?
Yeah, we're buddies.
Okay. All right, I only had people up who have not been up here before. We are just looking for some debates. We're buddies, bro. I'm sorry. I apologize, Mike. I don't remember you. I do apologize. My memory is terrible, though, chat. I just talked to so many people. David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, bro. Wish we could get you verified. Yeah, I wish so, too. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Yeah. Wait, can I ask a question?
What's up?
What do you think about January 6th? Was it wrong?
Yeah? What?
Why? Because of democracy and shit like that? Is that why?
Yeah, I like democracy. I like representative democracy.
So, what do you think about Kamala never getting a vote and now she's about to be the president?
Dude,
she never
what's up
proved
with
her.
mic? Your mic is actually like hurts to hear on mic.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's just like I don't know. It's just like really weird mic.
I'm having a slice of pepperoni, but I'm trying to speak into the mic.
Okay. All right. Sorry. What were you saying? Like you understand that the party process isn't like undemocratic. There were people that could have run against her. No one decided to run against her, and everyone supported her. There was
No one decided to run against her. Do you actually believe that?
Yeah, that's what
She
happened.
never had any contenders.
Yeah.
How do you think that's pro-democracy?
Wait, no one
Please
contended.
show me
They all
how you
supported
twist that.
her. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. No one contested her.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know 8 out of 10 Democrats supported her?
I can send you an article from PBS saying that. Would you like to see it?
Oh, an article from PDS instead of a vote and a primary.
Yeah, PBS,
And a
an
rigged
independent
primary.
source.
An independent source. Now you believe your source instead of having a democratic vote and a primary.
Again,
Doesn't that sound that sound deluded?
No one primaried her. There
no one
was
primaried her. You think no one wanted to compete to be the president of the United States and the Democratic Party?
Yes, no.
How about you
prominent name
believe
did.
that it was
They all
rigged,
supported her.
a rigged primary, just like it was in 2016? The Democrats don't believe in democracy, and it's all
Can I ask you a
delusion.
question? How do you feel about Donald Trump sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win?
Why are you pivoting again? Again, that's a pivot because you're the one who's always talking about democracy. You're the one who wants to protect democracy. Your candidate is elected, not selected, not elected.
Again, no one contested it. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. I don't think that's anti-democratic. The delegates vote on behalf of what the American people want.
The same people that's paying for your for your lives is paying her. It's George Soros selecting everybody.
You think
And
George
you're
Soros
just
gives me
deluded.
money?
George Soros is paying the people that's paying you. It's like, knowing people that know people kind of
Really? So the people paying me are paid by George Soros. So they're giving me George Soros.
Or yeah,
money.
they work for some kind of democratic, some dem organization, and
Some Dem
George Soros pays
organization.
them.
And George Soros
Yeah.
pays them, and they pay
I have
me
a source.
So they're paying me George Soros money.
Your George Soros money is getting to you. Yeah, that's fact. Facts
Okay,
over
so
feelings.
can I just like turn that on right now with just by like a switch of a button? Like George Soros money, come! Like is that how it works?
They're about to come right now.
Really?
Where they're about to? Yeah, every gift, every Venmo.
Gabrielle, thank you so much for the $20.24 from George Soros. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
$20.24 from George Soros right there.
Yeah,
That's
seriously.
facts.
Seriously.
My source number one. Yeah, exactly.
So wait, so
how
are
about
you paid by the
refute my
are you paid by the
Democratic claim?
Kremlin? Are you paid by the Kremlin?
I'm. Where's my money? I'm not paying. I'm not. That's why
Yeah, I can
I'm
say
not
the same thing. Where's
letting-
my money?
You just got money from George Soros. You don't believe that's from George Soros?
You think I actually just got money, $20 from George Soros? Are you trolling?
You look at that. Look at all those gifts from George Soros. Yeah, exactly. George Soros wants open borders. He wants open.
That's why Trump undermined the border bill, right?
Open society bullshit. He wants to indoctrinate and make you forget about two genders. and
so
make
can
you
I just-
think that
can I just ask you the question, like,
he paid for that
when
shirt.
did-
Where did you
when
get
did-
that shirt?
when-
George
when did-
Soros paid for that shirt.
Okay, you've got
It looks like a shirt that George Soros.
You
Bro,
gotta be
like, look at
trolling. I
that
don't
shirt.
believe you're real. I'm
Look
not,
at
I don't
that
believe you're
shirt.
real.
Wait,
No, please,
wait. Before
please tell me if you're joking right now. Please, just please.
that shirt.
I'm actually
there's
so
no way you
deluded
picked
from
that
the people
shirt.
that come on my lives
Where did you
that
get
like
that
I
shirt,
actually
though?
don't know if you're being serious. I'm so
Tell me-
deluded.
tell
Please
me,
tell me you're joking.
Kamal.
Okay, you got civic and
Kamala.
election integrity. So later, bud. Kato, thank you for the $7.77 from George Soros. Catlin, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15 from George S. Money. Thank you so much. I actually don't know who he is. Yeah, seriously. Jordan, thank you for the $1 for sorry George is broke. David, thank you for the $6.66 from George Soros. And Christopher, thank you for the $20 from George Soros. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Y'all are funny. All right, yo, it's okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. My shirt is a dead giveaway. You're right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good morning. No, I'm not. I'm not voting for Biden. I'm sorry you put me up. I just like listen to your live. You're very smart.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Hello?
Okay, that's unfortunate. MAGA Mobile. Look at that. Let's get this next individual up here. Do tap that screen. Let's run up to 100,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Listen, first of all, thanks for me. Yeah, listen, can I speak as a European person that would vote for Trump? Am I okay to talk or?
No. I only had people who are in the United States voting for Trump. And so I'm asking, like, why are you voting? You know? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
My values just align better with the conservative party than liberal.
Like the sexual abuse, the defamation, the fraud, the
No, I love how you just run right to that stuff.
The coup.
No,
The restricting
no,
women's access to abortion.
like protecting, the Constitution and
Really, the termination of the Constitution? Is that what you meant?
I mean, it seems like you're too deep into Project 2025. That's a huge hoax, but
Project 20, I don't know why you just randomly said Project 2025 buzzword. Okay, do you want to respond to what I just said?
yeah, I don't defend people that are liable for sexual abuse. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm not in favor.
So why are you
I'm
voting
not
Trump?
in favor of taking away reproductive rights.
So why are you voting Trump?
Because I don't think we already know what to expect with Trump. He ran the country for 4 years. Things really weren't all that bad under him.
Wait,
I
but
mean,
he has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
right. But I'm going to vote for the party that I'm most aligned with.
So you align with sexual abuse?
I don't align with sexual abuse.
You more align with sexual abuse. My bad.
I don't. No.
Well, okay. So then you're not going to vote for him, right?
No, I am going to vote for him because I'm going to vote for the conservative party.
So you more align with sexual abuse?
I don't.
So then what? Do you
What was
more
it?
align with the sexual abuse because of other things that you like about him?
Well, for the 4 years that we had him, I mean, minus the COVID year, I think all things considered, we were living in a pretty decent time.
Okay. 4 years ago, there was 7.8% unemployment.
Okay, what's it at now? Or what was it? What was the highest under the Biden-Harris administration?
The day they took office.
Which one?
6.4% the day they took office.
Okay, why was it 7.8 under Trump?
COVID.
Okay.
But again, it happened under his administration. Appreciate the Henry. Thank you so much. So you just
Okay,
blame
but,
him, right?
No.
Okay,
It
so
was a
then
global
obviously if it just
pandemic.
happens under the okay, yes, same thing with inflation.
Yeah, I understand how inflation works. I'm not putting inflation on one party or the other. I'm just saying, I don't understand how you could characterize or categorize inflation to be Trump's fault when it was a worldwide pandemic.
I didn't say inflation was Trump's fault. Appreciate the hand art. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say that appreciate the hand mustache. Thank you. That just because it happened under administration does not mean it's caused by that administration. That's kind of like the point I'm making.
Right, and I understand the point that you're making. Like, I understand how inflation works. I understand, GDP growth and everything like that. And I understand that what's going on right now, gas prices, food prices, all of that, isn't exactly the Biden-Harris administration's fault. What I can say about that is I think that they could be a little bit tougher on corporations to bring down prices than they have been. I think that... I don't exactly know like what they could bring to or legislation that they could pass to say, like you have to cap gasoline at X amount of dollars per gallon.
Cap it?
But
so price controls? I thought Republicans are like they don't like price controls. Also, Trump wants tariffs, which would cause an increase in gas prices.
Why would it cause an increase in gas prices if we're drilling more oil now than we ever have in American history?
Yeah, because 10 to 20% tariffs on imported goods would cause prices to go up for oil. Because there's less supply of oil in the country.
But how is that?
Because we're importing less. Mary, thank you for the roses. Thank you so much.
Again, but like, why aren't we filling that deficit by drilling more oil now than we ever have in American history?
We already do right now.
So why do we rely on imports to drop the price of gas?
Because the amount we produce at any point in American history was not enough to, as of right now, proportionally speaking, take care of all of the needs for energy production in the United States. That's not how it works, right? Like you import to keep. If you want the price low, then importing is the way to keep the price low. Otherwise, you're going to have a very low supply. Right, comparative to what we use.
Yeah, no, I understand where you're going with that, but so when the war broke out in Ukraine with Russia and Ukraine, obviously we stopped getting oil from Russia for a while, right? So how do we and then we increase our drilling after that, right? So why is there still a deficit in our reserve and prices coming down?
So what is the deficit in our reverse? What? I mean, why do we use our reserves to lower prices?
Again, but the prices haven't come down as fast, as much as we've been drilling.
Yeah, because we don't have enough in supply to do that, to be able to make the price go down that much. You see, the gradual increase in production will lead to a gradual decline in price unless we get more imports into the country.
Okay. Well, like where I'm at in Pennsylvania, right? In one of our counties up here closer to the New York border, it is the first time in 15 years that we are no longer actively drilling for oil in the county.
But the Biden-Harris administration accepted 50% more drilling permits.
But where is that? Like
overall, I don't know. I don't know the exact IP address or not IP addresses, coordinates for them, right? But I know that we produce more, and we have more drilling permits that have been accepted, according to federal data.
Okay. As far as renewable energies go and clean energy, right? I haven't really looked into this all that much. What is Harris's stance on wanting to expand on the clean energy and green energy?
The largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right, but what is she going to do to expand off of that?
To expand off of that? It would just be continuing to invest in the things that she's already set up through the bill. So it would just be extending those policies, making sure that they follow through. I don't think she's pledged herself to anything else. Not that I've seen,
for example, offshore wind energy, right, is becoming a big fail.
Yeah, we're supposed to be, in these policies, we're supposed to be carbon neutral, I'm pretty sure, by 2050.
2050?
Or around
Didn't she put a date on it?
But that doesn't mean we don't produce any carbon. That just means that we're neutral in it. So we're going to be taking carbon out of the air. That's a part of the process.
And putting it where, back into the ground? That's the question. Okay.
That's the only option.
Yeah. No, I work in biogas engineering, so I understand that a little bit. Another thing that I would point out, like that I don't really like with Kamala Harris is she's kind of went back on a lot of things that she has said in the past, more recently than not. Like, you know, her stance on firearms. She wanted to be real tough on firearms, and you know.
Did you know Trump wants to take the guns first and do due process second?
What do you mean he wants to take the guns first?
I'll give you a clip of him saying it. Bethany, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. Trump literally said that he, in the context of like, quote unquote, potentially dangerous individuals, they should take the guns first and then do due process second.
Why is that a problem?
Okay, wait, no, you just said that. Okay, so do you agree that he said that? So, like, I don't have to play the video.
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the clip. Like, I don't. If you said that or not, I'll take your word for it. But like, why is that a process, taking the guns away from a potentially harmful human, and then doing the due diligence after? Like, why?
Vivian,
why
thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
Or might take the firearms first and then go to court, because that's another system. Because a lot of times, by the time you go to court, it takes so long to go to court to get the due process procedures. I like taking the guns early, like in this crazy man's case that just took place in Florida. He had a lot of firearms. They saw everything. To go to court would have taken a long time. So you could do exactly what you're saying, but take the guns first, go through due process second.
So again, like, why is that a problem?
No, you were just saying that, like, you're about, like, oh, it's so bad that they're taking away guns, but then Trump also literally also supports things like that. I don't have anything wrong with it. No. I'm just telling you that it's like gun control isn't in support.
He's in support of taking weapons away from hands that it shouldn't be in. She's talking about...
Okay, well, that would be himself. That would be himself, buddy.
Okay.
Do you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Is he convicted of being a violent sex offender? I know that he's
do you think violent sex offenders should be able to get access to guns?
I don't.
Okay, so no, they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but they should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes.
Again, is he a violent sex offender?
Yes, he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, which means he forcibly penetrated her vagina against her will.
Yeah. I mean, a case that happened back in the 90s, and somebody
does that mean it's any less valid?
I think the legitimacy of the case is a little less valid because it's happening now, or it happened in more recent times, you know, compared to when it happened.
Okay, so you think that if someone was raped 20 years ago, you're not going to believe it?
Why wouldn't that person come forward before?
Most victims don't come out. 61% of victims don't come out at all.
Okay. I mean,
in terms of reports.
I mean,
you want to know what she did do? She told her friends. You want to know what she did do? She told a therapist. There's medical records that were submitted to the state. Do you believe that?
I don't know. I didn't look into that all that much. Like, what kind of
medical records were submitted to the state?
Claiming what?
That she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump.
But doesn't it also state in that case that she doesn't know whether it was hand or if it was, you know, another piece of his body?
What? Yeah, So yeah, it is the case that's totally compatible with someone being sexually assaulted, that they didn't know if it was the male member or like a finger, the fingers.
Right. So I'm asking, like,
or both.
If there's medical documents, I'm asking, like, if there's medical documents backing that up, like, what was said in the medical documents that prove that he violently attacked her or sexually abused her?
So again, she explicitly told, right, her therapist, which has been written down and been submitted to the state, So it has recorded documents. We can literally see that. Not only that, but there's also a dress that has DNA on it, right? Unidentified male DNA, where Trump was given 2 years to give up his DNA, and there was literally, he didn't give it within the allotted time. So he had multiple years to give up his DNA. Why didn't he give up his DNA?
I mean, if I don't know. I don't
her.
think,
There's no way she could have his DNA, and there's no way it is the case that this DNA would be there. So clearly he should give up his DNA, because it is the case that it would show that he wasn't there if he was innocent. But if he's guilty, the reason he would hold on to it is so that he wouldn't incriminate himself.
I got you. I don't know. I just think the timing of the case is kind of real weird. Just like the business falsification or the business documents falsification cases. Why didn't those cases take place, 5 years ago or 6 years ago? Why is it happening right in the midst of the presidential election?
So actually, 2019 is when she filed. She filed in 2019. So you asked, why didn't she do it then?
No, I'm okay. She filed in 2019. Like, why did it take all the way up until 2024 for things to start proceeding?
No, this has already been done for a few years.
I thought this was more recent, that he was in court.
You're thinking the felonies.
Oh, okay, I'm getting the two confused.
Yeah,
Right.
There's so many cases against him that you're getting them confused.
Yeah. So again, another reason why I'd vote for Trump over Kamala is, his stance and, oh my God, I'm losing my train of thought here. His stance on, like what can and can't be taught in schools as far as, transgender and stuff like that. He's against.
What are you against being taught?
Again, like, I don't think third graders should be taught that, because you're a boy and you think you want to be a girl, that we have to affirm that you're a girl. Like, that's just kind of bizarre.
So I have a question. Should kids be taught that trans people exist?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think that it's a conversation to be had.
Okay. So what school is teaching kids what you just said?
Okay, I'm sitting at a computer right now. I can pull it up for you.
Go for it. It's not being taught that just if you think something, that's it. Is what's being said is that if you are trans, right, you should be accepted. That's really all that could be talked about, right? Like I don't see what you're saying. Like, I've never heard of that. And also, like, what about being straight being pushed on people? Are you against that?
How is being straight pushed on people?
Well, the social norms of our society, right? Stigmatizing being GUI throughout history. Have you been against that?
No. But again, like,
do you think you should?
I don't think being straight is being pushed on anybody. It's just kind of like,
you don't think we live in a heteronormative society where people think you should be, at vast scale, think you should be straight?
I would say some religions align more with that than others. Like,
is like a predominant amount of the religion in our society?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like, yeah, obviously, yes, religion heavily influences our society to be heteronormative.
Right. So again, like, if that's been taught forever, and it's, I'm not religious, so I can't, tell you what's in the Bible or anything else. But, like, if that's the premise that, people are relying on, why is that an issue the same way that someone would want to educate somebody on being transgender? Like, you're trying to flip the argument to say that teaching people to be straight is some issue.
No, I'm asking if you have any issue of that while you look up your fucking source and you're not looking it up anymore.
I'm actually reading the Washington Post right now. Gender identity less than in some schools and rising in others.
Okay. I'm confused. So again, no one's indicating that that is the case that they're being taught what you're fucking referencing at all.
Well, I again, like I mean, there's been videos that you could look up on this platform, on other platforms of elementary school teachers, replacing the American flag with a LGBTQ community flag.
Like a pride flag? What's the issue with that?
Why would you replace? Why not just hang both of them? Like, why do you
have an issue?
Because you shouldn't be taking down the flag that represents
it's their classroom.
Again, you're
why do they have to put up an American flag?
I mean, that seemed to be pretty standard when I went to school. That every classroom had an American flag.
Who cares?
I'm not saying it's wrong for them to hang a pride flag, but why replace the American flag?
Why does the American flag need to be there?
Because you're representing the country.
You don't have to. Why do you have to do that?
Why though? Why don't you?
Why do you have to? Why do you have to have the American flag in there?
I think it teaches.
Why are you mad about a pride flag? Like you're literally on here arguing that you're going to vote for a violent sex offender, a guy who tried to coup the country, all because of this.
No, it's not
a pride flag. A pride flag in a school.
You're also the guy that just went on a platform on YouTube and argued that God the Father was a man and this and that, and tried to prove a point against Charlie Kirk that completely went out the window.
I mean, don't even know what point I'm making because you're not even critical of enough of a thinker to like even think through it. I can tell you, under his view, God the Father is a man, and we use he/him pronouns to refer to them. Yet, so that means that gender is sociologically based. It's not biologically based. Okay, I was just showing him that based upon the way he's defining it, XY chromosomes, it contradicts because God the Father, a man, doesn't have XY chromosomes. You still use he/him pronouns, yet he doesn't have XY chromosomes. I explained that, but you're not critical enough of a thinker to like see through that because you're so partisan to one side.
I'm not partisan to one side. When I'm like, what I can't understand is, can you explain again what you just said about gender?
Yeah, under his view, gender is sociological. It's not biological because God the Father, all fathers are men or boys, right? Which would be a man in this scenario. All fathers specifically are men. So it is the case that God the Father is a man, right? If a God the Father is a man and doesn't have XY chromosomes, right, then not all men have XY chromosomes. So his standard of using XY chromosomes is then invalid. Okay, then I asked him, what's the biology of God? He said he doesn't know. Okay, so he doesn't know the biology of God. So if he doesn't know the biology of God, then how can he say that gender is biologically based? If he says that God the Father is a man.
I get what you're trying to say, but also in that video that I watched, like, can you explain again, how gender and sex are different and how they differentiate?
Yeah, because gender is sociological, sex is biological.
So they don't correlate, in your view?
I mean, when you say correlate, are they associate with each other? Yes. Oftentimes, gender and sex are associated with each other, right? But in some circumstances, right, you wouldn't necessarily say that they are, right? Because, again, it is the case that there's a difference in some circumstances. It's kind of like a Venn diagram where there's like a lot of overlap and then there's like some non-overlap.
I get it, but like I don't know, the way that you went about that in that specific video, like I think your view is kind of a little bit out there. We
like
definitely
what's out there about it?
Like sex and gender directly correlate in my view. Like
Stephanie, if you're $10, thank you so much. Okay, so God the Father isn't a father because he doesn't have a sex.
Okay, I'm not religious, so I can't, like, that's not a good example.
I know, but that's his view. That's his view. So like it debunked him, right?
Okay, if it debunked him or not, like I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'm speaking on my view. Like, sex and gender directly correlate. If you were
so
if you were born a girl, if you were born a woman, you're a woman.
No one's born a woman because they're not born an adult.
Okay, you're born a girl. You're born
So you're
with
saying
a
if you're
female.
biologically female. So
Right.
again, why does gender have to be biologically based in your view?
Well, like why
Is
like,
someone's name biologically based? Is your name Cameron biological? Like, can I identify that was your name? Like, without you telling me? Without someone
Yeah,
communicating
I
that to me?
mean, typically,
I'd be able to
typically-
biologically determine what your name is?
most of the time, yeah. Like your name is Parker. I've
Cameron,
never
that
met
was
a
one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. You can't identify that my name is Parker biologically. You can't. That's not possible, dude.
Are you saying
It's
like
totally
you're
socially
actually
constructed? Like if I
Socially
died and like someone had my body, could they figure out my name was Parker if they didn't know anything about if the entire world just collapsed? There's no people anymore except for this one person. They find my body. Could they find out my name is Parker without seeing any papers or any of that dumb shit that could tell them it's me? No,
I thought that's
because
what
nothing
I
about
thought-
my body indicates my name is Parker.
Right. Okay, we could go down that rabbit hole. If someone was to dig you up in 20 years, the world collapsed, whatever, people would be able to say that you're a male.
Male, but they wouldn't necessarily be able to say that I
Right,
would
but
be
that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm
like
saying
a
about,
man,
like, the
because
whole-
again, man is sociologically based in the same way that our names are sociologically based. So
Okay,
again, I
but,
agree
like-
with you. The sex you can identify biologically. I'm not disputing that.
Right, but that's like where I'm coming back at the, I'll say at the trans community a little bit, like, just because you feel like you're something else and say that you're something else doesn't necessarily mean you are that something else. Like,
So how do you define? Can you tell me how you define gender?
It's the sex that you were born with. Sex
the
and
sex.
gender are exclusively, they're exclusive.
Okay, so let me. So if it's just based upon sex, well then, when I was a 1-year-old, was I a man?
You were a boy, which would be aligned with the male gender.
So why is there a distinction between boy and man? Adult, that's based upon a sociological connotation with particular biological constructs. So
Right.
again, you're associating these social constructs with certain biological phenomena that occur.
But you just gave the perfect example. If the world collapsed and someone was to find your body, they wouldn't be able to identify you based on your name, or they wouldn't be able to come up with your name, right, if they found your body. But what they would be able to do is to identify your gender.
So again, it depends on how you're using the term gender. You can use gender to say it's biological, but what I'm telling you is you can also use gender in a sociological context, in the same way that you use people's names in a sociological context.
I don't know. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Why
I don't
not?
know. Like,
So what's the contradiction with me doing it this way?
with
Because
you
I'm just saying
doing
it's
it-
possible logically. Like there's no internal contradiction.
Well, there is, because one is based on science, right? If they were to find your body and identify you,
There's no internal
Yes.
contradiction. Wait, again, if they find your body and they look at you, they are not going to be able to find what your name is.
right? But they're going to be
But
able
yet
to
your
tell
name is still valid. It's still a valid concept for you to have a name, right?
Right.
Okay. So again, you think that sociological context, right, is valid, at least logically speaking. So why would you say that it's not valid here?
Why would I say it's not valid here?
Uh-huh.
Based off of your name?
No, what I'm saying is like, why wouldn't, in terms of gender, right, saying that there can be a context of gender that isn't solely biologically based.
But in my worldview on it, like how is that different than associating with the sex that you were born with? Like, I guess I can't get over the distinction of how people are separating sex and gender to come up with, whatever it is that they're associating themselves with.
Right, so that trans people have valid identities? Because we're saying that gender is sociologically based. That's all we're saying, right? The way that you engage with gender is like, for example, have you seen any of my biological characteristics?
I could look at you and clearly identify that you're a male.
Why? Because you haven't seen my gametes, you haven't seen my chromosomes, you haven't seen my genitalia.
No, but bone structure.
Bone structure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's totally arbitrary.
It's not. How is that arbitrary?
So you're saying it would be impossible for someone who's female to have a similar bone structure to me?
Actually, when you compare, if you were to put the remains of one person being male, right, on one side.
No, right now I'm just talking about how we're talking right now. Are you saying it is impossible for someone who's biologically female to have similar facial structure to me, or similar structure, bone structure?
No, I'm not saying that's impossible.
Okay, so it is possible. So then the point that I would then ask you is, how do you know?
How do you know that you're a male?
Yeah. How do you know I'm a man?
I mean, just based off your appearance.
That's sociological. Appreciate the hand up.
You have a.
You're just saying
do you
what's
have
typical based upon society, like societal context.
Do you have an Adam's apple that bulges out? No.
Can you see? Can you see that right now?
I can't, but if I was to see you in
can't.
public,
So like, but you still believe that I'm a man.
Yes.
Okay, so like you don't need to see that in order to know that I'm a man. You knew that I was man based upon certain things that exist sociologically, right? That you expect to be typical, given that they're like a man. Appreciate the love painting. Thank you. Right, like I have a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex.
Okay. Hold on, I'm taking a break. Okay. I mean, I'm just this rabbit hole that we're going down.
Okay, Cameron. Why are you're using this to vote for Trump? Like that's what's cringe.
No. So what else I would say on why I'm voting for Trump, right? So like Kamala Harris wasn't nominated by the people. There was no primary held. They just kind of threw her there after they realized that Biden wasn't going to win the election. So she wasn't the actual people's candidate, first of all. Second of all, I think she's terrible when it comes to...
Wait, Cameron. 8 out of 10 Democrats are satisfied with her being the nominee. No one ran against her.
Her approval rating was worse than Biden's in the first 2 years.
Her approval rating is positive right now. Go to 538. Her approval rating is positive.
Right now?
I mean, she has more approval than disapproval. Appreciate the hand art. Trump has more disapproval than approval. So he's so unpopular. Why do you want to support him?
He's so unpopular. I mean, we'll see that when it comes to the election, but I'm saying, like, before she was the candidate for president, she had a worse approval rating than Biden.
You can say whatever. Who cares? That doesn't demonstrate anything.
Who cares? Okay? Of course, she only has the support because
also
she's
a
now
lot of American people. Wait, a lot of the people in America didn't really know who she is. Appreciate the hand art. Like vice presidents, typically speaking, within American history, haven't been that prevalent within the conversation.
I mean, they kind of hid her away for 3 years and didn't really let her.
They did not hide her. She was not hidden. You're just not as involved in politics, so you didn't see her much.
Okay, what has she done over the 3 years? And don't give me, the infrastructure bill and everything.
The largest amount of tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, including the Inflation Reduction Act. She went to countries in South and Central America and raised over $5 billion of private funding specifically to build up infrastructure in those countries to reduce people coming to the country in the first place, to the U.S.
And has that worked?
Yeah. It's led to a decrease.
I mean, I don't think... I don't really... That's a whole different topic, though.
Kelsey, thank you for the $8. Thank you so much, Kelsey. They said there's over 700 national security officials for Harris.
Okay. I think, going on off of that, we could talk about the border, too. Like, I think that they did a terrible job handling the border. And I know the statistic that you're going to say, if we have a border crisis now, then we had one under Trump. And the argument I would make for that, again, is we were living in a global pandemic.
No. What I'm going to say is, why did Trump undermine the border bill?
Why did he undermine the border bill?
Yeah.
Okay, what else was included with that border bill?
That was separated from the appropriations. No. The appropriations passed and the border bill didn't.
No, it was all
I can
grouped
show you.
into-
It's the Border Act of 2024 because they had
It
the
was all
Secure the Border
grouped
Act of 2023. You guys didn't accept that, so they had to do a standalone one, Border Act of 2024, and it still didn't get passed.
Of 2024. So was 2023 the one where it was grouped in with Ukraine?
Yeah, with the appropriations.
Okay, I can tell you why that one failed, obviously.
No, because that's a bullshit claim because the appropriations got passed. Okay? Trump didn't undermine the appropriations. Trump undermined the border bill and bragged about it. He said, blame it on me if the border bill fails. And by the way, the Border Act of 2024 is S4361.
I just did a quick Google search.
Did you find S4361?
Yeah.
There you go.
118th Congress. So 2023, 2024. Okay. It would require the government to process at least 1,400 migrants per day at border crossings and maintain some protections.
Okay, so that didn't get passed. So the point that I would make is that Trump doesn't care about the border. Trump cares about looking good and using it as a talking point.
Okay, I'll ask you this then: why was it such an issue when he was trying to secure the border with building the wall?
There was a different set of people in Congress, and then also as it relates to this, because he wasn't willing to give up any of the any concessions. Whereas with the bipartisan border bill, there were concessions on both sides, right? Like they were willing to give up funding for the border wall in order to make it faster for people to get through the asylum process, right? Instead of it taking 8 to 10 years, it takes 6 months to 1 year for us to fully process the claims.
That's under the new border bill?
Yeah, that would be under the border bill.
Yeah. Do you think that's enough time to properly process all these people trying to...
Yes, because we have more judges to be able to deal with that.
I don't know anything like that when it comes to this country. I don't think a quick, speedy process. I think that's going to lead to a lot of loopholes and a lot of...
No, it's still everything is met under that bill, right? It is the case that they're able to go through the system faster.
Okay. What I will say is, if Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania runs for president one day,
Coach, thank you for the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
I would probably support Josh Shapiro in becoming president just because he has a track record and he has a proven record of getting things done. You know, I'm not, like I said, I'm not against the Inflation Reduction Act. I'm not against the infrastructure bill, anything like that. Like, I've seen positive impacts of that. Obviously, like in Pennsylvania, all of our major roadways are under construction right now. But that's being implemented by a guy that knows how to use those resources. I just don't think, like, I haven't seen enough of Kamala Harris to say, like, I'm confident in her doing that, where we know what we're getting under Trump.
Okay, so
And,
again, yeah, I can tell you things that she's done. I can tell you things she's done. She's done literally the largest investment in renewable energy ever in the $35 cap on insulin with the Inflation Reduction Act. She was the tie-breaking vote on that, and there was literally the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever under her administration. I also told you about the multiple billions of dollars of private funding. If you trust Shapiro and Shapiro is voting for Harris, why don't you vote for Harris?
Because again, like, I just living in Pennsylvania and seeing what Shapiro is doing, and implementing, even at the state level, is a lot more than, you know, what I see her putting forth.
Yeah, but
like,
given what he's done, he's seen her make these types of decisions, and he thinks that she can do it. He might even be a part of the administration.
I hope not, because I don't want to lose our governor.
I get it, but like the point I'm making is that like they're definitely on the same side.
I got
she has
you on
plenty
that.
of experience.
So, like, one example that I'll give you that I absolutely love under Josh Shapiro that, quite frankly, neither side has really touched, that I'm kind of frustrated about, is he just signed, I can't think of exactly what the bill was, but it benefits disabled and autistic children. And someone that has an autistic child, like, that means the absolute world to me.
And who's
but again,
more likely to fight for that, Trump or Harris?
I don't think that you could
What
say.
would Josh Shapiro say?
I think he would say Harris, obviously, because he's a Democrat. But I don't think that you can say in confidence that one side would fight for that more than the other.
Well, then why do you trust Josh Shapiro then?
So I trust him a lot more than, say, our former governor, Tim Wolf, because Tim Wolf, again, he was not a good public speaker. He didn't correlate with the public all that well. A lot of similarities that I see with Kamala, to be honest with you. Like, I've tried sitting and watching some of her speeches or interviews, and I don't know, like, sometimes I just get the feeling that she talks in circles. And, like, how is that
an example? And also,
Yeah.
you could reference that Trump makes fun of people with disabilities. Have you seen the Trump make fun of a disabled reporter?
The reporter? Yeah, I saw that. But
so how could we support that?
Again, that I don't. When it comes to passing legislation or bills that are around autism or other disabilities, I don't think that you can sway it one way or the other and say one side is going to fight for it harder
But Trump
than the
makes
other.
fun of people who are disabled.
Okay, but Trump or Kamala also made fun of 18 to 22-year-olds and said that, we're stupid and we belong in dorms. So why would you support her if you're 22?
Because I'm not offended. I'm not offended.
I'm offended.
I think she... Okay, you are? Really? Trump said we're
Yeah,
smart and we're
I'm-
mostly voting against him. So what does that say about Trump?
I'm 22 years old. I have a family of almost 4. I have a great paying job and I live fairly well. Like, I'm not
Cameron,
Cameron,
I don't think that... I think what she means is that it is the case that people are naive when we're younger. Right? We're naive within certain respects. I think that's what she means.
I don't know. The way that she came out and said
Wait,
that.
you have a family of 4?
I'll have a family. Yeah, I'm about to have I'll have my 3rd child. We're going to be a family of 5. I'm sorry. Me, my girlfriend, and then our 3 children.
At
We're a family of
22?
4. Yeah.
Bro, you're my age. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah. I mean, that's another reason I kind of like jumping on
And
TikTok.
also, she
watching
was also
people's lives.
speaking about like juvenile crime.
She was talking. Okay, I mean, I'd have to go back and watch. Obviously, you know how the world works with things getting clipped up. Like, that just what gets thrown at you is that 10-second clip of her saying that 18 to 22-year-olds are stupid, and that's why we have a resident assistant and stuff like that.
Yeah, but you know that Trump. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Trump says that we're smart and we're mostly voting against him.
I don't know. I know a lot of people that are still voting for Trump.
If you were to only let 18 through 24 vote, right? Who do you think would win?
Right now?
Yeah.
Right now, I think it would be fairly close, but I think that the Democrats would probably come out on top.
It would not be fairly close. If you look at the Electoral College for 18 through 24, it's vastly Democrat. Like by large numbers.
I don't know. See, like, I guess I'd have to look at that too. But really, what I'd like to see, actually, I wanted to go back and find this clip of her kind of talking in circles. I think it was on Oprah the other day, actually. Is that the last big thing that she just did?
Cameron, would you vote for someone who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years when they were 40 years old?
Again, like, no.
No? Donald Trump has said that. Do you want to hear it?
I've heard the clip. I've watched your lives all the time. I've seen it. You run on the same talking points most of the time.
It's the same conversation. So now that you know this, again, you've known it before, why are you still voting for him after you just said you wouldn't vote for him?
Do you think that people that are in prison on death row and accused of, violent sexual abuse should have the right to vote?
Do I think they should have the right to vote?
Yep.
Like to vote for president?
Yep.
Sure.
Incarcerated individuals that are facing life, or those who took another life, they have the right to vote.
Like, I don't really care. Like, I don't think that would sway the elections a lot, but sure, you could say no, you could say yes. I don't really care.
That's crazy.
What's
I don't know. If you take the life of another individual, I don't think
Because you're
that
talking
you should,
about right to vote. Like, are you saying that right to vote should be infringed upon?
Well, it already is. Like, felons can't vote.
Okay.
In most states.
Okay, so Trump shouldn't be able to vote?
Does he vote?
Wait, to clarify, you think violent sex offenders should be able to run for president and be
He's
president?
not a violent sex offender.
He is a violent sex offender.
He is found civilly liable for sexual abuse. He's not a violent sex offender.
He's not a violent sex offender. Okay,
Yeah.
so hold up. I'll accept it. Let's say they shouldn't be able to vote. So what's your point from this?
My point is, like Kamala said in an interview, that we should have the conversation that incarcerated people, that are on death row, or however it was phrased, we should have the conversation about them voting. Like, why?
I don't know. Is that really a big issue?
I think it is an issue. Just like I think one thing
If she's
that
talking about like felons being able to vote, she's like trying to fight for Trump's rights here, bro.
Yeah, I don't think it obviously, if you put yourself in the position and committed,
You
the
wouldn't
crime-
fight for Trump's rights?
Do I think that he should be able to vote if he has 34 felony convictions? Not necessarily, because no other felons could get.
What? Dude, what is this shit? You shouldn't be able to vote if you have 34 felony convictions, but you should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes. Got it.
What I'm
Jesus
saying,
Christ, dude, make that make sense. Come on, man.
what I'm saying is, no other felons. Well, I can't say no other felons. A majority of other felons can't vote, right? So why all of a sudden should we have the conversation that people that take the lives from other people should have the right and should have, the freedom to vote? We shouldn't.
Okay,
Morally,
okay,
it's wrong.
if you're against that, sure, whatever. Now, Trump shouldn't be able to vote, so it's also immoral to vote for one.
Are you against?
I think it's
the
worse.
death
I think it's worse to vote for someone who's a violent sex offender than to grant the right to vote for people who have committed crimes.
No, I disagree with that. I would disagree with that. But anyway, like, are you against the death
What do
penalty?
you
or
mean? You
are
think it's
for
okay to
them?
vote for a violent sex offender?
Again, he's not a violent sex
He
offender.
is a violent sex offender.
What act did he do that was so
He's
violent?
been held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman against her will.
Again, they don't even know what he used to penetrate her. Was it his hand? Was it
Does that change whether or not it was violent sexual abuse?
I think it
Does that change whether or not it was
150%.
grape? You think it does? So you think
Yeah.
if someone uses their fingers, it's not grape?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this specific case, again, they don't have any specifics. Did he use his hands? Did he use his genitals? Like,
They do,
how can you say-
wait.
if
She
you
doesn't
don't
know.
even
She doesn't know if it was his fingers, his male member, or both, because she was being violently assaulted.
What did he do that was so violent? Did he pin her down? Did he hold her against the wall?
Forcefully penetrating her against her will. That's
Again,
violent.
like-
Is grape not violent?
It is, but what he did. and
Oh,
what
okay.
they're
So
claiming
if grape
he
is
did-
violent, wait. So if you think grape is violent, well then you think that Trump is a violent sex offender for forcefully penetrating, right, E. Jean Carroll against her will. Tater, I appreciate the hand heart.
Again, I don't think it was forceful.
Annalise, thank you for the
Like,
dollar. It
I-
was.
I
That's
don't
what
think-
it was. You don't think it was forceful? What the fuck are you talking about? Appreciate the hand art. What the hell do you
What-
mean it's not forceful? What the fuck? You don't think grape is forceful?
Oh my God! I didn't say do I think grape is forceful. And yeah, I see someone in the comments. Do you have a daughter? Yeah, I have one daughter. What? Like, I don't understand the point they're trying to make. But anyways,
Wait, so if that same thing happened to you, would you not call it grape?
If the same thing happened to me,
Yeah, if you didn't know whether or not it was someone's fingers or whether or not it was someone's male member, would that mean it's not grape? Would that mean it's not violent?
what I'm saying is, no. That's not what I'm saying. Do I think it would be grape? Do I think it would be violent? Yes. What I'm saying is, like, I would at least come out and say something about it and get something done about it when it happened.
61% of victims don't come out. Are you saying the 61% of victims are invalid?
I think that a good majority of them claim that it's something that it's really not, and that's why they don't come out.
What percent of reports are false reports?
I couldn't give you a statistic
About
on that.
2 to 10%, which means you have a
2 to
90.
10%.
Yeah, which means you have a 90 to 98% likelihood of being accurate just by believing someone off of a report. And he's been held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. It was likely that at least a few of the people on that jury were at least right-wing. Because if you take the percentage of people who are right-wing in that area, it is very likely that at least 1 to 3 of them at least were MAGA, right? And or conservative. Just based upon proportions from society.
I don't know. Without asking the jury like what their political preference is, again, like I don't know how you could prove. I don't know how you could try this man without having some sort of bias, either for him or against him.
Well, if they have, wait, so it was a unanimous decision. So even the people that had bias towards him convicted him in a civil court?
But what I'm saying is, like, without talking to the jury, you don't know that they're biased, one way or the other.
Wait, so again, but the proportions from society are that it would be likely that there's at least a few MAGA, which were people biased towards Trump that still indicated that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
It's believed, but it's not proven that,
It is very likely. So again, we're just accepting what's most likely. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Let me ask you a question. If someone has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, should they be allowed to be a gym teacher?
No.
Why not?
If they're held civilly liable, is that how you put it?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe that they should be a gym teacher.
Why not?
Because if they have those tendencies, like, why would you want them around your children?
Yeah, and why would you want them to run the country?
Again, it all comes down to each individual case. Like, again, with the whole Trump case, like, I think there's a lot of misinformation that got put out to the people on that. That's
Peyton,
all I'm saying.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Peyton.
Well,
so you said that there's a lot of misinformation. This isn't misinformation. The misinformation is you believing that it didn't occur, when it is the case that all the evidence points towards that. Thank you for the Little Crown. Thank you.
Do I think something occurred? Absolutely. But in the context that they say it did, no.
What context do you dispute? Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
That it was violent and, forceful.
It was violent, forceful. Okay, can you tell me the victim's name?
E. Jean Carroll.
Can you tell me one piece of evidence? Okay, I just told you. Name me one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
You know her niece.
Cameron, name one piece of evidence submitted in the case.
One piece of evidence submitted in the case? Well, again, her dress, but they didn't go off that because...
That wasn't submitted in the case. Push that mustache. Go for it. Give me one thing that was submitted in the case.
How wasn't that submitted in the case when they were looking for...
Yeah, because he didn't give up his DNA within the allotted time.
Okay, but that was still submitted in the case. What do you mean that was?
Not as evidence, because there was no ability to test the DNA. So again, can you give me anything else? Push that mustache. Thank you.
Is there anything else that was submitted in the evidence?
You don't know. So you don't know. You have no clue. And yet it is the case that you believe that it didn't happen to her. Now, that's a grape apology if I've ever seen it, because you have no reason to believe it didn't happen. He was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people, and you still don't accept it. You accepted it in the case with the gym teacher. You don't accept it in the case of Donald Trump because you're a partisan hack that can't see the other side. Appreciate the hanging lights.
I do. How don't I see the other side when I literally...
That's it. Because you're okay to do it in the context of gym teachers. You're okay to say that's good enough reason to believe that. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. But when we're talking about Donald J. Trump, you're not willing to do it there. You're not willing to do it when it becomes partisan.
It comes down to specifics of the case.
For confetti. It comes down to specifics. Wait, there was no specific difference, right? If the same conditions were met in terms of evidence for a gym teacher, would you let them be a gym teacher?
If it was the same exact case as the Donald Trump case, I would say that there's an argument to be made that, you know,
Push the hand.
that
You think they should be
person-
allowed to be a gym teacher?
I think the argument could be made that it's motivated other than, you know, outside of what they claim happened.
So you think someone that meets that standard should be allowed to be a gym teacher and to take care of children?
Oh my God! Again, no. What I'm saying is,
No.
if it was
So
the
it's a
same-
good enough
if it
standard
was
of
the
evidence
same-
to believe that it occurred.
Holy fuck! If it was the same exact case, right? I'm saying that the argument could be made that same thing as Trump, like it's motivated from outside distractions, not just what's, you know, claimed to be in the case.
Outside distractions. That's so fucking vague.
I mean, it's not like.
Tell me what you're referring to in specific. Give me an example.
Again, like it is far too convenient for them to come up with this case again when he's running for president for the third time.
They didn't make up this. No. It was filed in 2019. He was president, and there was no indication that it would have affected him in terms of running for a third time because he didn't even win or lose the second time. He could have easily won.
Why wasn't
And
it
actually,
brought
in
up?
2019, the economy was doing good, and that was prior to COVID. So there actually was all indication towards Trump winning.
Again, why
Stefan,
wasn't
thank you
it
so much
brought
for the
up?
$5. Thank you so much.
Why wasn't it brought up in for the 2016 election? Why wasn't it brought up in the early
Exactly,
2000s?
because it's not political. Because it is the case that she didn't want her family members to know, and one of her family members passed away right before she came out. She also didn't want to lose her job.
Why would she lose the job over that?
She lost her job when she came out.
For what? Like what?
For all of the negative attention associated with calling out Donald J. Trump for sexually abusing someone, for sexually abusing them.
I think there's laws in place for workers' rights to protect her on that, but okay. Regardless, before I lose my train of thought on something that I wanted to ask you, which we could circle back to it, but I just want to put it out there so it's a topic that we talk about is abortion. But going back to what you were talking about, what was the question that you asked? Again, I didn't want to ruin my train of thought. Like, what was the last question that you just asked?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, abortion, right? Your stance on abortion is you think that the woman should be protected up until the point of sentience, right?
You should be able to get access to an abortion, elective abortion prior to sentience, and then after sentience, it's always like with viability, it'd be induction of labor, and prior to that you'd be able to get an abortion with medical complications, grape, things like that.
Okay, what makes other than sentience? Because I think that's someone that has kids and, you know, obviously has gone through this now 3 times through the whole development of having a child. Like, what is the difference between my 6-week-old that has a heartbeat and is, you know, in the first stages of development and 20 or 22 weeks when sentience is there?
If you're a newborn,
what is the difference?
At 24 weeks, I would consider it sentient.
Right. No. What I'm asking you is, what is the difference between the fetus that is 6 weeks old, which I would call a baby, right? The fetus that is 6 weeks old in development.
6 weeks. Oh, yeah. That's it's not. There's no sentience.
Again, but it still has a heartbeat. It's still a life.
Do you think a family should be
What
able
do
to
you
pull
mean
the
you don't
plug
care?
on? Yeah, I don't care. Do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
Okay, I know where you're going with that because the same brain waves are found.
No, because it has a heartbeat.
Because it has a heartbeat.
Yeah, it has
Again,
a heartbeat. You said your heartbeat is valuable.
My argument is you're trying to end a life before
Can't
it
answer the
even gets
question.
a chance to live.
Can you answer the question?
No, do I think
a
it's
family
wrong
should
that-
be? Do you think a family
Yes.
should be able to pull the plug?
Yes.
Okay, so
absolutely.
but there's a heartbeat. So you think they should be able to murder it?
again, if there's no viability to the life, after, again, the whole argument comes down to
No
that
viability.
person-
Now you're arguing viability. Jeez. That's Roe versus Wade, bud.
Okay, when does viability come into play? At what week? Because
At
there's
what week
cases
is-
of 20. Because
at
there's
what week
cases
is
of
viability? Viability is typically between 22 to 26 weeks.
Okay, there's plenty of cases of 20-week babies being born and
Yeah,
surviving.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just telling you what it typically is.
Okay, so then if there's babies being born at 20 weeks and surviving and living full lives, like, how can you say that they're not sentient, they're not viable before 22 weeks?
Wait,
You know
say
what
that
I'm
one time?
saying?
So when we're saying they're
If you're
viable, I'm
saying
saying
that-
that it's unlikely. At that point, it's so unlikely to be considered viable that I wouldn't be okay with just saying that it'd be viable at that point. It's so unlikely.
It's so unlikely, but it still happens.
It can happen, so it can be viable, but I wouldn't say it's viable. Does it make sense? Because when we say viable, I'm saying typically.
Right, again, but what do you say to the people that had the child born at 20 weeks and their child is here living alive and healthy, but, you know, you're still
That it
saying
was
that
viable.
they... Yeah, it was viable.
I don't know what your point is.
But
that one
my
baby was
point-
viable.
Right, so how can you claim that those that elect to get an abortion, you know, at 20 weeks, it's completely acceptable because there's no viability and there's no sentience?
I said sentience is likely to happen between 18 through 26 weeks.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you said 20 to 24 weeks.
Yeah, and if I said that's Dean, but if I said that, then you'd have to say 19 weeks.
I would have, okay. But again, like that's the issue that I have with this. Like, you could keep going down the rabbit hole and saying, well, you know, then we have to keep backing up the weeks to where we don't think that there's viability. You know, like.
No, you were bringing up viability. That's what you brought up. That's the reason why you thought it was okay to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead.
Right, but my argument is like that person already has the opportunity and had the opportunity to already live. Like, if you're saying that
They had the opportunity to live. So so now you're just saying it's the potential. So if you're saying it's the potential for sentience, well, if you understand that your sperm, the sperm that made you, had a potential to be you prior to conception. So did you value the sperm that was going to create you, and do you think that they should have had rights prior to conception?
No, that's ridiculous.
Wait, but there was potential subjective experience there. Remember, because it created you.
No, what I'm saying is
No, yes, there was, because you're here today. You're right now. You are right here. You're here today.
You're getting proven wrong on a topic, and you want to start talking over people, just like you did in the Charlie Kirk video. Again,
You guys
what
are
I'm
so
saying,
mad when I'm just showing how you're being ridiculous.
after conception, right? And you know your girlfriend gets a positive pregnancy test, and you go to the doctor, and there's an ultrasound, and you hear the heartbeat for the first time, right?
Dude, are you not going to respond to my point?
What's your point? Like, it's completely.
I just fucking responded. I just made a point. Now listen. So as it relates to this, I didn't interrupt you, but I just want to let you know. And Charlie Kirk, he does the same thing, so I ran the same shit on him. And you guys are mad. I fucking love it.
Really.
I love it. I love it so much. It was so satisfying doing that to a bigot.
I
love
that
it.
you talk over people and you try to make a point when you're getting, toasted. But anyways,
Am
so
I cutting you off, really? Because you just cut me off.
What was your point?
Okay. Yeah, so so the point was about the branded individual. You think the branded individual, right, even though they have a heartbeat, you think you should be able to pull the plug, right?
Right.
Okay. So they have a heartbeat, they meet your criteria. The only differentiation is the potentiality. So the sperm that created you, right, had a potentiality to be you in the future, which means had a potentiality to be sentient, right? So it meets that criteria. It's also living. Sperm is living. So it meets your criteria of life and future subjective experience. Since that's true, it is the case that you would value the sperm prior to conception, right?
Sperm. There's no life there until.
Monica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Jace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Sperm on its own can't create a life.
Sperm on its own can't create a. You understand that neither the zygote itself isn't going to lead to potential sentience by itself either. If you leave a zygote on a table by itself in a petri dish, it's not going to survive by itself. long term. Eden, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Eden. I appreciate it.
So your point with the brain dead individual, and if it's okay to pull the plug. Again, my stance on that is like medically, if they say that there's absolutely zero chance of viability and there's no chance of this.
No, I'm essentially saying that your view can be reduced down to sperm rights.
But it can't.
Sperm rights.
Again, like I'm telling you that's not my view, and you're completely wrong on that.
Exactly, because you don't think that future potential subjective experience is what's valuable alone, with life, because then that would mean sperm have rights.
Okay. Sperm on its own can't create a life. So again, like your point is completely invalid on whatever point that you're trying to make here. Like I don't know, I think your view on this, again, I think you have your views because it starts arguments with the other side and you like to get it out of people. That's my opinion. Because if truly you thought that after sentience that it was wrong to terminate that pregnancy, deep down inside you truly believe that it's wrong to terminate that pregnancy at 6 weeks when a heartbeat is found.
No.
Yes.
I don't value heartbeat. So you're just saying I'm being disingenuous. And you're like, you're being disingenuous because you don't hold my view. I'm not being disingenuous. I literally hold this view. You're a dipshit that wants to take away the rights of women with no fucking factual basis, no reasonable basis, no logical basis. And I have to come on live so that people like you aren't the ones fucking influencing policy. Jesus Christ, that's what I'm on here for. I'm not on here because I actually have your view, and it is the case that I think it's so wrong to kill heartbeats. You just said earlier that it was okay to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, even though they have a heartbeat. You don't give a shit about a heartbeat. And you were like fucking literally like, how the fuck do you think that killing a heartbeat is okay? Right when I fucking said it in the beginning. You thought it was so fucking absurd. And then you literally just justified it, dude. Hilarious.
No. Again.
Sally, appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. And Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
But some of these comments crack me up. But anyways, I think your view is completely bizarre, to be honest with you. Like, there's no difference, and I don't see how you could change my opinion on a 24-week pregnancy and a 6-week pregnancy. There's no difference.
There's no difference? Okay, I have a question. Would you rather save a 24-week-old fetus, right, or a 6-week-old embryo?
I think we save both.
Oh, would you rather save 2 6-week embryos or 1 24-week fetus?
I think we save them all. Like, again, you're trying to...
No, it's one or the other. You know, like the trolley examples, I'm asking you one or the other.
It's not.
Would you rather save two? Would you rather save 2 6-week-old fetus or embryos or 1 24-week fetus?
Again, that argument is completely invalid because I'm not...
No, it's not, because 2 is more than 1. You said they're the same value. You said you don't know the difference. Tell me. Obviously, 2 is more than 1, right?
Obviously.
Okay, so obviously you'd save 2 Parkers over 1 Parker. Push the cap. Thank you so much. So clearly, you would save the 2 6-week embryos over the 1 24-week fetus, right?
I would save all 3. That's my view on it.
You can't answer the question because he knows he's fucking wrong. Do you see how much of a snake this guy is? What a fucking slippery snake, bro. Literally won't answer the damn question when you know it shows you're ridiculous. You're such a snake, bro.
You are trying to bait me into saying that it's
You're
okay
like
to
Slytherin.
One again.
Slytherin. Appreciate the confetti.
And you know, dodging because you're
I'm not dodging. You're being a slithery snake.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Appreciate the hand art.
How the fuck am I being a
because you won't answer the damn question.
Again, you're trying to bait me.
Would you rather save the 24-week fetus or 2 6-week embryos?
I say that we save all of them.
No, you could either save the 2 6-week embryos or you can save the 1 24-week fetus. Which one would you rather save?
Like this point is completely.
Here, Cameron,
invalid.
would you rather save 2 Parkers or 1 Parker?
I think that we save all of the Parkers in the example given. Like
Cameron, if there's an option and you would rather, and you can only save either 2 Parkers or 1 Parker, clearly you'd save the 2 Parkers. Unless you hate me. Unless you don't like me. But we're talking about things that you say that you have value for. Zach, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And Julie, thank you for the $30 for slaying MAGA. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Again, like I don't hate you and I don't like dislike you because political views. That's dumb. I don't hate anybody. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm not in favor of being put in a situation where I have to choose whether or not to save 2 6-week old fetuses or a 24-week fetus. Like,
I understand, but it's conceptual. Appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. I'm asking you because if it is the case that an embryo is of the same value as a 24-week fetus, well, then it is the case that you would value the 2 embryos more than you would value the 1 fetus, because 2 is more than 1. Okay? That's just logic. But the reason why you have such a hard time answering this question is because you know you'd rather save the 24-week fetus, and you know that there's a differentiation between the 6-week embryo and the 24-week fetus, and you have no ability to identify that unless you say it's my view.
No, I think you're completely wrong.
I would pick the 24-week fetus every time. Every time.
I'm going to give you a wild example here, and it's probably going to...
Jessica, appreciate the $1. Here, I'll ask you this question. How about 2 embryos or 1 newborn baby?
2 embryos or 1 newborn baby. If it was the last choice on earth that I had to make, and it came down to that, I would pick the child that is already living.
Oh, the embryo's already living. So you'd pick the newborn baby, right?
Yes.
Yes. What is the difference between the newborn baby and the embryo that makes the newborn baby more valuable than the embryo? Because again, otherwise 2 embryos would be more valuable than 1 newborn baby. So what is the relevant difference between them that means one is valuable and the other one's not?
One is valuable and the others are not. Okay, I would say I'll play along with what you want to go with here, and I would say that you would go with the already living life because there's no guarantee for the 6-week-old.
They're both life, Cameron. Cameron, they're both life.
They're both life.
Yeah, embryos are living, right? But you don't care about cellular life here. You care about some other attribute because they both have cellular life. So 2 cellular lives is more valuable than 1 cellular life. Because 2 is more than 1.
I get what you're saying, but again, like once there's a heartbeat and once development starts, I don't think it's your choice to make to say, oh, this person no longer gets to live. Like, if I was to come up to you and unalive you just because, or unalive anybody else just because, right?
Donald, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Donald. And Zach, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you. You were saying?
I was saying, I don't think it's right to terminate a pregnancy, when development has already started, right? Because the example I would give is if I walked up to, or if anybody walked up to another individual in the street and unalived them, obviously there's consequences to that, right? They go to prison, they face death, they get their rights taken away from them. Why isn't that the case with a child that's in development? Like, there's no difference in my opinion.
You said there's no difference, but I just ran you through a hypothetical that clearly demonstrated the difference.
Again, like,
Cameron, we clearly demonstrated the difference. You said there was a difference between a newborn baby and between an embryo. Okay.
In your hypothetical,
that clearly, Cameron, is the subjective experience of the newborn baby. That's the clear difference.
Again, like I played in your hypothetical just so you could try to prove your point. What I'm saying is, in my view, there's no difference in the termination of a 6-week-old fetus and the unaliving of a person.
Okay, Cameron, I'm sorry, but you're just not rational. I'm not going to engage any further with that. He's not rational, chat. He's not rational. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Sorry, what was that?
Why so?
Well, so I guess when I look at it, because this is obviously my first time voting, I just turned 19 in September 7th. So I guess I'm a little bit confused about what way to go, but right now I'm definitely leaning Trump. Because just from seeing stuff about Kamala and watching how she's walking, Kamala. Like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense because I know they both lie. They both lie, obviously, because I see these clips of Kamala in 2020. She says, she says, you know, I want to do mandatory buybacks. I want to do all this stuff. And then it's like now she's talking about how...
Have you seen J.D. Vance say that he wants to, he thinks that Trump might be America's Hitler?
I have not, no.
Yeah, J.D. Vance has said that in the past. Is he flip-flopping now because he's VP?
He might be. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
they both, that's why I don't know what way to go.
Okay, so, I mean, then both sides under your view flip-flop. I don't think that's flip-flopping. I think that's over time people change views.
Okay, so...
Right, and her views have moderated, I think, since she's been vice president. Right,
okay.
Because she realizes how she has to work with the other side and compromise to be able to get things done.
Okay, I hear you. So I guess here's my question to you, because you do this a lot. You obviously are digging in to the books a whole lot more than I am, researching a lot. So I guess coming, like me talking to you, a guy who's leaning on like Trump, what would you say to me? Because you're more educated than me, I'll admit that. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and try and debunk you.
The $6.66.
You know, go against you. So what, I guess, would you say to me? What points have you seen from Kamala to, I guess, what would you tell me about her that would make me vote for her? Like, how is it going to benefit me, a 19-year-old? I want to be a businessman. I want to be an entrepreneur.
Good. She wants a $50,000 tax deductible for first year of a small business. Okay.
Where does that money come from, Parker?
$5,000 right now.
And then that would be my question.
It comes from increasing the corporate tax rate to 28%. From 21%, it comes from increasing income tax over $400,000 a year.
And why didn't Joe Biden do that?
Can I finish? And it comes from specifically increasing the long-term capital gains tax rate for income over $1 million to 28%.
And why didn't Joe Biden do that?
You take Congress. We didn't have the setup in Congress to be able to do that. And also Kamala Harris is different from Joe Biden. So there are slight differences in terms of the policies that they might advocate for. Biden didn't advocate for, say, the tax credit for building homes. Biden didn't advocate for the recent thing with the child tax credit being $6,000.
Yeah,
Biden
but he
didn't advocate. Like Kamala is not Joe.
Yeah, but
they do have a similar
raising corporate tax rates and he didn't do it.
So as it relates to 20%, you understand that Congress has to do that, right?
Right. So how is she going to make it happen if Biden couldn't when he wanted to? Explain that one, Parker.
There's going to be a different setup in Congress in 2024.
Yeah, Matt, there's a new election.
Into 2025.
How do you know it's going to go? It's going to swing blue for you?
Well, we don't know for sure, but I'm saying that there's going to be a different setup, and that setup could favor her being able to implement more policy. It could restrict her from being able to implement policy the same way that Trump could have a restricted ability to implement policy. Now, can you tell me how Trump's going to pay for his policies? The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that's going to cost $3.9 trillion over 10 years?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so confused, because I feel like back in the day, granted, again, I wasn't alive back in the day, but you watched debates back in the day, and it was like, everyone, I mean, I watched Obama and Mitt Romney's debate, and they're up there cracking jokes. Like Mitt Romney's like, "Oh, Obama, I'm sure this isn't the most romantic place you wanted to be." And Obama's,
yeah, I know, like totally. I know,
now
it's like there's decency,
and it's like you have Trump people saying if Kamala's voted in, she's going to ruin our country, and you have people on the other side saying if Trump gets voted in,
That's
he's gonna run
and what is that correlated with?
I'm not sure.
Trump.
Well, I don't know if I would. I mean, I don't know if I would say that. I mean, I definitely think that
It is. What isn't that when it changed? Because you're talking about 2012.
Correct.
What
Yep.
changed since then is 2016.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if I would put that all on Trump. I mean, I think is Trump super presidential? Absolutely not.
Was it like this? Was it like this in 2020 with Joe Biden? Because Joe Biden was saying that like Trump was very bad and a threat to democracy and things like that, right?
I think it was. Yeah.
Okay, so Joe was in 2012. Was his debate with Paul Ryan like that?
No, it was not. Okay, I know, but also if you look at 2016, even you watch the 2016 debate, it wasn't nearly as bad as it was now. In fact, when they told Trump and Hillary to say nice things about each other, I thought it was very nice that they could both say a nice thing. I think everyone interrupts, and I think it's so hard to make a decision nowadays when it's just constant bullshit from both sides.
I beg to differ. I think in 2016 it was terrible. Did you see the Republican primary debates?
I did not, no.
Yeah, he attacked everyone. Like for their looks, he attacked Ted Cruz's wife.
Oh, in 16 you're talking about. Yes, I
Yeah.
actually did. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah.
Yeah, so that wasn't cordial.
Okay, yeah, I guess I see where you're coming from there. Yeah. I don't know. It's just it's so hard when you, again, this is my first time voting. I've never really dug into politics that much, so to kind of all of a sudden this election's coming up now, it's like, oh shit, I gotta vote, and I don't want to just vote to vote. I want to vote for the person that's the right fit. So I guess that's why I'm just confused, because it's just nonstop. I feel like from both sides of the coin, it's just, oh, if this person's in office, we're screwed, and if this person's in office, we're screwed, and I don't understand. I guess when Kamala says she's going to give $25,000 and $50,000 here, I couldn't really hear what you said when you answered that question. Like, who's paying for that? Like, where's
Yeah,
that money going?
I told you the exact things we have to do. 21% corporate tax rate goes up to 28%. It was 35 under Obama. We also increased long-term capital gains rate to 28%. We increase income tax over $400,000 a year. Those are the ways that they're going to pay for it.
Okay, and then
Whereas
here's
Trump, how is Trump going to pay for it? Like, I haven't heard a way that Trump's paying for it.
I don't
Matt,
know,
do
and
you know?
that's why I'm here to learn. So I'll let Matt.
Matt, how is Trump going to pay for it?
Sorry, 1 second.
They're coming after you, bro.
And then I guess here's another question I have for you too, Parker. When we've sent over $100 billion to Ukraine, who pays for that now? Where is that coming from?
$70 billion of that is taking some of the old equipment that we had from our military and then giving it to them. $70 billion. So small portion.
By the way,
of
those
that.
sirens are because I'm in New York City. It's Democrat-run city that doesn't crack down on crime. Just so you know.
And that's why you love living there, huh? Phil, I
I hate
appreciate the
living
lemonade.
there.
Thank you so much. So then why do you live there? Why don't you leave? States'
I go
rights.
to college here
Oh, well, why'd you choose to go to college there?
because I wanted to hear different perspectives instead of
Oh,
just.
well, that's fucked. Good job, Matt. You made a good choice.
Thank you.
I live in Los Angeles, and it doesn't sound like that, just letting you know. It's a Democrat-run city.
Oh, Los Angeles. It's run real well. No issues
Yeah,
with
where I live is
no
run
issues
fine.
with crime in Los Angeles.
Yeah, where I am is completely fine.
Sorry, I don't know what Brady was saying when I interrupted. Continue. My bad.
No, I was just asking about the $100 billion that we've sent to Ukraine, but then he did answer with, you said it's old supplies that we have,
Yeah,
correct?
70 billion is old supplies of weapons and equipment.
Okay.
And also, Matt, how are you going to pay for the tax policy?
I don't know. I am not a huge Trump guy, if I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think he is.
The only thing I've ever heard from Trump supporters is tariffs, which tariffs cause consumer prices to go up. So it's shifting the tax burden from people who are rich to people who are poor, because Texas specifically the tax cuts predominantly went to people who are rich under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And
Yeah.
they predominantly negatively impact the lower income individuals in this economy, because imported goods are bought to a greater proportional percentage for someone's particular income. If they make lesser, would mean that you have a regressive tax system. So you're taking a progressive tax cut, and you're
Yeah.
replacing it with a regressive tax.
Okay, that's great, Parker, but Donald Trump says things that he doesn't even think about sometimes, and he overpromises, and he's not going to be able to pass everything that he wants to pass, just like Kamala.
So how do you know how to trust him? Because he just has concepts, you know? How do you know how to trust him? Brady
you cannot trust any politician.
Matt, I'm going to tell you one thing right here. Brady just heard that and was like, oh,
That's great. I'm sorry, I
that's
disagree
not
with
good. That's
Brady
not
on
going to get
anything. That's great.
independence.
What did you say?
Matt, you can't, like, if you don't think Trump's going to get all this stuff done, then what? Like, because, I mean, which you're probably right. I mean, every candidate over promises and under delivers, but that's not an argument point that you should make.
It's not an argument for Trump. I'm not making an argument for Trump. I'm being genuine and saying that he's not perfect, but he's better than Kamala.
How is
in
he
every
better?
way, shape, or form. She promises so many. It's what Democrats do. They promise success and prosperity for.
Isn't that what Trump does?
I mean, black unemployment was at the lowest rate it's ever been, and
That's
when Trump was
totally
president.
wrong. It was lower under Biden's administration.
Okay, well, Biden wasn't president before Trump. So when Trump came into office, when Trump made the black
But it
unemployment
was
rate,
lower under Biden. So good job, Biden.
well, it was lower under Trump first, and then Biden,
And then it was even lower under Biden, right?
He wrote on. He took advantage of that. That's good. I'm glad that he kept that going. That's one of the few things that
4.8% under Biden.
And what was it under Trump?
5.4.
Okay, great. Can we get back to the pro-life conversation? I was hearing like the back end of that when I got on, and the guy wasn't really bringing up any arguments. What was your main argument for pro-choice?
Oh yeah, and I just don't care about it until it's sentient. All right, when it has a subjective experience, which is around 18 through 26 weeks in the womb.
What about when it can feel pain and reacts to pain?
It doesn't have a conceptualization of pain until the point of sentience.
Oh, what do you mean a conceptualization of pain? So if it reacts
Experience
to
of pain.
if it reacts, it's
$2.
not-
Thank you so much.
So Parker,
if it reacts, it's not experiencing it.
No, if it I'm saying when it experiences it, that's when I consider it valuable. Otherwise, if it doesn't have a subjective experience, never has, right? It wouldn't meet my criteria, because I say past or present and future subjective experience.
So I guess at around 18 weeks, is that where you would start to disagree with abortion?
Mm-hmm. In terms of elective, yeah.
What does that mean? Like
if just choosing not out of medical complications or
okay, I gotcha. Okay.
And what was that hypothetical you were saying to whoever that guy was?
What?
You were bringing up a hypothetical situation. I was hearing the back end of it. I didn't really fully hear it.
Here, before we do, I just want to let y'all know, basically all abortions happen after that point, or being before that point. So it's
What do you
like
mean?
the
What do you
point
mean by
in
the
which
word all?
basically it's like 97, 98% of abortions happen before that point.
Okay, so what's
Before
2%?
18
How many
weeks.
abortions happen per day? I mean, that's still thousands of abortions a year. If 2%, if I agree with you on that, that's still
No, yeah,
thousands.
so my view is I'm okay with most abortions. Like it's like there's basically not basically no abortions are happening at that point that are lethal. Appreciate the hand art.
Okay, then I guess that's fine.
Kind of
then.
like my point. But like, yeah, so like the point I'm making is that I don't see a reason to restrict a woman's choice for like a non-sentient embryo.
I mean, the best argument I can come up with is a religious, and I know you're not going to buy that, so I'm not even going to get into that.
So I mean, but if you do say religious, well, then you're saying that's a separate. There should be a separation of church and state. And if you're saying that there should be a separation of church and state, why shouldn't? Well, Matt, I can just ask you this question: why does God allow for abortion, but you shouldn't?
What do you mean?
God allows for abortion, right?
No, he doesn't.
He does. He does allow for abortion. Actually, he
No.
gives you the free will to do that.
Okay, I don't understand your point.
So in the same way that he gives you free will to do that, you should give people free will to do it.
So then we should give people free will to murder? Like, I don't understand that.
Well, actually, God also allows you to do that. So yeah, under your view, actually, yeah. I'm not
Okay, I've
trolling.
heard a lot of-
It's either you have to allow people totally, or you have to like make every sin illegal, right? Or it's really hard to differentiate between what sins are legal and what sins are not, because you're trying to base it on your own desires, not the biblical ones.
Matt, no
I'm
sin
not
is better
trying
than no sin is better than the other, Matt.
Parker,
Yeah,
I'm
if
not-
that's true, then you're screwed.
Because well, what I'm trying to say is like, yes, God created free will. So yes, people, if someone wants to go and murder someone, I have my girlfriend right next to me. If I want to kick her out a window right now, I could, but I don't. Do you see what I'm saying? Everyone has free will. My thing about abortion is that, I guess
No, but like he's arguing, should that be legal?
Parker,
Oh.
I was never saying that abortion should be illegal because God says abortion is wrong. I'm not arguing that. I'm saying that's why I think abortion is wrong, personally. I'm not saying it should be illegal.
Okay, so you think abortion should be legal?
I think to a certain point, yes, it should be legal.
Until what point?
I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, we're not even that far off on that, so we're good.
Okay, wait, okay, so then you're pro-choice. So then you don't want women to have restricted access to abortion in this country, which means you don't support Trump trying to overturn Roe versus Wade.
Trump, I 100% support Roe versus Wade being overturned. I think the state should decide. I'm not a big government guy.
So there shouldn't be federal protections for rape victims, and all. By the way, leaving it up to the states is big government, because before it was protected, and there was less government involvement.
Well, protected to what point?
Viability.
No, it was not. It was protected beyond that, first of all. And second of all, I think the states should be able to decide. There's nothing wrong with the states deciding.
So then why do you have an issue with the states deciding after viability under Roe versus Wade?
The states deciding?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's that it's protected, but then the states decide after viability.
Who said I have a problem with that?
Yeah, do you disagree with that?
Can you restate what you just said?
Protected access to abortion, and then up to the states after viability. So literally less government. You want states to be able to determine before viability.
Well, because viability, and you can say that, no, I read a scientific study. It's not a 100% certain factual, everyone has the same definition on viability. So if there's not one clear 100% factual definition or classification for viability, then it should be up to the states to decide.
Okay, but then that's still Roe versus Wade.
Right. And
So you think that Roe versus Wade shouldn't have been overturned?
No, I'd rather have the states deciding than one federal government deciding what viability is.
Yeah, that would be Roe versus Wade.
Right. And I'm saying
if so you want Roe versus Wade in place.
No, I don't. I'm saying I want the states to be able to decide and not the federal government. I don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh my God. For viability, that would be Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade allows for them to make choices on the states for viability, but in terms of like prior to that point, it makes sure it's protected.
Okay.
For me on abortion, the thing I disagree
Thank you for
with.
the $2, and Kelly, thank you for the $6.66. Thank you.
I disagree with abortion, and except if like I do think that there are exceptions of like rape, incest, and things like that. And it's again, I think abortion is an opinionated thing. Obviously,
do you think it should be legal?
Do I think abortion should be legal? Yes and no. I guess I think it should be. I think it should be legal in terms of exceptions, but then I think that's also gets a little bit sketchy because.
Okay, so you think elective abortion should be illegal?
What does that mean? Sorry.
Do you think? Okay, so say my girlfriend got pregnant, right? Should she be allowed to get an abortion in the first trimester legally?
I guess no. I would say.
So you would send my girlfriend to prison if she got an abortion in the first trimester?
See, it's such a sketchy topic because then you bring that up and it's like, no, I don't want to send your girlfriend to prison. Do you know?
I know,
what I
but
mean?
like, should murderers go to? But Brady, should murderers go to prison?
Yes.
Okay,
Well,
so it makes me think you don't think she's a murderer.
I know.
That's what I'm
where
saying,
it's like-
Brady.
That's where I get confused. Like I don't want.
No,
Like I don't want
because
to.
societally we don't consider that a murderer because everyone's standards, and the doctors are telling her, and so many things. I mean, it's not her fault that.
Happy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so then you're saying because of mass culture and deception, it is the case that you shouldn't enforce laws that in which they are currently not like illegal. Okay, so if you could go back into the past, would you retroactively enforce laws that put child pedophiles in prison who thought it was okay to marry children and rape them? They were mass propagandized into believing that because it was normalized throughout all society, but we consider it morally abhorrent. So would you put people in prison for it if you had authority over that back then?
No.
No? You wouldn't put adults who grape children in prison?
I would.
I would too.
Okay, how old are we talking?
This is what I said, Parker, when I first joined. Like, this is I'm trying to learn here. I'm trying to get on your level.
Parker, how old are we talking?
Abortion for me in my heart, just for some reason, and that's why, again, it's my opinion on it.
Brady,
it just feels wrong.
Brady, I do need to address what he just said real quick. Why did you just say how old?
Because are we talking about like a 17-year-old? Are you talking about? I mean, what?
Do you think it should be legal with 17-year-olds?
What?
Does that matter? Does that matter? That's gross as fuck, dude.
What's gross?
You saying that like an adult should be able to marry and have sex with a 17-year-old is disgusting.
Okay, first of all, that could be a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old. I don't really know what you're saying.
We're talking. I'm talking like 40-year-old men. Let me clarify.
Okay, how was I supposed to know that?
Okay, 19 and 17. That's a 2-year difference, bro. I believe in Romeo and Juliet laws.
Okay, great. I mean, are you talking about like? Are you trying to like expose Muhammad? I don't really understand what your point is here.
Yeah, you can say that as well. Again, and anyone, you would retroactively go back in time and enforce laws.
Oh, enforce them 100%, 100%.
Okay, so yeah, so you would go back and so again, you wouldn't just say because of mass culture, deception, and propaganda that you would, for some reason, like not enforce the law. You'd still send all murderers to prison. So that's what makes me think that you don't think it's murder at that point because you wouldn't want to send them to prison. So what I'm trying to demonstrate to you is that what best describes your intuition is the subjective experience point. Or if you want to look at it from a religious perspective, whenever the soul goes into the body. Okay? Because prior to ensoulment, it's just the flesh.
Okay, I guess because when I was watching Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about the probability of being alive, like the chances that someone even has an opportunity to live. So the sperm race into the egg, whatever it is, becoming a baby, getting birth, being alive and healthy. And I can't remember what he said, but it was a very, 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 very small chance. And that's where, like, in my heart, it just feels wrong. Again, you could say it's a clump of cells, whatever it may be, that you're taking that away. I guess in my head, it reminds me of like if I were to take cake batter, put it together, put it in the oven, someone come up, grab it out of the oven and biff it on the kitchen floor. And then I'd be like, oh, well, dude, you just ruined my cake. And they're like, okay, well, that's not a cake. And I'm like, okay, but it was going to be a cake. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand it's not a fully grown baby yet, but it's going to be a baby that's going to have a life. And I guess that's where in my heart,
so for example,
wrong, because I feel
Brady,
like I'm taking someone's life away.
Well,
like,
think about it this way, Brady. There was sperm that led to your existence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the sperm is living, right? And prior to you existing, it had a potential of being a person in the future. Would you say that if someone pulled out at that very moment where it didn't allow for your sperm to meet the egg, would that have been wrong?
No.
Because the sperm isn't valuable. So the point that I'm making is that just because there is a potential in of itself doesn't mean you value it. You value a potential so long as that there's a past or a present established. And the past or present that is established that you probably care about would be like the subjective experience. The same way that we think that you should be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because their heart's still beating, they still have cellular life, right? But because their subjective experience is gone, we think it's okay to pull the plug.
You're good, man. I gotta say, you're fucking good at this shit. I mean, like, and this is why I wanted to come on here, because I knew, obviously, like I said, you got your head in the book. I knew you'd open my mind a little bit, and that's why I wanted to debate you. So,
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah. And another thing I wanted to ask real quick before I go, because
for sure
we're going to put Iron Man 2 on, is I guess, why are the housing prices and everything, why have they been going up? And I know that this is true just because my parents built a camp right before Biden and Kamala came into office. And I think it's 1,500 square feet. It costs them like $80,000 or something. And I asked my dad, because I want to build a house, I want to do that. And I'm like, well, can't I just build like the thing you have at camp? He's like, buddy, you'll never afford that. And it's funny coming from him because he's a businessman, he's an entrepreneur, and he does well for himself, and my mom does well for herself. And then I ask him, I'm like, well, are you guys doing better than you were 4 years ago? And they tell me yes. So that's why it doesn't like make sense in my brain why it's like, why are these housing prices and everything going up? But they're telling me that they're making more money than they've ever made as business owners. And it doesn't make sense because then there's other business owners saying, no, I'm doing way worse. So I don't know who to believe.
So that's why we look at it from an overall perspective, because you're going to get some people saying they're doing great and some people saying they're not doing great. So that's why we look at the overall perspective. Right? If you look at real GDP, which means GDP minus inflation, it's gone up every year since Biden's come in office. The issue is with real median wages, because real median wages were like stagnant between 2021 to around 2023 or 2022 or something like that. And then I think at that point, and then we've seen wages increase, real wages, again, accounting for inflation. So it's wages minus inflation.
And I just want to address something real quick. People in the comments are saying my parents are greedy. They are small business owners. I live in a really small town, so they're doing well for our town. There's 10,000 people here, so they're not like multi-millionaires or anything. They're just making, they're doing well for themselves in our town.
Yeah, like better than they've ever had. Yeah.
Yes.
And like that's totally possible under this administration, because again, business is booming right now in the United States. The issue is making sure that distributes to everyone.
Okay, I gotcha. All right.
Again, real GDP keeps going up. Again, recently we have seen real median wages go up. We actually have higher real median wages right now than we did at the end of Trump's administration in like 2019 quarter four. But one other thing, as it relates to the point you made about what was that one point I wanted to respond to? Why are housing prices up? So that related to price increases that happen globally. Inflation has happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. There are large corporations that are buying up real estate and using it as like an investment. And it's hard for us to build up supply in areas where people want like to live.
Oh,
so
I got you.
There's like a few things.
And this is stuff that again, before obviously the election, I'm definitely going to dig into it more because I never realized, like, I guess in my head coming up, I'm like, holy shit, I actually do have to vote. I just registered to vote literally 2 weeks ago, or not less than that actually. So I just started kind of really trying to dig in. But it's like, I guess for me about the housing prices, I guess that's a concern for me because 19 years old in my town, I'm doing well for myself right now as a car salesman. I'm on track to make X amount of dollars, which is decent, but it's like still looking at even to buy a house up here for $150,000. It's not really that nice of a house. Do you see what I'm saying? It's like you got to go in there and still put probably another 60 grand into renovation. So I'm like a little bit concerned, I guess, about where we're going in terms of prices and how we're even how I'm gonna afford to live. Me and my girlfriend want to buy a house someday in the near future, and it's like I don't know how we're gonna do that. So like I guess another question I would have is what do we do as a country or as the world to bring prices down? Like what are they going to do, I guess? What is Kamala going to do?
Yeah, so in the meantime, there's going to be a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, which will make it more affordable for you. That does lead to a slight increase in price, but that's actually intentional. And the reason why it's intentional is to actually create a larger incentive to produce housing in places where people want them, right, for new housing, to build up supply. So when the tax credit is removed, then we have a higher supply with a lower demand, which puts downward pressure on prices.
That's just so not true. That is just so not true.
Matt, I have a degree in economics. Please tell me what's not true about that.
Oh my gosh. From where? I'm just curious. I'm not like
I can't
shaming.
tell you from where.
What?
I'm not going to dox myself.
How is it saying you have 900,000 followers on TikTok? What do you mean dox yourself?
Yeah, I'm not doxed.
Okay. You really can't say where you went to college? I was just curious. I'm not gonna like insult where you went to college. I would never do that.
No, I'm not doing it because you'd insult me. I'm doing it because I'm trying to like make sure I don't get harassed.
Okay.
How many years did you have to go to school for that, Parker?
4.
4? Okay. All right, well,
I'm studying economics as well, but I mean, I don't
Yeah, what's
understand
market equilibrium, Matt?
supply and demand and supply where they meet on the demand supply curve.
You know, I've asked multiple people that question who said that they had econ degrees and they couldn't answer it.
That's sad, but I
know, right? That
You
blows
think
my
I'm-
mind.
You think I'm just lying here?
Well, no, I actually do believe you because you answered that. You know, I'll give it to you. You probably are studying economics. You first year?
I am a second year student. I mean, this is my first year studying economics at NYU, but it's just gonna.
Good for you. Good for you.
I think it's just gonna increase demand, which everyone knows increases prices.
Yeah, but that's intentional. Think about this. What's the law of supply? Higher price, there's more of a supply.
Correct. But
okay, so you make it so you offset the lack of affordability of the price increase by providing the tax credit, so it makes it more affordable, and it creates a greater incentive for suppliers to produce. So there's going to be more houses in places where people want them, which again, in the long run, puts downward pressure on prices. A lot of these policies are meant on keeping prices down in the long run, not just short-term cutting prices right now, because that's just not reality.
Yeah, like, are you saying like you wouldn't be able to cut the prices in half tomorrow?
Yeah, you
it
can't
takes
just do
time.
that. It's not
Yeah, I got you.
Way to turn you blue.
So I guess I'm just going to say this before I go real quick. I saw your video with Charlie Kirk, and I apologize because I did judge a book by its cover. Me and all my friends, we all watched it. I watched it before that, and then I was like, you guys got to watch this. Charlie Kirk goes on, debates, bunch of liberals, and I was like, you came up and I was like, oh, I just hate this Parker kid. and now after talking to you, I apologize for judging a book by his cover. You seem like a level-headed kid. Keep doing what you're doing. I know you grind because I was in your live, I think maybe 7 hours ago, not even kidding you. Or I don't know how long you've been on here.
Yeah, I think it's really funny though, because like people on TikTok, they know me as like the patient one comparative to Dean. But then like the other way went around because I ran like Charlie Kirk's debate style on him.
I gotcha. So you're
like
just hitting with what he
people
does.
people interpret that as like, oh, I'm like a really bad interrupter or stuff like that. But then like when they come here, they get like a different impression. And so it's ironic to see that when Dean went to Jubilee and he had this recent video they just did, where it was the other way around, where he was the one in the middle versus the 20 conservatives. He was like super patient and stuff.
Oh, I haven't watched that one yet. I gotta watch that one. But
people on YouTube think that Dean's the patient one and I'm the interrupter, versus here people think I'm the patient one and Dean's the interrupter.
I gotcha. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, keep grinding, man. Obviously, you're working hard. If you've been debating for 7 hours, my brain would be fried. So
yeah, no, I appreciate you.
Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. I don't know how to leave though, so you might have to kick me out.
I got you. Don't worry. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. See ya.
Parker, can I quickly ask you? I saw a little bit of the Charlie Kirk video, and I was a little confused what your reasoning is for attacking Christianity. I know this is about Trump, but I'd be very curious to hear what you have against Christianity.
Yeah, so I do think it's false. And I think it's the underpinning of a lot of his beliefs, and he uses it to influence politics and like restrict women's access to abortion. He uses it to like invoke policy. So what I'm doing is I'm attacking the underpinning basis of his worldview to be able to show contradictions in his stance. Like a lot of people thought I was changing the topic with the church is a scam one. Which I'm not. I was using his definition of a scam to show him that he would then think that church is a scam in plenty of scenarios, like especially with like LDS, where some communities heavily socially stigmatize you not getting it, not paying. So like under his view, would consider
minority
it a
of
scam.
churches. That is a vast minority of, especially
You can say
evangelicals.
that's that example. So for just paying for it, but otherwise, right? You would sell it through the context of the fact that it's deceiving you. If it's false, it's deceiving you. So you have to justify that it's true in order to know that it's not deception.
You can't
he
prove it's
doesn't hold
false,
that.
though.
I do believe it's false.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of people don't have very good reason for believing it's true. I mean, there's plenty of historical evidence that can back that up as well.
What historical evidence justifies like the resurrection, walking on water, turning water into wine?
So for water into wine, I can't say much. For walking on water, obviously eyewitness accounts, but the resurrection has plenty of evidence. I mean, I'm sure you've gone through thousands of
No, it doesn't.
the multiple eyewitness accounts that are in the Bible and outside the Bible?
Name me the first person eyewitness account.
The first eyewitness account?
Name me a first person eyewitness account. Tell me.
The book of, I think most historians would say the book of Mark.
So Mark is an eyewitness.
And then he takes his source from Peter.
So it was Peter?
Yeah.
So Peter is the source?
I mean, Peter is the source of Mark's gospel, most likely.
Oh, okay. So Peter was the first person source.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, not first person in that sense. I mean, he is the source of Mark's gospel. I mean, do you think all of history
second
before?
person, so not first person.
Okay, correct. Yes, I know. I acknowledge that. So do you think that all of history is false before like 500 AD?
So is it all false? No, I don't believe it's all false. I accept it like Jesus existed. I don't think there's sufficient evidence for resurrection, walking on water, turning water into wine, things like that. And like there's no evidence about like those on that you're referencing with like who wrote the gospel.
Okay. Then why? So do you believe that before like 500 AD or I don't know, whatever, how can you trust those sources if there's far less accounts for the writings of Plato and all the Roman emperors and Aristotle? How do you?
You're talking for claims like Jesus existed, not the miracles.
Yeah, but okay. So Mark, secondhand account, great. What about the Gospel of Matthew? What about the Gospel of John? What about Josephus?
Josephus wasn't alive at that time.
Right, and he is a complete.
And Josephus does not justify resurrection.
I mean, to a certain extent, he does. He doesn't say that Jesus was resurrected, but he said after Jesus no longer was on the earth, that his followers were spreading the truth of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I don't see how any of that justifies.
Okay. What about
claims.
the Gospel of Matthew? You ignored that. What about the Gospel of John? What about all those?
Yeah. What about them? Tell me.
Why are we just throwing out those sources as accurate?
Well, tell me what source is accurate, and tell me who that's from, and tell me what eyewitness. You still have yet to mention the eyewitness.
Matthew, the disciple
so Matthew. You think Matthew was an eyewitness to Jesus resurrecting?
Correct.
Yeah. Please tell me where in the Bible that's listed.
What do you mean, Matthew? He wrote the Gospel of Matthew.
Yeah. Show me where it's enlisted that he was a first-person eyewitness account.
There's a first-person account of him witnessing Jesus being resurrected and alive after Jesus had died.
Where in the Bible does it say that? Tell me.
What do you mean? The entire Gospel of Matthew. Okay, I might be like slow here, but are you saying that the Gospel of Matthew doesn't say that Jesus was resurrected?
No, what I'm saying is that it does not demonstrate an eyewitness account, right, for the resurrection of Jesus.
He is the eyewitness account. The gospel itself is the eyewitness account. I don't understand how it's not the eyewitness.
So wait, so what's the source for Matthew? Like
Matthew himself.
So okay, what verse? Tell me.
What verse is what? I don't understand what you're saying here. This must be a me problem because you're not arguing that.
Tell me what verse is he like an eyewitness?
Is Matthew himself an eyewitness of it?
Yeah, and how do you know that it was Matthew that wrote Matthew?
Okay, that's a more interesting question. I don't really understand your first question.
You can answer
because we have, you know how many manuscripts? There are hundreds of manuscripts that have been taken from, obviously not the year that Matthew lived, but 100, 200 years after Matthew was alive. Hundreds of manuscripts, and not a single one has any other name besides Matthew. How do you explain that? Not one single one.
Wait, how long was it passed down word of mouth? Can you tell me?
I mean, our earliest manuscript is probably 50, 60, 70 years. So there's like a 50-year gap. But in that
so 50. So let's clarify. 50 years. It was passed down word of mouth like telephone.
No. I'm not saying it was passed word of mouth. We just don't have the manuscripts the original manuscripts. I acknowledge that.
So if you don't have the original manuscripts, how do you know it's an accurate account?
Because we have plenty of manuscripts. Even Bart Ehrman, the most critical
Bart
biblical scholar.
Ehrman does not indicate resurrection.
Oh, I didn't say he does, but he acknowledges that most of what's in the Gospels is historically reliable. And we do what? I don't get it. Did I say something funny?
No, it's sorry. My friend Matt, who's like a super knows everything about the Bible. He's yelling at his phone right now. I think he's just being a little figurative.
What's he saying?
He's also Matt. You want to hear him? You want to talk to Matt? Matt v. Matt a little.
Yeah.
I don't want to go like super into like religion, but like I do want to. Like I think that would be funny. Matt, do you want to send a request, Matt? Okay, I don't see Matt, but we can do a little Matt v. Matt moment.
If I'm debating like a Bart Ehrman, I'm not. That'd be a little out of my league there. I don't want to be doing that. Oh god.
Well, you basically are.
Okay, finally. No, I'm kidding. I'm like, okay. So, other Matt, you've said about like 10 things that are just like
Habiba, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
all over the place. So let's start
Thank
with
you
the
for the
last
$5.
one.
Gabby, thank you for the $5 as well.
Bart Ehrman, whose books I own, whose blog I subscribe to, does not think that the Gospels are accurate at all. He points out numerous times that they contradict and that we cannot know historically that they're true or not. So you just made that up.
Wait, can I answer each point when you make it?
Yeah, sure. So I'm sorry, but like Bart Ehrman vehemently disagrees with you.
Okay, can I address the Bart Ehrman thing?
Sure.
So I don't agree. I'm not saying that Bart Ehrman says the Bible is historically accurate, but he acknowledges that most of the words in the Gospels are likely original to what was written. Not everything that was important, not that there aren't contradictions, not that the miracles aren't true, but that most of the words, most of the errors that are found are minor errors like commas. He acknowledges that most of the errors are minor errors. Is that not true?
Bart Ehrman says that errors in terms of history are throughout. Errors in terms of history, of like what we know about history, are there. Now, you're talking about discrepancies between manuscripts, things like that. And yes, those are relatively minor. 95% of the manuscripts do agree on major doctrine, but
that doesn't mean it goes back to the original ones.
Yes, but as Bart Ehrman would point out, we don't have the autographs, we don't have the actual words of those who wrote it, so we had nothing to compare it to. The whole process of textual criticism is to build up what we think that the original was, not what it is. That's why the whole basis. Yeah, and so you can say that it's accurate, but that's comparing it to something that we don't have. Bart Ehrman is just comparing it to all the manuscripts that we have, trying to figure out whether or not something was inserted or not over time. And there are things within the Gospel of John, within the Gospel of Mark, that we know were inserted over time.
Right, like the prostitute, Jesus said, "Don't cast a stone." Yeah, I understand that. I understand all that.
Or the ending of the Gospel of Mark, for example.
Correct, but those are relatively minor when you consider everything else that we do think. From
the ending of the Gospel of Mark is not minor, because the Gospel of Mark does not have Jesus going to the disciples once he's resurrected. The Gospel of Mark ends with the women being afraid. So that's a big deal, because the Gospel of Matthew, Luke, and John has him going to the disciples, but yet our earliest Gospel does not have Jesus doing that. That's a big discrepancy.
I mean, it's not a big discrepancy. It's different authors. But I completely acknowledge that we don't have original manuscripts. I didn't say we know for sure that the original manuscript that Matthew signed. And first of all, have we ever found a manuscript? Ever? I mean, we could just find one manuscript that would take this whole biblical narrative crashing down to the ground. If we could find one Gospel of Matthew that has a different name written on it. Have we ever found a different name written on the Gospel of Matthew than Matthew? Or a different name written on the Gospel of John than John?
Well, but the problem with that is that you're comparing Gospels and manuscripts written hundreds of years after Matthew's death. So these are people putting his name on the manuscript. We don't have any. For example, our most early writer who references what we think is the Gospel of Matthew was a man named Papias, and he didn't call it Matthew. He called it a sayings gospel. And even then he got it wrong, because he said that it was written in Hebrew when it was actually written in Greek. So,
Yeah, but
I mean, even Papias gets it wrong.
So here, Matt, Evil Matt, I'll let you respond real quick, and then I'm gonna bring us back, everyone, to
Okay.
to the politics. Actually, I'll probably kick off Evil Matt.
Okay.
You can make your point, Matt.
Okay, are you familiar with, obviously, you know what free transmission is and how, obviously, the Quran is not a text that had free transmission. The Bible had free transmission. So you're saying that these people wrote the name Matthew on it, but this wasn't like some joint, there's zero evidence, and there's evidence to the contrary that there's some joint conspiracy to, like, give Matthew credit here. This is free transmission all across the Mediterranean, and there's not one single time where the Gospel of Matthew has any other thing than that. And you're saying that, yeah, other people wrote the name Matthew on it, but with free transmission, how would they all have the same idea if there wasn't some truth in it? And I'm not saying...
As I just mentioned, Papias did not agree. So I just mentioned that.
All right, there we go. All right, Matt, I appreciate you as always,
have me
man.
if I appreciate
Matt on
it.
Matt crime.
Bye-bye. Take
Matt
care,
versus
Pepper.
Evil Matt.
Bye, chat.
Evil Matt, striked down one more time. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Also, we got banned on my main account, everyone. I'm really sad, so do follow me here if you haven't already. Okay, type Mag in the comment section if you want to be brought up. Follow me here if you haven't already, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, we are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. Yo, think of the hat mustache. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right. Do give it a second, everyone. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Chad, I'm so sad. I'm so fucking sad that I got my account banned today, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Hello? What the hell? What was the reason I got banned? I got banned because of misinformation, apparently. It was the guest, probably. Like, which is stupid. I don't know why I'm getting bans for that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
I'm sorry. Is bro in the bath, dude? Jesus Christ, man. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Are you voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
They're eating the dogs, you know.
All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. In the link tree. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you're voting for Trump in 2024, everyone. All right, I'm trying to get the next person up here, y'all. Do tap that screen. Try to get to 2 million likes. All right. Hopefully tomorrow the algorithm does work a little bit better. I think the algorithm will be working probably better on this account tomorrow, but still sad that we don't have the main account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You voting Trump?
Damn right.
Why so?
Because I don't want camel toe in there.
Why do you refer to Kamala that way?
As what?
What you just said.
Camel toe?
Yeah, why?
Have you ever seen her camel toe?
Why are you such a weirdo?
I'm not.
Have you seen Trump's print? Oh wait, probably not. Yikes, dude.
I'm
All right,
just
so do you
looking
want
at
to
that
give me
camel toe.
something? Can you give me? You're so fucking weird. Can you give me something actually relevant?
She's going to start World War III.
How is she going to start World War III?
The gypsies are going to come over here and take our oil.
Dude, what is wrong with that person? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 21. Wow.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am. I think I am. Yes.
Why so?
I voted for him last time. I think the biggest thing is I'm a big fan of smaller government, and I think with everything that kind of the far radical liberal agenda is pushing is just a lot more insight of what the government oversight the government has, and that just kind of scares me. And so I don't.
So like you wouldn't support violating the First Amendment or the Second Amendment or terminating the Constitution?
I personally wouldn't, no.
Yeah, so Donald Trump wants to violate the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, and terminate the Constitution. He wants to violate the First Amendment by putting people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He wants to violate the Second Amendment by taking people's guns first and then doing due process second. And then thirdly, he wants to terminate the Constitution. He literally tweeted out, did the things like he wants to terminate articles found in the Constitution to stay in power.
I'm not familiar with him making those claims. Are you able to pull it up so I can see?
Absolutely, I appreciate the $3. Thank you so much. Which ones? Do you want to hear the burning the American flag?
No, I'm less concerned with that. More so the Constitution, like getting rid of it.
Yeah. Trump terminate the Constitution?
Yeah.
I got you right here. Probably pull up the picture for you to see it. It's just my shit's not loading. Give it 1 second.
No worries at all. It's not so much that I am a super supporter and kind of the human that Trump is. I think morally, I disagree with most.
From PBS.
Okay, cool.
Trump rebuked to call for terminate Constitution over 2020 election results.
Oh, so in regarding to what he deems is a false election, you think there's that element?
Because he thinks that there's been a stolen election, which is delusional. Everyone knows that's wrong. He even sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win.
Yes. So I'm not super have a isolated opinion on what went down on the election. I do personally believe, I at least from what I've seen, that there was some scheming involved. I don't know. I don't care which, or I think from the evidence I've seen that there was interference on both sides of the election, as there always will be. I think the media has such a control over things like an election and the information being brought up, especially with the internet, where anyone can, deem anything as true as, with it's very easy to basically turn a small truth into validation for other lies and things like that. Does that kind of make sense? That's
Sydney, thank you for the $1.47. Thank you so much.
So I think when it comes to Kamala. Yeah, I just think when it comes to Kamala, a context, I think a lot of things are taken out of context is what I'm trying to say. But I think when it comes to Kamala versus Trump, I liked Trump's approach a lot better when it came to government, less being involved. I think Kamala is
I
untrustworthy.
mentioned multiple things that's not true, but can I ask you a question?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. What
Yes,
about
I
if
would.
it was what about if the victim was a child?
Absolutely, yeah.
You'd still vote for him?
I'm only voting for him. I disagree with him morally, but I think what Kamala has done, even with her sexual relationships, destroying a family, things like that.
They were separated for 10 years.
I disagree with how she went about it. But
Yeah,
I think
that's nowhere near the same thing as sexually abusing a woman.
no, I agree.
Forcefully penetrating her against her will.
Well, I don't exactly know, since there hasn't been an official sentencing yet, how that will go down.
No, he's already been held civilly liable for that.
Correct,
The, the sentencing is for the falsification of business records in the first degree.
Well, I don't have any comment towards his moral obligation because I'm in agreement. Because there's evidence that I do think he is not.
So you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Only because I don't necessarily believe the claims are true, but also I just don't trust Kamala with.
So you don't believe it's true. So what's the name of the victim?
Let me hash out my sentence real quick.
What's the name of the victim?
I don't know the name of the victim.
So if you don't know the name of the victim, then how do you have any reason to believe it's false?
Just because I know that I do believe the legal system has been weaponized in certain fields regarding Trump. I think him being impeached twice, but then him having not being ruled out of his presidency, like pulled out of office, I think those are examples that I think the system has been weaponized, and so that's where I'm on the fence of whether or
in
not
Congress, and
Sorry?
also the same thing happened to Biden. So also that this isn't weaponizing, because you understand that the medical records of her telling her therapist that she was sexually assaulted, right, by Donald J. Trump, right, were from 1996. Okay, so she had no clue that he was going to be running for presidency then.
Yeah, I'm not super well aware of those details, so I don't think I'd be qualified. I want to pick your brain though on when it comes to trusting, right? I think politicians, it's pretty hard to trust. I think we can all agree on both sides, and I appreciate you opening up the conversation for this, because at the end of the day, we're just humans, hopefully with the same goal. Just different ways to get to that goal.
If you're willing to vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, and the only reason is because, you just don't accept it, but then you don't even know who the victim is, you don't know any of the evidence submitted in the case, and you just dispute it on the basis of it because you think there's some political motivation, that's called partisan bias. Okay, you didn't even look into it, you didn't even check. You're just like the sheep for the other side.
Well, I did look into it. I just don't know the specifics on the case because, I don't do this all day. I don't debate people all day. So my need to be as sound in the evidence is less. I think there does need to be more on my part.
Do you not want to be rational?
No, of course. I'm not saying that. You can't apply my statement in that and saying it aligns with this statement. But I'd love to pick your brain because when it comes to politicians, it's pretty hard to kind of trust and understand that they're not just going to try to appease the people. Sorry for the clipping. I'm messing with my controller. But when it comes to Kamala, I think she's doubled down a lot on her statements, supporting this, not supporting that. And I think it's frustrating for me if I'm going to cast my vote out, whereas Trump has said he's going to do certain things. And of course, not every politician is going to live up to every single thing that they said or done. That's obvious. But I think he's held up his end of what he said he's going to do when he ran. Whereas Kamala,
draining the swamp, replacing the ACA.
Again, you can name certain things they didn't
Mexico
hold
build
up
the wall,
on. But I think the
infrastructure bill.
I think the bulk of what he did or said he was going to do, he did held up on. And I think for Kamala, and I'd love for you to respond on Kamala's
Can
part.
you name me 2 Trump policies he influenced to get passed?
Policies. I really like his policies regarding the border wall. I think it's a big problem. And I think when he said he was going to extend the wall, I don't know.
I'm asking you for 2 separate policies.
One of his policies was certain policies regarding the wall, getting the funding to build the rest of the wall. and I agree with that. And I also agree with us pulling out of the Paris Accords. I think it was good for the economy.
Those aren't policies, but pulling out of the Paris Climate Accords is terrible.
I don't think that's a policy, but I was getting to policy. I think it's policies regarding Americans or America, their need for energy, not having reliance on energy through other countries.
We had more imports of oil during Trump's administration and less production of oil in the United States.
I'm not sure.
That's from the Energy Information Administration.
Okay. So you're saying that what
Jenny, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jenny. Thank you so much.
What policies?
And Kaja, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Darla, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Darla, Kaja, and Jenny in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, everyone.
Perfect. What policies and did the Biden administration do that allowed for less of that importation? That way that I can sway my vote, right? Oils and things like that.
No, I'm just saying that there is less now. So you're saying that in terms of imports, you actually could say sanctions on Russia.
True. Yep.
Because of Russia invading Ukraine, you can say that.
Okay. I think when it comes to Trump's approach, not necessarily policy, but I like his approach when it comes to leadership, being very stern with other countries' leaders. Like his stories of communicating with the leaders of ISIS, and as well as his strong but firm relationship with Putin, where he...
Did you know that Kremlin documents were leaked? Appreciate the dancing, saying that like Russia can easily manipulate Trump.
No, I haven't read any of those.
Yeah, so there was leaked Kremlin documents on that. And I'll give you an example of that happening. Putin said to Trump that they didn't interfere in the 2016 election when U.S. intelligence was indicating otherwise, and that was proven. It was proven that they did interfere. Bruce,
I'm confused how that
$1.22.
How that goes against my liking towards his approach to leaders.
Because he's easily manipulated.
Well, I think one case of a leader kind of getting the bested of doesn't necessarily deny his ability to communicate and be stern with other leaders, like having no new wars. I mean, you could make a case about the war in Turkey, but again, I don't think
Kurdish war and the self-proclaimed war on ISIS.
Yeah, but I don't think that's necessarily. I think that's a result of something he did, not necessarily him starting it. And so you can,
Oh, okay. So how did the Biden-Harris administration start it?
I don't think
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. What new wars were started under the Biden-Harris administration?
I think one of the most frustrating thing was pulling out of Iraq, giving a terrorist organization billions of dollars worth of military equipment.
You mean pulling out of Afghanistan?
Yes, sorry, Afghanistan.
Yeah, and that was set up by Trump.
Yes, but not in that way. They weren't going to pull out abruptly like that, which is why he didn't.
You mean they extended time, so they even had more time than what Trump originally said. They were going to pull up more abruptly under Trump.
Yeah, but he wasn't going to pull out unless it satisfied the needs of the American people. Unless
he set up the agreement with the Taliban, right? That he would pull out, and they actually gave up 5,000 Taliban fighters.
Yes, but he did not pull out because it would not have benefited anyone. Under the circumstances, which is why he did not. And so I think the way we pulled out was not only embarrassing, but just...
that was set up by Trump, by the way. So tell me what he did specifically that made it worse.
What Biden did?
Yeah.
Enabling them to seize billions of dollars worth of equipment.
So you understand that equipment was stuff that they gave to the Afghan military to defend themselves. So we're saying that we shouldn't have given any equipment to the Afghan military for them to defend themselves?
Yes, we should to the Afghan military, but
that's exactly what it was.
But not let it get in the hands of ISIS, which it did.
Wait, so that's totally dependent on whether or not they can defend themselves.
During you mean the Afghan military?
Yes, because remember the U.S. was pulling out.
Correct, but we can help them not allow them to seize that, and help them out, give them more men or whatever that we need to do. But like, I think it's frustrating.
So stay.
Well, again, I'm saying they stayed because if they were to pull out in those circumstances, I'm sure.
Wait, you're arguing not to
that
pull out now. But
government
Trump set up
leaders.
the pullout.
Sorry?
Trump set up the pullout.
I agree. Yeah, I love that. I wanted to pull out, but at the same time, it wouldn't have made sense if it was going to be able to be in the hands of ISIS.
It's not ISIS, it's the Taliban. And that's what likely would have happened either way.
Well, I disagree. I think with how smart our high leaders are, my stepfather works in the government. I think he's a strategist. I think there's many different ways that we could. I'm just saying we could have pulled out in a much better way. And I think the way
I don't think that the Biden-Harris administration specifically caused it to be bad in that scenario. The same way that when there were 65 service members that died under Trump in conflict, I don't think that was necessarily the cause of Trump or because of Trump.
I would disagree. I would disagree.
So Trump's responsible for the 65 service members who died in conflict from the U.S.
No, I don't think he's responsible. But I think it's, again, I think. Would you agree that it could have been done better at all?
Sure, I don't know what they could have done though.
Well, I mean, it's not your position. Again, it's not mine either to say there would have been a better way, right? We're not strategists. We're not in the government. But I think we can see the results of their pullout.
You could say the same thing with every single military decision.
Correct. But I think...
Audrey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Audrey.
I think this one was pretty bad. And those are the things where...
What you're not understanding is that, again, everything you're saying is even to a greater extent under Trump because more service members died in conflict. Because you're saying this is bad because it led to service members dying in conflict. I agree that's bad. Gabriella, I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much. But more died under Trump.
Again, I don't know the numbers of how many more died over what administration.
65 Trump and 16 Biden-Harris.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. And again, it's tough because I do think numbers aren't always accurate, or some are inflated, and agendas are behind those agencies that push those stats. But I think...
No, you're just like a conspiracy nut. I'm good. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
What's up with the name?
I don't know. Just name my name. Why?
Anti-Democrats Cult 2024. It looks like you're a part of a cult. You literally have in your bio, "The truth will set you free," and you have a picture of AI Trump with a pistol.
Yeah, man.
I'm getting cult behavior.
Cult behavior? Your party is a freaking cult.
How are we a cult?
I don't know. Y'all Trump haters. Y'all don't agree, man. Good at Trump.
I hate someone who literally was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Where's proof of that?
He was held civilly liable for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll. I can show you the verdict form. Would you like to see it?
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah.
Or would you rather just see an article? You want to see the verdict form? Would that even change it?
An article for fake news? Yeah.
Well, here's from AP News.
Mm-hmm.
Here's from PBS.
Mm-hmm.
Here's from the Washington Post.
Okay.
Here is from NPR.
Okay.
Do you accept any of these?
No, I don't listen to none of them because they're fake.
They're all fake?
Yeah.
What makes you think that they're fake?
They're fake.
And what makes you think that?
Because they're all biased.
How are they all biased? Is this verdict form bias as well?
What source
Can you
is
read
that?
number 2?
What source is that?
It's the verdict form. I'll just tell you. Case 122 CV 10016-LAK, document 174, filed on May 9th, 2023.
Yeah. I got nothing out of that. What source is that?
I just gave you the case number.
Yeah, that's his charges, but can you prove his charges are legit? Like, why isn't he in jail yet?
Because it's civil court.
Civil
The
court?
reason why it couldn't be in a criminal court is because of statute of limitations.
Let me ask you something real quick. What policy does Kamala has to fix this country? Because this country is doing really bad right now. How is she going to fix it?
You just pivoted completely.
Huh?
You just totally pivoted.
You want me to repeat the question?
No, you pivoted. We were talking about the sexual abuse, and you completely deflected and pivoted to a different topic.
Yeah, I want you to convince me how Kamala is better than Trump. What
Kamala.
policy she-
Who's Camilla?
Camilla, whatever.
Kamala.
What?
Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
She stinks. What policy does she has to fix this country? Can you give me one?
Yeah. $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Once she gets in, she won't do none of that.
You're just a conspiracy nut, bro.
Trump has proven.
You're a cultist. Would you vote for Trump if he sexually abused a child?
There's no evidence of that.
Wait, you just said everything's fake, so you just won't accept anything.
No, your sources from your fake news is fake.
I gave you
What?
AP News, I gave you NPR, I gave you PBS,
Nah,
I gave you
they
the
all-
Washington Post.
They're all biased, buddy. They're all
No,
biased.
they're
and you know
literally
it.
independent. They're literally independent.
They're biased, buddy. So, are you going to answer me or not?
Should I ask you what?
Are you going to answer me or not?
Sure. What's your question?
About, are you asking me about Trump child abuse stuff? Do you have any evidence of that?
Here, I'm just asking you.
Sexually assaulted a child?
Would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
No, I wouldn't. But
So why would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but not if the victim were a child?
because I know it's all made up. It's a wish hunt.
So why wouldn't it be made up if the victim was a child?
Child, there's no evidence of that, man. Can you pull up evidence of that?
So no,
I mean-
again, it's conceptual. The only thing I'm changing about the scenario is the fact that the victim would be older or younger. Okay? And you're saying that in one scenario you'd accept it, but the other one you wouldn't. No difference in this case, but the difference in the age of the victim. So that's what I'm showing, is that you're doing that based upon your perceived severity of the crime or of the infringement. You're not doing it based upon, right, like whether or not it's likely to be true. Because if it was evidentiary based, there's no evidentiary standard to differentiate the two because they're both civil courts. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. So, why are you voting for Kamala? Can you give me a good reason?
Yeah. So would you like me to refer to the policies she's supporting, policies she's influenced to get passed, or bad things about the other side? Which would you prefer to hear?
Her policies, because I don't know any.
Policies that she's influenced to get passed, or policies that she wants?
Policies she's going to have to fix this country, man.
So policies she wants?
I guess, man. Can you give me one?
Okay, so in terms of policies she wants, the child tax credit, like I mentioned, the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, the $50,000 deductible from the first year of a taxable income for small businesses, $2,000 cap for pharmaceutical drugs out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month, right, for everyone, not just seniors.
Okay.
Those are just a few.
You believe in that?
Yeah, I do believe that they're going to fight for those. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Obviously, it relies upon Congress, but they're going to do what they can. They're also going to codify Roe versus Wade if it's passed. If she's going to sign it into law.
Oh.
Yeah, I really don't believe in that, man. They're just gonna lie once they get our results and lie and don't do nothing for another 4 years. Like always, man. We voted for Biden and he messed up the country.
How did he mess up the country? Like, what did he do to make it bad?
Obviously, we were doing better under Trump. Obviously.
No, but wait. So 4 years ago, there was 7.8% unemployment. Are you saying that we were doing better 4 years ago?
That was because of a pandemic. How can you blame that on Trump?
So wait, how can you blame the economic effects of the pandemic, like inflation, on the Biden-Harris administration, if it is the case that it happened globally at the same trend?
Well, repeat that question again. Sorry.
How can you blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation that happened everywhere around the world at the same trend because of COVID, mainly?
Well, I blame Biden because every executive order that Trump did that was good for us, which make gas cheaper and stuff like that, and the cost of living and stuff. You know,
Wait, so Trump's actively right now advocating for policies like universal tariff, 10 to 20% tariff, which would cause gas to go up. It would cause housing development to go up in terms of costs. It would cause groceries to go up because imported goods would be more expensive.
Okay.
So why do you support a guy that wants tariffs, 10 to 20% universal on every good coming into the country?
Tariff, what you mean by that?
A tariff is a tax on an imported good.
Imported good?
Mm-hmm.
So other countries are bringing stuff to this country? That's what you're saying? That's what you mean?
Wait, say that one more time. I can't hear you.
You trying to say like tax countries to bring in the products? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, they're taxing the imported goods into the country.
Yeah, rightfully so. Other countries are stealing our money when we got a...
That tax is mainly passed down to the consumer.
To consumers?
Yeah, it's mainly passed down to the consumer. All right. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Alicia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you. Thank you for the head mustache as well. Yo, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Well, first off, I don't know, like, so I'm going to start here. I've been, like, watching you, like, kind of debate all these other people that are coming in. But my thing is when I come in here, I'll tell you my point here in a minute, but, like, whenever I come in here, I'm just wondering, like, what your reason is of voting for Kamala. Like, what are her policies that you're agreeing with, that you're voting upon, other than mentioning Trump? Like, because, like, respectfully, I'm not trying to be rude, but like when you came in here and you started talking about Kamala, you didn't say anything about her policies other than bringing up Trump and how much like he destroyed everything. So I'm just wondering, wholeheartedly, how is Kamala going to fix up the last 3.5 years when she's been in office and she has been able and had the opportunity to fix it, but hasn't? What is it?
So in this last conversation, like literally 3 minutes ago, we were just talking about policies.
I asked you a question going into a new conversation. I don't care about that conversation. I'm just moving forward.
You just said that I didn't talk about it, and I was just addressing the fact that I did talk about it.
Well, excuse me.
Is that fine?
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to understand.
Sure, yeah. So as it relates to the policy, do you want me to give you policy that she's advocating for or proposing, or policy she's done?
On which matter? Because on the average American...
What?
Okay,
You asked for what she did.
Well, hold on. So, like, like clarifying, like, as a parent or as an average American or as someone that lives in South Texas, like, there's a lot to cover there. Because, like, when we talk about inflation in the grocery store, I have 2 kids that I have to supply for, and you have to go to the grocery store for, and have to feed and provide for. My electric bill has gone up by $50 per kilowatt. Are we talking about the border crisis? Because she was the border Avatar. Like she was in charge
Border
of
Avatar?
I'm sorry?
Did you
That's
just
the
say
first-
border
that's the first I've
Avatar?
heard.
Definitely, Dean, I'm having a conversation with Parker. So hold on. Like, I'm literally trying to get into this conversation of like, which point are we going to actually talk about of what she's going to cover? Because there's a lot for me that I'm not sitting here advocating for Trump. I'm just trying to advocate.
Ma'am, I asked you a simple question. I asked, what do you want to hear?
Well,
Policies?
I'm not get used to that because Kamala, every time you ask her some questions, she goes on with a story. So go on.
Wait, okay, can you give me like do you want me to tell you like the policies she advocated for, right, or like policies that she did?
Whenever
on
you ask
office?
Donald Trump a simple question, he gives you
He's gonna-
concepts of an
he's
answer.
The candidate for president that y'all didn't get to vote for, by the way. Respectfully, Dean, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to Parker. Okay. So
Respectfully, okay.
this is why y'all are, anyway. Going into it, if I was to be voting for her, what is it that you stand for? Like, what is it?
Yeah, so
As
is
a
it
president,
for the
not
border,
as-
the bipartisan border bill, right, that Trump undermined? Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bipartisan border bill because he didn't want Democrats to look good.
Are you talking about the 1,500 people that she tried to vote in?
What?
What?
The 1,500 people that she tried to get sent to the border? Are you talking about that?
Yeah, so you're talking about in terms of judges to make the system go faster for asylum, because right now it takes 8 to 10 years for people to go through the process of the claims, whereas under the bill it would take around 6 months to 1 year.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So do you believe in open borders or closed borders?
I believe that we should have a border and we should have border security, but so long as that we make people have the ability to come through the country faster.
Yeah, we should make it easy.
Thom, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Thom. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Steph with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Steph. Can we get some W's for Steph as well? Camilla with the $5. Michelle and Bella, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And Janisha, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you so much. Get some W's for everyone.
We should make
What were
it
you saying?
significantly easier for people to migrate into the U.S. through the legal processes, so we can have documented records of everyone coming in, insofar as reducing undocumented entries. Okay, and that's what
Okay.
the border bill aimed to achieve, and that's what Donald Trump shot down.
To an extent. I mean, like, you look at his wife, right? Like, she literally came into the country legally. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like, I'm not all about like, like shut it completely down, but like, there's a legal process that has to be made. Like,
Then why doesn't Donald Trump agree with you? How come he wanted people to continue to enter into our country
Hold on,
through
wait,
undocumented
no, so
processes
here's
by
the
shooting
thing.
down policy to make the legal process easier and quicker?
but here's the thing. Instead of switching it to Trump, let's stay on the Kamala thing. I'm asking Parker, like, what it is. I'm not disagreeing with him. I'm just asking him what it is that he's voting Kamala in for.
Okay, so
I'm going against him.
I'll give you the whole rundown.
Okay.
There's policies she advocates for. There's policies that she's influenced to get passed, and then there are
Well,
things
okay.
that are bad about Trump. Now, let me talk about them. So specifically, the policies she advocates for: $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket pharmaceutical expenses, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just seniors. She's also advocating for a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $50,000 deductible of small businesses in the first year of their taxes. She's also advocating for getting rid of the ability for medical debt to affect your credit, and for Medicare to be able to negotiate drug pricing.
Okay. So why is
And then
she?
I can
she
keep going through
doing that?
others.
Why is it that she has to clean up the last 3.5 years?
What?
So why is she not advocating and doing all those things now versus like?
Yeah,
going
so
into the president?
I was still going to explain. So as it relates to the things that she's done, she influenced to get past the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act. Specifically, the Inflation Reduction Act through tie-breaking votes, which she actually had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever, in which the Inflation Reduction Act had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. So she has advocated for these things. It just relies upon Congress in order to be able to get these things through.
Steph, thank you for the $30 on Venmo.
Like the system.
Let's get some W's for Steph in the chat. Thank you for the $30 donation. And Gabby, thank you for the $5. And M with a private jet. Holy shit. Yo, M coming in hot tonight. Oh my God. M, thank you so much for the private jet. You are phenomenal. W's for EM, M in that chat. Thank you. Seriously, M. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt anyone. No, like respectfully, I can have a conversation with people that have like disagreeing views from me. I was just really curious why, because like whenever we come into this conversation, like watching you before, nothing can be said about Kamala without bringing up Trump, and that's what I can't stand. Like if
Why?
we're gonna, huh?
Why? I think it's like we do have reasons to vote for Harris that pertain to how good her policy is. Yet I think it's perfectly valid to say that you're voting for Harris because of how sufficiently bad Donald Trump is. Like I think in November it's one or the other, and I think it's a completely valid thought process to say that you want the racist, rapist, womanizer that tried to coup the country to definitely not be in the Oval Office. Thereby, you're voting
Alexis,
for
thank you for the
Harris.
$5, and Sharon, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sharon.
I think that. Wait, I thought that you weren't trying to interrupt.
No, because you continued interrupting me. And respectfully, Dean, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Parker. I don't even know how you got in this box. I wasn't talking to you.
I hacked into live.
Like, why we continue to talk about this racist and stuff? Like, it's y'all divided. Like, bring it up.
Oh no, that's not what you do. So when someone's racist,
And
no,
it's not even race.
Hey,
It's blue and
simply, do you mind if I
red,
ask you a question?
Republican, all of it.
So
Like,
when you were in
y'all-
middle school, and you had the class bully treat a group of kids like shit, and then you stood up for the group of kids, would it be a good response for the principal to say, well, you caused the division for standing up for the kids that were getting bullied? I don't think it's an
Sonia,
issue at
thank you for the
all
$5.
for us to call out, recognize Donald Trump's racism instead of being complicit with it.
how
We are
is
not the ones causing the division by
hold on,
pointing
if
out
you're gonna
and
make
holding him
me
accountable
hate
for his
him,
racism.
why is
He's the one
racist
causing the
instead of, like,
division
nattering on
by
all
being
the stuff?
racist in the first place.
All right, so how is he racist?
He
Dean?
called all black people lazy. He denied housing opportunities to black people because of the
Joe
color of their
Biden
skin.
literally
I'm
said
still
he's gonna
cooking.
put
I'm
them
still
back
cooking.
in
Quite frankly, I'm still cooking.
Yeah, and then Joe Biden turned around and said that he was going to put him back in chains, and that if that black guy that was voting for
Astro,
Trump,
thank you for the $11.11.
Can I cook?
Wait, so again, can you, listen to what Dean's saying real quick, and then we'll address this. Push Little Crown.
Okay, because he's been speaking the entire time, and every time that I start to butt in, I get shut down.
Okay, are you delusional?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, like there's a lot of examples of Donald Trump being racist. He called all black people lazy. He denied housing opportunities to black people because of the color of their skin in the 70s. He called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five after they'd been exonerated for their claims because of their race. He said that Obama shouldn't be able to run for president because he's black, obviously meaning he's not a U.S.-born citizen. He said that Kamala Harris turned black, implying that she wasn't black prior. He said he didn't like it when black people counted his money. He preferred the quote-unquote short men and yarmulkes. And these are the facts. And when I give you these facts, you automatically turn around and talk about Joe Biden. We could do that too. Joe Biden has a racist past. At least he has attempted to grow and apologize and become a better person, something that Trump has never done. However, Biden's not running. Come November, I'm voting for the
we agree on
non-racist over the
that.
racist. Why aren't you?
Okay, so let's back up. So you turn around and you want to say that Joe Biden did make those statements, but he's trying to make a turn and like be a better person.
I like how you picked out the most irrelevant piece of my response.
I'm really curious because
Why do you want to talk about someone who's not running for
Joe
president?
Biden don't even know where he's at half the time. Like I don't even think he knows.
Okay,
he's
well,
president.
I know where he's not at. He's not in the presidential
And then
race,
if we're going
yet you
back
want to
to
talk
when
about
he
him.
said that Kamala said that she's black or she ain't black or whatever. She literally on her page said that her mother is Indian. Like
You can be Indian and black. You can't. You don't.
and that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But like,
Wait. Can I be white and also German? Can I be white and also from Spain? Can I be white and also be like literally any other European country? Like that's the most irrelevant thing for you to point out.
Yeah, can you have an Indian mother while being black?
yes, you sure can.
Oh, so when you said that she's not black because she has an Indian mother, do you see how like that was a really bad argument?
It's not a bad argument. I'm just saying that she states
God.
what her race is based off of where she's at in politics.
I have a question. Do people have two parents or one parent?
Seriously?
They're
Like,
too
I'm not going back to kindergarten with you. I'm not sitting here arguing.
So when you're saying that she's not black because of her Indian mother, and then you unfortunately leave out her Afro-Jamaican father.
Me? Are you going to let me talk, or are you going to interrupt me?
I'm so sorry. I'm being a very bad boy.
What I'm stating is that she says that she's black, she's Indian, she's all these other things, making the racial slur, right, to get the votes in. That's all it is.
What? The racial slur? What?
Okay, so when you go back and you watch all of her like videos and stuff like that, she'll advocate that she's Indian in that moment, just like she changed her slang to like Spanish or whatever the hell she just tried to do not too long ago.
Yes, Dean, it is. It is. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, definitely, Dean. I don't understand how that's changing, right? You understand you can be black and you can also be Indian. I can show you multiple videos of her acknowledging that she's black. She went to a historically black college and university, and it was in a well-known black sorority.
Why is that such a big thing? Like, why? I mean, Trump even said, I don't care if she's black. She can identify as anything. Apparently in America, we can identify as a damn sink if we wanted to. But moving
What
forward,
the fuck? You sound so goofy.
I've seen some crazy shit. I don't know where y'all are at, but
I have a question. Has anyone ever told you that like you give off MTG vibes?
No.
No?
No.
Never heard that before?
Never. So earlier you said that Trump's partner was an immigrant. So Laura Loomer is a U.S.
Hold on,
born
wait,
citizen.
what? Hold on, Dean, I didn't hear you. What?
Earlier you said that Trump's partner was an immigrant. That's false. Laura Loomer is a U.S. citizen.
So here's the thing at the end of the day. I just wanted to come in here and ask you about Kamala's policies. Like, I'm not going to sit here and argue. Like, I'm just not going to do it. Whenever I was listening to y'all coming in,
I got you. I can answer these
genuine
questions.
questions is all it was.
No, I'm down to do this. Like, I'm totally down. Okay, so we can talk about the policies. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, and the Inflation Reduction Act are things that she mainly influenced to get passed. A president relies upon, and a vice president relies upon Congress to influence things to get passed, to be able to get it put on their desks or to be able to put in front of them so that they can influence something. So otherwise, right, they're not going to be able to get anything done. There's going to be gridlock, the same way that Trump had gridlock with the border wall. Right, but recently Trump has undermined the recent border bill that's bipartisan, even though it provided funding for the border wall. But because it would make Democrats look good, that's why he said he undermined the bill.
So is there anything within Trump's policies that y'all agreed with? I'm just curious.
Operation Warp Speed.
Right to Try Act.
That's it?
Yeah,
You don't think our economy was better? You don't think the stock
I don't think that
market-
was anything to do with him.
And he didn't cause the stock market to boom. In fact, we've had higher highs under Biden and Harris. Wait, did Biden and Harris cause the
Amy,
highest
thank you for the
highs that we've
$5.
ever
Thank you
had
so
in the
much.
stock
And
market?
Matthew with the $50. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Matthew.
And Kayla, I appreciate you for the $10. You're phenomenal. I have a question. Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to like religiously persecute Muslims from coming into our country?
Why are we going into religion? That's not something that was brought up.
Just
Matt, think of the $5.
hypothetically, would you still vote for Trump if he was like, no new Muslims can come into our country. They all have to stay out. No new Muslims.
So hold on, if we're going to go into religion, so you're going to vote for Kamala that...
Okay, are you like actively trying to conceive of a
Hold
pivot?
on. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to ask a question.
Okay, you're unintentionally pivoting. I forgive you. Would you still vote for Trump if he wanted to ban all
Let me
new
tell you
Muslims from
something.
coming into our country?
I am not going to sit here. Okay, so what about religion did we get into? Like, you don't know my religion. You don't know how...
No. He's not saying you are a particular religion. He's saying like you disagree with religious persecution, right? Or like if Trump wanted to ban all Christians, you wouldn't vote for him.
Oh yeah, would banning all new Muslims from coming into our country be good or bad for America?
I don't... Okay, so respectfully, I'm not educated enough in Muslim religion to know that. Like, I don't explore outside of what I believe in, to be honest with you, as far as religion-wise. I'm non-denomination. I don't do the religion stuff. I don't even explore into it.
Is religious persecution good or bad for America?
What does that mean, though? Like, going
Persecuting people because of their religion. Treating them differently, not giving them the same rights.
Well, Absolutely not. We live in America. You have freedom of religion.
Okay, so when Trump attempted to religiously persecute all new Muslims by saying that they shouldn't be able to enter into our country, that was really bad for America. So how can you say that Trump wants to make America great again? Meanwhile, you agree that Trump has done things that are actually really bad for America.
Okay. I'm not even going to touch into that subject because I'm not educated enough to go into that detail of subject with you, if I'm being completely honest with you. But what I do know is the stuff that I see
One
right
second. I feel like my 5-year-old nephew could say that religious persecution is bad.
Again.
Like, I don't think you need to be like
Again.
sufficiently
I'm not
educated
gonna
to like hold to the
argue.
position that we shouldn't be treating people differently because of what they believe in.
Listen, if you want an argument, then you want to choose something different. Because I just came on here to have a casual conversation and ask Parker simple questions. That's all it was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm getting on here to debate you. I don't even know how you ended up in here. I didn't sign up to talk to you, which is fine. Thanks, Dean. But in the same essence, like, I'm not in here to debate. Like, I'm just in here to ask him questions. And ask
Yeah, just go ahead. What questions do you want further?
No, that was it, Parker. That was it. That was just why you were voting for it.
Can I ask you like a question then?
Sure.
Do you think a violent sex offender should be able to get access to a gun?
As far as what? Like, are you talking like Donald Trump? You're trying to cover that up?
Like a rapist. Or
Just any person who's committed a violent sexual offense, should they be able to get access to a gun?
Corey, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. W's for Corey with a K in the chat.
Background check. Yeah, absolutely. Because I know people that had done things way back when they were 17. And
Like rape someone?
No, not like that. No.
So I'm talking a violent sexual offense.
Well, no.
Okay, so someone who's committed a violent sexual offense, do you think they should be able to get access to a gun?
No, I do not.
Okay, so if they shouldn't be able to get access to a gun, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes, and why would you vote for them?
Well, what is he been found guilty on though? Like, what is it that he's been charged on? Like, if he was charged on all this, like, where is it at? Like, what is?
I got you. So he was held civilly liable. DMC, thank you for the boxing ups. Thank you so much. Civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Okay, see, I'm not even touching on that because I don't even know about that. Like, I'm not going to.
This is the verdict form. You see how number 2 it says sexually abused Miss Carroll.
There's a
You
lot
can take
of
me off the big screen whenever you don't need it anymore.
Do you see sexually abused? Number 2.
Yeah, but where are you pulling these from? Like, what is it?
That's from the courts.
But when was this? Like, when was it? Like, and it,
Like when did he do this?
Exactly.
So 1996. That's when he did it. When was he held civilly liable? She
Yeah.
filed in 2019, and he was the jury documents come from 2023.
But why so long? Why should we wait so long?
Many victims either don't come out or it takes them decades to come out.
Yeah, and maybe the reason why some victims wait so long is because of grape culture. Grape culture provides social pressures on victims because, like, seemingly, right, we live in a society where a large amount of people are apologetic to rapists and will even go insofar as to blame the victim. This is what tens.
Kaylee,
of
thank you for the
millions-
$6.66, and Wes, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
This is what tens of millions of Trump supporters today have engaged in, and I absolutely cannot and will never fault a victim for waiting any amount of time because of the existence of these social pressures. Okay? If these social pressures didn't exist in a vacuum, your argument would hold a single smidgen of water. Right?
There is
But
no
that
one
is not reality.
This is all conversation. As far as that goes, I literally just told you I don't know enough about that to even sit here and hold a conversation with you. I don't. Like, when you say, am I going to vote for Trump? Yes, because my family and I were better off in his economy, right? I don't deep dive into the logistics of it. I haven't even deep dove into Kamala's stuff. Like, I haven't. I'm just saying, like, I came on here just to ask y'all a question because whenever I listen to her, like, a lot of them people, like, when they were listening to debate, right? There was a lot of people that did lean more towards Trump just by listening to them and what they stood on and, like, what they could answer. That's the only reason I came on here, was just to ask you what it was that you stood on.
Okay. So then, as it relates to this, you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, right?
Do what? I'm sorry.
You wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
To me, it would have to be more proven. Like, and again, like.
What's more proof? What's sufficient proof for you?
Okay, hold on. Whenever I say that, it's all about like what I'm educated in. I'm not educated in all these court documents that you're bringing up. Like, I don't even have a valid argument for you.
No, but I'm just saying, if someone is held civilly liable, like, is that a good enough standard of evidence for you? Like, would you let them be a gym teacher if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
Now, I understand what you're saying.
Like, I wouldn't. I wouldn't let them be a gym teacher. If I wouldn't let them be a gym teacher, why would I let them be a president?
Okay, cool. So, like, if we're talking about that, like, let's explore outside of it and, like, talk about Epstein Island and all that other stuff that's going on there. Or the migration.
Was Kamala Harris on Epstein's Island?
Hold on, let me talk. So, there is 125,000 children, migrant children today, that are why does the number matter so much as those are still children that
Because they're not actually missing.
Oh, they are.
Okay, explain to me how they're missing.
The statistics that roll through. I live
What
in
does it
South
mean?
Texas.
What does it mean? How do they qualify that these children were missing?
They are gone. Like,
Where were they supposed to be?
crossing our border.
No, false. So I'll go ahead and fill you in on what the statistic is. Undocumented adults and children, they both have, not even undocumented, documented. They have court dates, right, at our southern border where they have to show up to go through the legal process. What will happen a lot of the times is people won't show up to them either because they've entered into the country through undocumented means.
What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
Super duper irrelevant. Super duper irrelevant.
Oh, no, it's not. I live in Texas. I see this shit firsthand every
I live in California and I don't see this shit firsthand.
Can I finish what I was saying simply?
No.
Okay, so you just don't care about the facts? Are you admitting to just believing in
Are you
delusion?
kidding me? No, you're a gaslighting mofo, dude. Like,
David, think of the $5.
I'm not Donald Trump and JD
Haley,
Vance.
think of the $6.66.
You're a gas. Yep.
How is he gaslighting simply?
Because whenever I want to come in and say something, and I gave you the floor a while ago, and all of a sudden, whenever I start saying something, you want to come in and just no. You're not letting me talk.
Wait, that's what you just did to him.
You did not have to give me coordinates to your house. I said, what state do you live in? I live in Texas, South Texas, and I see firsthand what's going on.
I live in Southern California.
ABC News.
Bobby G, think of the galaxy.
I'm still waiting to be able to
It is
explain this concept to you. Do you
literally-
see how I actually don't really care about any of this, like what you're saying right now?
That's really sad that you don't care about migrant children that are missing.
So I'm actually attempting to explain.
He's actually addressing this right now, and you're not letting him do it. So please let him do it real quick.
You know what?
And then I'll make sure you have the ability to address that.
It's really sad that y'all are all about this and not want to listen to all the migrant children that are missing. And y'all
Simply, we're trying to address that right now. We literally are.
Nope.
Why are you no? She ran away. Are you serious?
Embarrassing.
That is so weird. All right, if you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio. Everyone in Linktree.
I actually have a couple people to thank here. Brittany, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thom with the $20 on Venmo. Alicia and Kaylee both with the $5 on Venmo. Matthew with the $10 on Venmo. And Jemilia with a $1 on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much.
It was so cool.
Y'all are
We had
awesome.
MTG on the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You voting Trump?
Yes.
Oh, why so?
I think he's a better president for our country.
Okay, why so?
I agree with his beliefs, and I think his policies from his past presidency are going to be more effective.
Caden, think of the $5. Can you name me what policy?
Yeah, I mean, I just think his border security is definitely better. Which
What
is
border
something-
security policy? Undermining the border bill?
Well, I mean, just from watching Kamala in charge of the border, and under her, millions of illegal immigrants pouring into the country. I think, I don't know. I think that's kind of irresponsible. And, frankly, I don't think.
Yeah. So then why did Trump undermine the border bill? Isn't that very irresponsible?
When he was president?
No, recently there was a border bill for 2023 that was in I think it was May 2023, written by a Trump endorsed Republican, Langford, and it is the case that Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Probably. I honestly think the reason he would have done that is to, I guess, worsen the issue so that he could create make it appear as though he's creating a bigger resolve once he hopefully comes in office.
So you admit he cares more about the way that he looks than he actually cares about fixing things.
Austin, you just gave a completely valid and
No. I'm not necessarily.
Kaden, think of the $5, and Angela, think of the $5. Thank you.
I guess I'm just sharing.
You have one foot in the door. You have 1 foot in the door, Austin. Admitted.
I'm just sharing a kind of a objective viewpoint on that. That's probably why.
Yeah, you are right. Like I said, you have 1 foot in the door, but now is where
Foot in the door to
foot
where?
in the door.
Put in the door to where?
Into reality. Okay, you recognize the reason that he shot down that bill was for political purposes. Why do you want to vote for someone who's willing to go so far that they will let the crisis at the southern border continue if it means it'll increase his chance at re-election?
Yeah, that's a great point. But why would I vote for someone who has been in charge of the border for the past 4 years and done nothing to support it? I understand what you're saying about Trump might be true, the point that I acknowledge. But if she was responsible for it for the past 4 years and millions of illegal immigrants crossed over into this country, how can you say that she's not to blame for that?
Because it is the case that Trump undermined the border bill, right? And he specifically didn't try to get things done.
2023. What about 2022, 2021, the years that?
Okay, yeah. So I think it is legitimate to say that they should have acted upon it earlier, right? But Trump not acting upon it on any time, right, just makes that even worse.
What do you mean?
You could apply this.
Didn't statistics show
when he undermined the border?
that-
When he undermined the border bill, that specifically is what did not allow for anything to be done in the administration when there would have been something that happened. Literally,
What about when he was president, though?
A year and a half ago, Trump didn't do anything when he was in office.
What do you mean?
He didn't stay in Mexico.
Less illegal immigrants came into the country.
Wait, so you understand that there was increasing levels under his administration from 2018, 2019. There was literally an increase in by almost two times.
What about 2016, 2017?
Hannah, thank you for the 13. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What's up?
What about in 2016 and 2017?
He was 2016, he was in president.
Through the course of his 4-year term.
Miranda, thank you for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Miranda in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Miranda.
Over the course of his
Can I ask you a question, Austin?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Over the course of his 4-year term, he allowed for less immigrants to come into the country. I understand that, there was probably times throughout his term, like 2018 to 2019, where that number increased for whatever reason that may be. But statistically proven, less illegal immigrants came into the country during his term in comparison to
Jared, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Kamala and Biden.
Just want to ask you a question. So if you and your family were having a dinner and you were tasked with going to the grocery store to get the rotisserie chicken, then on your way home, someone T-boned your car and you never got home with a rotisserie chicken, would your family be mad that you failed them and you didn't get the chicken? Or would your family be mad?
You forced the car to hit you!
Yeah, or would your
What's your
family be
point?
mad that someone stopped you from bringing that chicken home by T-boning your car?
How was she stopped from protecting the border?
Because Trump T-boned her car by shooting down the bipartisan border bill.
In 2023. What about 2022,
So that was actually it began,
2021, and 2020?
So first of all,
Wait,
they were
I just
president
addressed this.
in
I just
2020.
addressed
And then
this.
second of all, this is a point where I probably disagree with Parker. I think that this is about as effective as they could have been with bipartisan border legislation. It's an incredibly hard deal to get nearly 500 people together on a bill. It was bipartisan in nature, and it actually begun getting drafted in 2021.
Oh, I didn't even know that, actually. I thought it was just proposed. Wait, so it was beginning drafting in 2023?
And
Or
I think
2021?
I think Langford first started talking about it in 21, like late 21.
Yeah, if that's true, then I would agree with you. But I mean, if it's 2023, then I would just say that's a bit late.
That's when
they should have addressed it earlier. But Trump could have ran on that, but he decided not to. Trump specifically decided to undermine the border bill, which makes him look even worse. Nancy, thank you for the $30 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Nancy. I really appreciate it. And Chrissy, thank you so much for the $20 for I love you and you're iconic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. So why are you mad at the person that went out to get the chicken to bring home for the dinner instead of the person that T-boned them on the way home?
Because I just
Trump stopped her from being effective for the border.
I don't know. I just don't appreciate how like supporters of Kamala just. I feel like they are unable to accept when the current VP and potential upcoming president, I just don't understand why you can't accept the fact that she didn't do her job as best as she could have.
Trump stopped her.
No, in 2023, last year.
Austin, you were shouting talking points. We have addressed this. In 2023, point 3 times. Can you give me?
All right, why don't we move on? Why don't we move on?
No, Austin. I want to see if you were listening.
Point.
I want to see if you were listening. Either tell us what Parker said to you the first time you brought up that point, or what I just told to you the second time.
Well, you gave me the chicken analogy, the rotisserie chicken analogy. That's what your response was.
No, that actually wasn't our response to the fact that this was proposed in Congress in 23.
Okay.
The response is that Langford started working on this bill. He first started talking about it in late 2021 or early 2022 when Title 42 expired.
Okay.
The congressional policy, especially on this level, takes time, man.
Yeah, I understand that bills aren't. I understand that bills aren't passed.
Yeah, it's going up and down
immediately.
All right. Would you ever vote for someone that, I don't know, hit on your 10-year-old daughter?
I don't have a 10-year-old daughter.
Okay.
Dude, this guy is just like, you know what? I'm good.
I don't know. It's just.
Yo, Nelly, you voting Trump? Okay.
When are you getting off?
I was gonna stay on a little bit longer.
W.
Just probably latest 8 o'clock my time.
W. Also, I hit over 100,000 followers on this account. It was at 50K 3 days ago.
Dude, that's fucking insane, man.
I know.
Also, dude, you're literally at 500K.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Are you past 500K now, I'm guessing?
I'm ready to keep going.
Wait, am I?
Oh, I'm good. Fuck, I accidentally added them back.
Wait, am I past 500K?
Yeah, I think you are.
Wait, what?
Yeah. You're 529, Dean.
Wasn't I at 400K yesterday?
Yeah, dude. You gained a lot of... Dude, I'm telling you, I saw a clip on Twitter that had it had 28 million views, dude.
Holy shit.
Dude, you went insanely viral.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Your videos are doing crazy good too. Your fucking one video, my experience on Jubilee, is 4.3 million, dude.
And then the second part.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Mil.
Yo, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
No, I'm voting Kamala, but I'm wondering why you keep.
Why I keep what? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
And then also, my recent on Instagram has 20,000 likes.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
34.
Are you voting Trump?
This guy's voting Trump.
I don't want to vote Trump. I wanted Vivek Ramaswamy to be the nominee, but since he's representing the Republican Party, I guess I don't have any choice since I disagree with Democratic views. I wanted to ask you a question.
Like what? What do you disagree on?
Well, first of all, my AR that sits in my gun cabinet for my protection. How do you feel about Kamala Harris on several video interviews saying that she has a mandatory buyback program? And how do you feel about that?
For ARs, I don't care.
For assault, she has an assault weapons ban.
I do. Joseph, I don't think that mandatory buyback programs are good, but she's not running on that today.
Okay.
I honestly don't care. Do you need that to defend yourself?
Okay, another issue. We'll move on. You don't care, that's okay. It's the beauty of democracy, right? So let's move on to a different subject. How about her saying that foreign and domestic terrorists like the God damn it, the Boston Marathon bomber, he should have the right to vote. Do you think that's cool?
She said that we should have that discussion, not that he should have that right.
Yeah, but she said
I don't really see an issue with that. Nah.
But she also went on to say,
I don't see an issue with that. I don't see an issue with that to say you're not going to vote for her over like.
So wait a minute. So you're telling me?
Wait, Joseph. Why are you pissed off at the fact?
She's just protecting the right to vote.
Joseph, why are you pissed off at the fact that she said that we need to have a conversation about felons having the right to vote when you are literally wanting to vote a felon rapist into the Oval Office?
One person at a time, Dean. Let me respond to Parker first. He asked me a question, and then I'll be more than willing to go back with you. I can't talk to y'all if y'all not going to let me talk. So, Parker, in response to you, you're telling me that you're willing to cast your vote as an American and allow both foreign and domestic terrorists to vote in this country. You're okay with that? You're okay with
that's not what's going to happen.
Immigration in this country. Trump's never said that
you can consider. So she's just saying
that he wanted immigration to be legal.
Joseph, she's just saying that she wants to be able to retain the right to vote for everyone. That's all that's being said. Okay, so if you have an issue with that, you're saying we should infringe upon the right to vote. If you're saying no violent offenders should be able to vote, then Donald Trump shouldn't be able to vote, and he shouldn't be able to run for presidency. So, what are you talking about, dude? If you actually cared about violent offenders being able to vote or not, then you wouldn't be voting for one.
So this is Parker. This is where you're good at this, and I'll give you your flowers.
Joseph, you have an echo. Can you fix this real quick? Swipe out of the app.
This is where you're good.
Yo, Joseph, you got to swipe out of the app and swipe back in, man. You have a huge echo. Swipe out of the app, swipe back in. All right, you can unmute. Click the unmute. Click your profile picture and click the microphone.
Okay, then fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where I'll give you your flowers on your debate. And what you offer to this platform is awesome. I really like how you and Dean, also you, man, both of y'all are really good at what y'all do. Now, and another thing I want to hear y'all's debate on after I give you to your flowers, right? Because y'all are good at what you do, but your headline says, I'm voting for Harris. Why are you voting for Trump?
Wait, you're pivoting. You just wait.
Well, I'm just giving you guys credit on how you guys debate.
I understand. Thank you for the credit. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, but violent offenders shouldn't be able to vote, right? So they shouldn't be able to be president.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. You're right and wrong on that. You're generalizing and categorizing everything I said, taking it, just dropping it in a bucket. Okay, so domestic terrorists, both foreign and domestic terrorists, to me, don't qualify as a violent offender. When we say offender, we're not classifying felonies. We're not classifying misdemeanors. You're saying violent offenders. Okay, if you punch somebody in the face at a gas station for a disagreement, hey, you're going to get an assault charge. Are you a violent offender? Yes. Should you be able to vote? Yes. Because y'all disagree.
What about
hits a guy in the face? Yeah, you should be able to vote.
What about
when you blow up somebody in my country as a foreign terrorist, especially, and both, especially as a domestic terrorist, you cannot vote, man.
Now that I think about it, I didn't think about this ever before. This is something that I never thought about. And today, I was first asked this question. I'm totally fine. If someone has committed a violent offense, I'm totally fine with them not having the right to vote. I have no issue with that. Now, as it relates to this, I think that's actually, I'm fine with that. I think that's a good thing. But if you're okay with that, then you should not want Trump to vote or Trump to be president.
Well, it's not that I'm okay with it. That's what I was saying to you earlier. And by the way, I never thought I'd get Parker to agree with me on a stance. So that in itself.
Yeah, no, cool. Now that I think about it, I don't want people who are violent offenders to be able to vote. I do agree with that.
Yeah, and it's just there's levels to it, and so another thing.
Is grape sufficiently bad? No, is grape sufficiently bad to not have the right to vote?
Well, okay, so all cases that first of all, if you're going to bring up Grape, let's bring up Epstein. Okay.
No,
And
answer my question. Should grapists be able to vote?
Okay, I say yes. You say so. Trump shouldn't run. I say I agree. Okay, let's go back to what I initially
Wait.
stated.
I'm sorry, but Joseph, you just were like arguing this point that like it was so bad that like these types of violent offenders would be able to have an access to vote. But then now you're advocating for a violent offender to be able to. You're advocating. By the way, only U.S. citizens can vote. You're now advocating for like you're saying foreign terrorists. They can't. They can't vote.
That was Kamala Harris's words herself, not mine.
No,
she didn't. I wasn't. Yeah, she's on several interviews saying that. She even said that she's willing to have that conversation on CNN, which is a super liberal channel. So I'm cool with that, but I wasn't surprised or shocked. It's just kind of weird that she would even say that on a station like CNN. That's kind of even far out, even for them, to say that she's even willing to have that conversation. That's enough for me.
Can I be
right
honest? I think that she was just giving a politician answer. Because she said, 1 second, because she said that we should have that conversation. I think that it's possible that makes the implication that she thinks we should have the conversation, but at the end of the day, they shouldn't be able to vote. I just think that was her giving an unclear answer, kind of
So
like
she's
Trump
lying,
did.
man.
Kind of like,
You don't-
kind of like I'm not voting who doesn't lie at all. I'm voting for who lies less. No one lies more than Trump.
Okay, so here's my thing on let's keep this debate moving forward on this because we got good tread right now, good tracks right now as far as I'm concerned. Okay, what because we have agrees and disagrees, and moving forward from as far as the grape thing, like I said, yes, if there is valid proof, and I'm sorry we may disagree on this, but you're going to tell me that Donald Trump, he has status. Okay, obviously he has status. I'm going to tell you right now that there's no way you could box me in a corner where this man is the same women, The View, Oprah, several talk show stations, whatever you want to call them. Okay, whatever. But several video interviews where he's praised. Oprah asked him, hey, why would you ever run for president? Would you ever run for president? Almost egging it on. Please run for president. Using his status, his network,
dude,
using his business.
Jesus Christ! I don't care about any of these points. I really don't.
Well, they're not.
There were some people that had different. There were some people. There were some people that had different views about him over time. Okay, that's totally fine.
Now, have you noticed?
Now, can you acknowledge? Can you acknowledge that he's a terrible person, please?
Okay, I did. I did that earlier when I told you that I didn't want Trump to win this. I wanted Vivek Ramaswamy to win
I
this.
understand,
but I have to vote for the Republican policies.
I'm sorry, but I think if you think that Trump is a great guy, you're fucking insane. Like, to be
I
totally
just said
honest.
he's not a great guy by any means. Look, man, I'm a Northern Mississippi guy. You can't tell me. Okay, that goes right into the Epstein list. Okay. Why did that guy just get hushed all of a sudden? Okay, they would have had to shut the entire government down and repipeline it from A to Z. There's no way, man. That's why they silenced that guy immediately in a monitored cell. In a monitored cell, he just comes up, boop, offed.
What?
There's no way, dude. There's no way, and that's why.
What is this guy saying, bro? I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
Because if it come out, Bill Clinton was on that list. If it could, that's a Democrat, and arguably one of the best Democrats.
I'm gonna fucking cry, man. It's just like conspiracy after. Oh my god, dude.
That's not conspiracies. It's actual documented evidence. That's actual documented evidence.
So you're saying that someone got unalived because they didn't want this fucking evidence
Absolutely,
to come out. You
absolutely.
have no source of that.
Absolutely.
Now, if you want to talk about relations to Epstein, let's talk about how Trump said that Epstein's a terrific guy and that he said he likes beautiful women as much as he does.
Yeah,
many of them on the younger side. Many of them on the younger side. So say that's so. Don't vote for him. Why are you voting for him?
I'm not. Again, I don't want Trump to win this presidential campaign.
Then don't fucking vote for him.
I'm so tired. Honestly, dude, I'm just like, between all of us, I'm pretty sure we can all agree on this platform that I'm tired of hearing those letters, right? TRUMP. I'm so tired. Trump. I'm so tired of hearing that term, like that word
Then
in my
fucking
ear.
vote him out.
It's a
I'm
pain.
serious. You don't want to hear him?
thing.
Let's get him the fuck out.
Here's the thing, man. I have an AR, in my house. It's legal. It's legally purchased. I want it to stay there. I don't want to put somebody in office who believes that,
Kamala Harris
Joseph.
Kamala Harris made it explicitly clear
that it's a mandatory buyback.
No, one moment. Kamala Harris made it explicitly clear at her debate with Donald Trump that she will not be taking anyone's guns away. she also made it clear that she herself is a gun owner. And when she was just with
but not the
Oprah,
platform that
one moment.
Well, that one too.
One
but-
moment. And when she was just with Oprah, she was pushed further about this, and she reiterated that she would not take a single gun away, and she's not going to take away everyone's.
Do you
ARs.
mind giving me?
One
do you mind
moment,
giving me your source?
one moment. And she even said that if someone broke into her house, she'd shoot them with her AR.
Do you mind giving me that source? Like, that's what you guys like to do. Like, okay, you have no source, you have no proof. I just love the source and how recent that was, because at the debate, she very much went exactly 180 degrees to what she said, because she did not want to get on that stage with Donald Trump.
You need
and
a source,
say,
but you've
"Oh,
seemingly
that-"
seen it already?
No, I just seen it at the debate where she said she's a gun owner. Yeah, she's referring to a very small hand gun.
Dude,
gun.
I just
That's
why
not
do
the
you
same
fucking care?
platform. That's
Why
not the
would
same
you
platform.
vote to get rid of women's rights, vote against climate change, vote for a sexual abuser, a fraudster, an election time, the government because of a fucking AR gun? Are you trolling, dude? That is
no,
the
I'm
most
not
fucking
trolling. No, I'm not
rudimentary
trolling.
thing to vote on, dude.
No, I'm not trolling at all. But again, I didn't even want Trump in this nominee. I didn't want Trump to be this nominee. I wanted somebody much younger and that was billionaire status.
I get it, but dude, you're literally giving up all of those things for a fucking AR-15.
Okay, so
you're gonna be able to defend yourself either way. If you have a shotgun, if you have a pistol, you'll be able to defend yourself. You're gonna be fine. There's not gonna be spec ops dropping down from the sky, dude.
Look, man, you could not jump in that same pool of water with me if we're, we're going to tell you protection is a huge priority. My personal protection is a huge priority.
Dude, who do you need protection from? The fucking military?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You remember when they militarized against Texas?
Hey, Joseph.
Do you not remember when the military was deployed against Texas?
The whole
when they were trying to
militias
protect their borders.
Hey,
the federal government raided a state.
God. Hey, Joseph, calm down.
What's up, Dan? What's up, man?
If you knew for a certain fact that Kamala Harris wasn't going to take your guns away, would you vote for her?
No. And again. Wait a minute. Let's just wait a minute. Let's clarify. I did say that I'm looking at red and blue in this election, okay? Because I didn't want Trump to win, and I don't agree with policy in the Democratic realm right now. Policy change in the Democratic realm has went to completely left-handed since the 90s. The Democratic Party is not the same as it was back when it was. It's just changed so much, and
The
it's
Democratic
drastic.
Party isn't the same as what they were when they were homophobic.
No, I didn't say that, dude. I didn't say
That's
that.
what they were.
No, well,
Yeah,
also
the
they were the KKK. They also
Party's
originated
not-
the KKK and the Republican
The
Party.
Democrats are better when they didn't like rights for people.
No, that's not true. I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at all. I'm not saying that at all. The Democratic Party was the originators of the KKK, though. That is a fact.
Wait, who flies?
that you brought that up.
Conservative or liberal?
Sir?
Conservative or liberal?
I would easily be in the independent party. The only problem I have
No,
with
they were conservative Democrats. I just want to let you know.
And also, who flies the Confederate
Yeah, who's flying
flag?
them today? Yeah.
Who flies
Nobody's
the
talking
Confederate
about.
flag?
Nobody's talking about a Confederate flag.
I don't know. I've been to a Trump rally. We have literal footage
Of
of,
the
Confederate flags at a Trump rally.
And no, that's fine. Hey,
in
that's
Las
cool.
Vegas.
Hey, that's the beauty of it. Hey, that's the beauty of it.
That's cool. You
No.
saying that's cool is crazy
Oh
as fuck.
my
And when you're
God.
literally advocating for a guy who wants to put people
No,
in
that's
prison,
not true at all. That's not true.
You're advocating for a guy that wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Why don't you say it should be illegal to fly the Confederate flag, which is a traitor to this country, which is more of disrespect to the veterans and what they fought for this country, than expressing literally, right, that you want the government to do something better about the fact that there are literal statues of Confederates. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Also, it's also just a disrespect to like all
Hey,
BIPOC,
100%
all
you're
BIPOC
right.
people.
Swipe out, Joseph. Swipe out, Joseph.
It's also disrespect to all BIPOC people in America.
Seriously.
That should be clarified. It is.
100%. Both you guys are right on what you just said, but you categorize me, Parker. This is how you're good at it, man. Hey, you're a great debater. That's what I'm saying. I'll give you credit as I did earlier. But you're boxing me in a category. You're putting me in a corner, dude. I didn't say any of that. Okay, first of all, flying a flag that would trigger Flying a flag that would trigger a country or a body of people, that's out, dude. That's out. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm advocating for. I'm not with that train at all, dude. You threw me right in that box because I said a party changed over the years. That's not. I didn't say, hey, dude. That's what I'm saying, dude. Y'all wield the DNC easily pays TikTokers. You can go to the Washington and look at where the DNC, where Joe Biden spent time with TikTok influencers.
Do you think that we're paid?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, dear God.
Because your platforms, dude, look, both of y'all are great at what you do, man.
DNC, I need my paycheck. I need my paycheck, DNC.
I specifically looked at Parker's show today.
Joseph, they are a week behind. They haven't paid me my bonus from the Jubilee episode.
I'm banned. I'm literally banned on my main account right now. I'm not even verified.
Joseph,
I'm not even verified.
Joseph,
Man,
did you know?
horrible,
Joseph, did you know that they were supposed to pay me?
I didn't get invited to the DNC.
Do you know that they were supposed to pay me $20,000 for my uniquely good Jubilee?
Well, I gave you
video?
I give a source, so I'm definitely not making it up.
Wait, Joseph. Earlier you said that you had sent us roses before. Are you the DNC?
Oh, absolutely. No, I'm just some guy in North Mississippi, man, who cares about my country. It's all, man.
Okay.
But listen.
Do you have any evidence to believe that we're paid by the DNC?
Thank you for the $5 for my late paycheck from the DNC.
Alicia, thank you for the $5 from the DNC.
Yeah,
Gerard,
Gerard,
thank you so much. I can't speak, bro.
Go ahead.
I can't. Sorry, my brain is just like not working.
Look, man.
Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But easily,
Zombie apocalypse. He's gonna need the AR.
Wait, I have a question, Joseph.
Well, we've needed before.
Do you think that? Do you think that?
Revolution.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Did they have nuclear bombs during the American Revolution?
No, but if we did, I would be super.
You're so. I have a question. Why are you so like pro funding the federal military while at
I'm
the
not.
same time?
See, that's another thing. That's another thing,
buddy. You need to stop interrupting me. I'm gonna go crazy. You're gonna make me lose my damn mind. How can you be so pro federal military while at the same time saying that you need the right to own guns to stand against the federal military?
Because as we all know in national news, when they militarized against Greg Abbott,
Alicia, thank you for the $5 on Venmo from the DNC.
We all seen it happen, how the military was ready to go against this domestic state, Texas, and completely take arms up against a domestic state over policy issues. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights clearly states we the people. We have the right. That's why those Bill of Rights are there. That's why the Second Amendment
how do you
is
feel
there.
about Trump saying he wants to terminate the Constitution?
Again, I didn't want Trump to win this presidency, dude. Again, I didn't want Trump to. I've been consistent with that story since step
Jocelyn,
one.
think of the $5.
So my thing is, when we have the right, we have the required duty to rise against any tyrannical government. That's in our Constitution. That's what the Second Amendment stands for. That's what I was saying. I'm not pro federal military. I'm not pro this funding the military. I'm not any of that. Y'all are boxing me in. We've seen it happen firsthand when the government come against the state of Texas when they're merely just trying to protect their backyards. If y'all don't live in Texas near that border, you don't have 20,000 people a day walking over your backyard. That you don't know.
Either. You don't either.
Dude, I'm a lot closer to Texas than you are, and I don't care. I don't care. Me being
I live in Los Angeles. Also, I just want to let you know, that is some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Do you think 20,000 people are going through someone's backyard?
A day, and sometimes more. A day, and sometimes
Ray, think
more.
of the $5. There are literally less people coming right now than there were at any point under Trump's. I mean, not any point. Than at the end of Trump's administration.
Wait, are you just calling the country your backyard?
No. When I vote in this country and I live in this country and I pay taxes in this country,
why are you not okay with
all
like
50 states?
1 second. Well, then wait. Would you say that Donald Trump is doing something bad for wanting to imprison homeless people for like sleeping in like public in like public places? Because at the end of the day, that's just the homeless person's backyard.
Hey. I said the homeless. Hey, when you're again, you're boxing me in. I think that's messed up. I agree with you 100%. I have no problem agreeing with any of you guys. Both of you guys are good at what you do. I just hate how you like the title of this is why are you voting for Trump, not who are you voting for and why. And like what you did, guys, do like earlier today.
Because we don't want to talk to people that are voting for Harris because they're
see the thing. Well, see that's why I brought up the DNC paying TikToker influencers.
Joseph, it's a debate platform.
I understand that you can still.
You guys would complain about it being an echo chamber.
No, that's Well, I mean, all right, that's super.
You
That
guys
was super.
would. You guys would, right? You guys literally, if I was talking to liberals more, you guys would be like, "Oh, this is such a fucking echo chamber. You guys should talk to the other side more. That's why this country can't unify because you guys don't have conversations."
Yeah, that's super. Yeah, that's
So
super,
real.
Yeah, that's super. I can see where you would get jammed up like 24/7 nonstop doing that if you did that. But I believe in a two-way street, man. That's the beauty in democracy. And there's always that third independent option if you don't like either one of those lanes, dude. You can get in your own lane. Like that lady earlier today.
Well, respectfully, this is the choices we have for this election. I'd love to have better choices. Like seriously, everyone here, right? Please, next primaries when they come around, get involved. Get involved. Primaries are so important. Primaries are where you get to make your FU to the establishment vote. And please make that fucking vote. You know what I mean? We need new people. We need new people. But goddamn, this is not the damn time. We have only these two people, right? And this is the future of this country.
Well, and that's why I
It
mentioned
can affect
what I-
decades. You understand when people are put in the Supreme Court, they stay for life. Gene, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. Trump got 3 people in the Supreme Court. They stay for life. If Trump gets in again, they could possibly get 1 to 2 more Supreme Court judges. Almost the entirety of, or almost a majority of the court would be defined by just Trump then.
But,
Gene, I appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
But imagine what it would be like saying out loud in a country that has always revolted against their evil oppositions, their terrorists. Imagine living in a country where these people can go to ballots and cast votes who run this country. Come on, man. That's crazy.
So
That's
it's so crazy. I appreciate Hindar. It's so crazy to let violent offenders vote, but not crazy to vote them into fucking presidency. You're voting them into presidency, and you still haven't addressed that. Why do you think it's okay to vote them into presidency?
I did earlier. You agreed with me on this topic earlier. I used this earlier when you agreed with me when I said you can punch a guy in a gas station and get an assault charge. You're violent, you're a violent offender, but you should still vote as opposed to the Boston City bomber.
No.
He's a foreign terrorist.
No, actually, what I said is that if you commit a violent offense, I don't care if you have a restricted access to vote. But if we're saying that's true, I'm asking why do you think a violent offender should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Again, I've been consistent with this. Trump should not be on this ballot.
Amber, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Amber and Andrea. Thank you for the $10. Yes, we are excited. We are exhausted. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump has played out. Trump has played out definitely. And you know what? He announced.
If Trump shouldn't be in the ballot, why should Trump be in the White House?
No. Again, I don't. That's cool, Dean. You're right in my eyes.
So Trump shouldn't be in the White. So you don't think Trump should be in the White House? The way we keep Trump out of the White House.
But I have to vote Republican though because Democrats are so radical, dude. Democrats are radical.
Can I just have you? Can I just have you be quiet?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. Thank you. So what is one right that is being attacked given Kamala Harris's proposed policy?
Alicia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But we can run back in that circle, Dean, if you'd like. But I mean, we addressed that earlier when she's on multiple interviews, video interviews, where she says it's a mandatory buyback program if she's elected.
Okay, bye. I don't really want to talk to you anymore, Joseph.
I'm good too. Let's go.
That made me lose my fucking mind.
Lana, I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much.
God,
I some W's in the chat for the kick there.
I hate people with this.
What's up, Haladia?
Picture.
What's up, guys?
Are you voting Trump?
You already know.
Why so?
Why so? Because he has policies.
What policies?
Let's say, how about no tax on tips? You guys are familiar with that one, right?
Kamala Harris is also in support of that.
What about no tax on overtime?
So my point would be is that all these taxes he's promising, how's he going to pay for it?
Yep. Oh, he has concepts of a plan.
Okay, we're trolling.
Kind of dunking on yourself.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm trolling you guys because you guys are paid actors.
Oh dear God. Paid by
yes,
who?
Sir.
Who are we paid by?
Yes, sir. Go. What? You gonna kick me out now?
No, I'm asking you who we're paid by.
I wasn't paid by nobody, bro. I work every day. I get my ass up every day and go work, bro.
I'm asking you.
I go work every day.
Hey, bro, we're asking like who you think we're paid by? Like who's paying me to be an actor?
I love going to these lives, man, because you guys got nothing. You guys are just getting paid.
Who are we paid by?
Answers, getting just ask this, ask this.
Christine, thank you for the $50 for this cloud. Thank you so much, Christine. Clarice, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tell the Joker to go find Batman to get off TikTok. Thank you so much.
Hey, who am I paid by?
Hey, fight all my people in the comments. Fight.
Listen to the words coming out of my mouth.
This.
Who am I paid by?
Fight.
You sound like a bot.
Who are we paid by?
Fight, man, fight. These guys are just trolling.
Two rocks click clacking together. Literally, two rocks.
These guys are trolling. They're trolling.
Hey, how many continents are there?
You guys seen the polls? You guys seen everything? Trump is winning. Trump is winning.
Hey.
According to Polymarket, he's not.
Okay. Everyone, please.
You guys are rookies. You guys aren't even still talking. You guys are rookies.
Stop, please. Listen. Okay.
You're gonna get a pay cut from letting me talk all this, bro.
Hey, listen. Just listen for a second. So there's no reason to believe that we're paid, right? You're just saying this for no reason. We just happen to be in this position. I'm some random kid from Iowa, right? I just happen to be in this position. Okay, you believe that I'm paid for no reason. You can't find any evidence that I'm paid. I promise you will never, because I'm not. I've never worked with any business ever.
It's the same thing like Project 2025. Anything. You can't find no reason that Trump is behind it, but yeah, you guys still push it.
Actually, yes, we can.
No,
because it was the $5 for paid by me. Thank you so much, Amy and Benita. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so we actually do have reason.
It just came out on the 18th that Trump is not about that. He's always been saying it's not about. Hey
man, do you mind if I talk here real quick? Can I talk?
It's not about that.
Can I talk?
Yes, go ahead.
Matt, thank you for the $5 for the DNC.
So we actually do have reason to believe that Donald Trump is associated with Project 2025. I'll go ahead and give you two. So the first reason that we have is, well, he's been incessantly saying, right, that he's not related to Project 2025, while also saying that he hasn't read the contents, but saying that he disagrees with some of the contents. That on its own is a contradiction that would give us reason to believe that that statement's a lie. Also, John McKenty, one of Trump's former advisors, has came out and stated that, yeah, Project 2025 and the Heritage Foundation as a whole is paving the way for Trump's second term, helping him hire his employees and plan his policy. Okay? Not to mention that his former press secretary and another 40 of his, and another 40 people associated with Trump are also involved within the Heritage Foundation.
Alicia, thank you for the $5 for being paid. And Benita, thank you for the $5 from the DNC.
And Alicia, thank you for the $5 as well.
All right. Well, can I respond to that?
DNC is showing up.
Yeah, you can, man.
All right. So this is in 9/18. It just came out 9/18/24 about Project 2025. And this is a news report. Here we go.
Okay, first of all, did Donald Trump, former president, ever endorse this project before it happened? Was he a part of the formation of Project 2025?
No to both, because that's not how we can operate as a public policy organization. We have to be candidate agnostic as a 501c3. And so Mr. Trump is not only telling the truth when he says that, he's also reminding people that we all operate in our lanes. Those of us who are think tank leaders.
Because Trump doesn't violate federal law ever.
Listen.
Parties are in another. And we've been doing this since 1980, and every single one of those election cycles, Brett, since 1980, we have offered policy briefings to every candidate across the political spectrum. This is what we do in think tank world is create and cultivate these ideas.
For a conservative think tank to have the Republican candidate, distance himself from something like Project 2025, which is 922 pages of possible policy, isn't that a bad thing?
It's a bad thing if we forget what the reality is, which is that Project 2025 became the target of the radical left. Why did it become a target of the radical left? Because what the radical left can't have an intellectually honest conversation about, they attempt to destroy and to mischaracterize. Literally everything you ran in the intro in that interview of the senators and the representatives is untrue about Project 2025. It's a menu of conservative boilerplate options. I don't think there's a conservative I've met who would say in those 922 pages, I'll agree with everything. But the left can't run on ideas and policies because they're destroying the American dream. And that, by the way, is the motivation for this.
All just political partisan nonsense.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
So hold on. Can I address this? Can we let you speak for so fucking long? I'll mute you if you don't let me speak. Because I let you play that whole thing. Let me respond. Push that mustache. He literally said at the Heritage Foundation in 2022, you guys are going to be laying the groundwork for what we're going to do with our movement. That's what Trump said. Tell me what that fucking means. Please tell me what that means when he goes to the Heritage Foundation. He says that. Tell me.
Why are you getting mad? Hold on.
I just want you to tell me.
All right, I will. But first of all, you said you were not Republican or Democrat. You were just caught in the middle of this, and you're just posting it up. Now all of a sudden you're getting
Never
mad.
said that. Push the confetti.
When did I say that? When they're saying radical left. Now you're saying what? Now you got mad when they said radical.
I'm
left,
not radical left,
Wait,
but I
Parker,
wouldn't.
Parker is just detracting from the point. He wants to draw you off subject, so he can't respond to your question.
No, I'm not.
of
I'm not.
what
I'm not.
Trump-
Go ahead.
Okay, then go ahead and respond to Parker.
What was your question again? My
Oh,
bad.
you forgot it already, or you weren't listening in the first place?
No, I just wanted to point that out. That's why.
Okay, so you
No, what did
forgot
I
his
say then?
question, or you weren't listening? Which one?
We're going to have gasoline powered
Both of them.
because they go far. They're less expensive.
You see, this guy's just trolling. He's trolling. He's like rage baiting.
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling.
Then
Okay,
why didn't you
so-
listen to what I said?
What'd you say? Please, can you repeat it again,
No,
please?
he's asking you why you didn't listen to him the first time he asked.
Okay, because I wanted to prove my point, and I didn't listen. I'm my bad.
Okay, so
Can you
you
say
want
it
to prove
again,
your
please?
point by not listening and interrupting. Typical Trump supporter.
Dean, you can go.
Yeah, so specifically speaking, when Donald Trump told the Heritage Foundation that they're going to be laying the groundwork for a second administration in 2022, what did Donald Trump mean by that?
They spent $9
Laying the foundation.
Yeah.
Yeah, laying the foundation about. Well, he doesn't have a policy. He doesn't have a plan, right? He has concept of a plan, but we're just putting down the foundation. That's about it. But as far as Project
I can't do
2025
it.
goes,
Blair, thank you for the
it
dollar.
doesn't-
Thank you so much for he's not trolling. He's just that stupid, probably. Yo, Hannah, thank you for the $5 for paid for by me. Thank you so much. David, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So
Shirley, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Shirley. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Blair. Thank you for the $5. Alex, thank you for the $5 from the direct deposit from the DNC. Thank you so much. I appreciate
So
it.
I just want to clarify.
Evelyn, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Have you been on my live before? Because the Discord seems to think you have.
Oh, yes.
He has? Oh, I didn't remember. Weirdo.
I remember him. He pops
I
up
don't.
sometimes.
I don't remember him at all.
I feel like I have like an extraordinarily good memory.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Making me look bad, Dean. That's the last person, then I'm going to get off everyone.
Let's go.
Appreciate the
So
magic
real.
rhythm. Thank you so much.
Chat, should I go live after Parker gets off? I have
Honestly, you
some
should. I
time.
could raid you with a big raid.
Yeah, I have some time.
You want to go right now, and then I can just tell people to go there?
Well, I don't even know if I want to do debates. Maybe like
Morgan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? Oh,
Chat, should I do debates or like a Q&A?
we've got good algorithm on this account, actually.
I know, for real.
Dean, it really picked up when you came, I'm telling you.
I know. I feel like I did something because I'm also on
you
mic.
definitely did, bro.
Algorithm. Let's go, dude.
Astro, thank you for the $5.55. Thank you so much. I feel like you pulled me back up to the tier. Like I
Yeah,
needed.
let's go,
Because
dude.
I haven't been on this account. It's the first time being on this account. 'cause I got
Dean's
banned.
putting work in. Let's get it.
They want you to debate.
Debates.
Yo, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you? What time is it?
I'm in London right now, so it's nearly 4 a.m.
Dean, do debates. Okay, I bet I could do debates. It won't be for long though. I could do debates for about.
All right, everyone, if you want to support, as always,
30
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal in the bio, everyone. Linktree is the best way. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2.5 before I do end it. This is the last person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
You voting Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
So I just believe that nationally, we are a lot more secure under Trump than the Biden-Harris administration. I believe, the way that they've handled national security and a lot of their policies, I just don't agree with, and I believe that they
I'm gonna
have
go
been
live.
wrong for this country.
So what policies don't you agree with?
The Inflation Reduction Act, and I know you're going to say that there's a lot of things, but even Biden himself said that he regrets this act and that it actually didn't reduce inflation.
He didn't
actually,
say he regrets the act. He just says again
No, he's quoted
that
saying that
he shouldn't have named it Inflation Reduction Act, which is fine. But like the point is, it's disinflationary, right?
But
and you could say it's
yeah, so-
disinflationary because of the long term.
So then why does he regret naming it the Inflation Reduction Act?
Appreciate that, hand heart. There's more of an effect on inflation in terms of the Inflation Reduction Act than there is from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act on the economy's growth.
How so?
Yeah, so the for the annual growth from the TCGA, it's 0.04%, which is about $28 billion.
So do you believe that the rise in
The amount there's a greater amount effect on inflation that the Inflation Reduction Act has comparative to the growth of the TCGA. So the thing that you propone all your policies based on.
Okay, well, so let me ask you this. Do you believe that the increase in inflation was caused by the Biden and Harris administration in the last like 3 years or so?
No, it has nothing to do with them.
I know you guys like to
inflation-
say there was external factors that caused this, like the supply chain issues and all of that. However, if you look historically to past events, I mean, we can bring up, World War II, World War I, the plague that occurred in the early 1900s. And if you look historically, what occurs after those, the inflation during those events was naturally higher, but then there's a natural regress in, there's a deflation after that. So during COVID,
thing. You can find it from the myself, so it's like tripping me out. The World Bank. That's what I have to say.
the World Bank.
Yeah, you can look up U.S. look up global inflation rate,
Okay.
and you can see the same trend. I've looked at this graph a million times. Or you can just look at St. Louis Federal Reserve. Sorry, you could do that.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Your argument is that
It's basically the same as what it was in the United States.
so supply chain
And on the
issues
same
are the root cause of the inflation globally, and you don't believe that the Biden-Harris administration had anything to do with that at all.
I don't think that they did. No.
Do you believe that the stimulus checks and the money that they were
Can you
handing
tell me
out-
why there was 8% inflation globally in 2022, and there was around 3.46% in 2021? So it shows that it was going up 2021, 22, 22.
Exactly. Why?
Yeah, that
you
doesn't
would-
make
you would
sense
think
for there to
the
be that
supply
quick of
chain-
inflation.
You would think that,
That would make that's what you'd expect with COVID.
Okay, so then why historically during other events was the exact opposite? It ended up going down after the global pandemic or because of a national crisis.
Yeah, so you're talking about the 1920s?
I'm talking
Where'd you
about
see
any,
that?
any national crisis.
I didn't see any strong. The strongest points of inflation in the United States were stagflation and now.
What graph are you looking at?
For inflation in the U.S.
Yeah.
You look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Look up inflation
Okay.
U.S. by year, Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So you don't believe that the Biden-Harris administration had anything to do with the inflation?
No, I don't think that was related to them. No.
So would you
That
say that
happened
in general, any president or any form of government, the U.S. specifically, has anything to do with inflation, like policies? And
I
whatnot?
think it can, but I don't think that we were the ones who caused inflation. Because again, the inflation happened. The same trend here as it happened everywhere else.
Inflation happens. That's in general in the past 100 years. That's always how it is. But someone causes it first. And the U.S. is the superpower of the world. So when we do something, it internationally affects other countries.
Then it would have happened in the U.S. first, then happened everywhere around the world. It's the same trend.
So
The same trend can only be explained by the global pandemic. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Amanda.
Okay, well, I mean, I just disagree, and I believe that the certain policies that they have passed and just handing out money and stuff along those lines has contributed to increased inflation. And I do believe that COVID and the supply chain issues, obviously that has contributed to it. But I would say if the pandemic hadn't happened in general, there still would have been an increase in inflation. If we just completely wiped that out, if you look at those other factors,
If Trump was president, you're saying there wouldn't have been inflation?
There was way less inflation under Trump.
No, that doesn't mean that there wouldn't have been inflation if Trump was president.
No.
So are you
Of
saying
course
if Trump was
there's
president, if
inflation.
Trump won, and if Trump won, would there still have been inflation?
There's always inflation. Inflation never goes
Dude,
away.
I mean the
It
same
increases.
inflation that we saw.
No, I believe it would have been less.
How much less?
A few percentage. Right, it went up to what? It peaked at
A
like
few
8,
percentage
7,
points?
8,
Dave,
8,
no
7.
economist would fucking agree with you. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You think it would have
There are
been
plenty of
multiple
economists that would
percentage
agree with
points
me.
lower? What did he do differently that would have caused it to be lower? Please.
Okay, well, look at the inflation
What
under.
did he do? Tell me. No, don't just tell me look at the inflation. Tell me, what did he do?
What are you asking for? Like specific policies or?
Yeah, what did he do that would have caused the inflation rate to be lower?
Well, I don't know what he would have done because he wasn't president. He didn't get elected in 2020.
So he didn't get elected. I'm asking, what did he do to cause the inflation rate to be low back then?
It was low under his because he was keeping illegal immigrants out, and when we have
That makes no fucking sense. Okay, wait. Actually, I'll just ask you this question: What
This does-
Biden
this is
Harris
more demand-
administration? What
there's
Biden
more
Harris
demand
administration
for
policy
products than we
caused
have-
inflation?
Repeat that.
What Biden Harris administration policy caused inflation?
I actually believe, contrary to its name, the Inflation Reduction Act contributed to inflation.
That's just stupid. No, there's actually no
That's
source that
why
indicates that.
That's why he said he regretted naming
No,
it.
no, Dave. Actually, if you look at the Congressional Budget Office, it indicates that it had at a long-term decrease in inflation. So it led to actually a disinflation.
Okay, so then why did he regret naming it that?
Because it wasn't like a huge thing for inflation reduction. It was like a minimal effect. Like I'm saying, like not like a extremely large effect. It's a long-term small effect downward on inflation.
Okay, well, so
disinflation.
Do you believe like
which again, that's like Trump. By that same logic, Trump should have been mad about the 1%. So Trump should have been mad. Fuck, I literally just lost my point there. Trump should have been mad about the 0.04% annual GDP growth from the TCGA, because again, there was more long-term downward inflation per year annually, right, than there would be specifically from what's it called? From Trump in terms of the growth in terms of GDP from the TCGA. Like over 10 years, I'm pretty sure the effect was 1% for a downward inflation percentage. 1% over 10 years, which is like minimal. I agree, it's minimal, but like the point is it's still disinflationary if it causes inflation to go down 1% over a year.
Yeah,
over 10 years.
I think it's going to be, hard for us to find common ground on this, but I would like to talk about the first thing I brought up actually, and my main reason for.
I actually do have to get going here. You can bring it up, and then I do have to go.
Yeah. So, is really the national security, and I believe Trump does a better job in handling foreign relations, specifically with Russia, Ukraine, North Korea, China. I feel like he does a better job keeping really the world under control. And if you just look at,
this is too long of a thing to go into right now. I don't have time.
Okay. Oh, that's fine.
If you'd like to come on again in the future, you can.
For sure.
I would completely disagree with that. And like we have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that Putin thinks that Trump is easily manipulated.
So then, why did he invade Ukraine as soon as Biden became president, and why did Kamala fail?
It wasn't as soon. When did Putin invade?
What was it? 2021.
No, but when in 2021?
I don't remember the exact.
Because couldn't you say it's related to COVID being done?
You believe everything's just related to COVID? No, I don't believe.
No,
that.
I'm just saying you could have done that. It was wait. That's
why would it be related to COVID? He realized that the change of presidents, he didn't invade during the 4 years that Trump was president, and they actually had a really great relationship. And he said,
No, that's not a great relationship. It's literally, it's not a great relationship. He literally said, Putin said that Trump was easily manipulated. That's literally what it is. Grace, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
then no, he said he wanted Biden to become president because he knew he was easily manipulable.
No, he said that because you guys are easily manipulated because we have leaked Kremlin documents
how is
indicating
How is Trump easily manipulated if he?
Okay. So there was a massive Russian military buildup near the Ukraine border in March and April 2021. That's multiple months after. So I don't see why you would say that's totally related to that. He denied having plans to attack Ukraine at that time. So yeah, the invasion was like months after. It wasn't like right after Biden came in office. That's a ridiculous point. All right, but I gotta get going. All right, everyone, go look up Dean Get a Grip. Spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker. Look up Dean Get a Grip, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a fantastic night. Follow me here on this account as well if you haven't already. And go to Dean Get a Grip, spam Parker Raid, spam Love and Parker. As always, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal is in the link tree in my bio. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Good night, y'all. Good night. Love you. Bye-bye, everyone. Mwah. Go to Dean Get a Grip. Go to Dean Get a Grip, everyone. Oh my god, it's fucking lagged. It's not working. I can't click off. Look up Dean Get a Grip, everyone.
They
I
were
think they would have
taken
known.
by Absalom in a show of force. They didn't willingly volunteer to sleep with this man in broad daylight.
Yeah, it doesn't say that though.
It does say that. It said he slept with him in broad daylight on the roof.
Yeah, no, not that part. It just doesn't say that.
I'll just
they
read it
didn't
for you
know.
again. I don't know why I got to read it 10 times.
It
to
doesn't
these
say that they
people.
didn't know that.
So it says,
that
thus
was-
saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives. That's not consent. That's God taking them. I will take your wives before your very eyes, and I will give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. That is execution according to Deuteronomy. If you lie with somebody in broad daylight and commit adultery, you are getting executed. That is the law. These women did not volunteer to sleep with the enemy of their husband in broad daylight. That's asinine.
Yeah, I'm not saying they volunteered, right? But I'm saying if they knew, which most likely they did, because this is the culture we're talking about.
How would they know?
right?
What would they know?
They would know why what was happening.
Yes.
And in the same way,
What was
in the
happening?
same way, like
What was happening?
they were being
They were being
what's the word?
They were being made captives by David's enemy, attempting
I
to
wouldn't say
steal the
captive.
throne, and then putting on full display by being slept with on top of the palace.
Again, it's like these women would know what is going on and why.
Know what?
Right. So
What would they know? I'm asking you. What do they think is happening?
they would know that David sinned against God, and this would be David's punishment.
How do you know that they would know that?
God taking David's wives.
How do you know that they would know that? The only thing they know in the passage is that they're being taken captive by David's usurper.
Because why would they not know?
Why would they know? Why do you think David is going to go around and tell all of his household that God's going to come and take my wives from me?
Well, in verse 13, David actually tells people, he says, then David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, the Lord has taken away your sin, you shall not die, right? The only reason he didn't die was because this was his punishment.
Yes, the punishment fell on the women to be just like the child. So this is the other part you're ignoring. The child was made sick. The Lord struck the child from Uriah's wife, bore to David, and it became ill. And David therefore pleaded, and it was ill for 7 days, and then the child died. So David never gets punished. His wives are punished. His child is punished.
I would say that certainly is a punishment to David.
It certainly is a punishment to David, but it's a punishment to the other people who didn't commit a crime.
Well, I would say the child, that's another thing. But I
Is
believe
God
children of
unable
God
to
are-
punish David without harming other individuals in the process?
Um,
I'm going to read you another
I think the
passage
on-
because I don't think you understand that your God is not above harming people that have nothing to do with crimes that were committed. Let's go to 2 Samuel 24.
Well, I would say when it comes to babies, they're not actually being harmed because
They are
babies
being
automatically
harmed.
go
He
to
was
heaven.
struck ill. He was ill. He was sick. He suffered for 7 days before he was executed. God could have clicked his fingers and gave him a painless death and brought him up to heaven, but he didn't do that. He made the little child suffer for 7 days just so David would be in more agony. But at the same time, the child was suffering.
It was so David could repent.
But his sin was already forgiven. It's irrelevant. Repentance is irrelevant here. We're talking about punishment now. So this is what happens when God punishes David for taking the census of Israel. It says
Yeah, I've
here,
heard this one before.
I'm sure you have. It says here in verse 15, the Lord sent a pestilence on Israel from that morning until the appointed time, and 70,000 of the people died from Dan to Beersheba. Why did God execute 70,000 random people for the sin of David?
Because they were a part of it.
They weren't.
And also to make Israel repent.
They weren't, because if you keep reading, it literally says, when David saw the
Who was he
angel who
taking the
was
consensus
destroying
of?
the people, he said to the Lord, I alone have sinned. I, the shepherd, have done evil. But these sheep, what have they done? Let your hand, I pray, be against me and against my father's house. Because the sin wasn't committed by the people. The sin was committed by David.
Yeah, that's just David taking accountability for the acts of the people.
Was David executed?
No.
Okay. Who was executed?
The people.
Okay. And who took the census? Was it the people or David?
David took the census of
Thank
who-
you.
of the
Okay. So
census of
God
who,
was
though?
upset with David for taking the census, correct?
But he took the census of who?
God was mad at David for taking the census, correct?
Yes.
And David is the king, correct?
Yes.
Fantastic. So the king decided to take a census of the people. This angered God. And in response, God executed 30,000 Israelites who didn't commit the crime that David committed.
The people also knew that they weren't supposed to be taking a consensus.
How would they know that?
Like they were.
No.
they wanted to go to war, right?
Stop. How would they know that? Show me one Bible verse where it says you can't take a census of the people. Or if the king does a census, you have to refuse him.
Well, as I said, in the context of the passage, they knew. Like,
Show me one
they were
passage
trying-
in the Bible where it says that you can't take a census of the people. And if the king takes a census, you must refuse him.
Well, as I said, in this passage, they
Find
were
me
trying to
one
go to war,
passage.
right?
I'm going to say until you show me. Find me one passage that says you can't take a census of the people.
Yeah, no, I don't think I'm going to be able to find something like that for you, but it's just implied.
There are like 25 examples of the people taking a census. Have you read the book of Numbers?
Yes.
And how many censuses did they take in the book of Numbers?
The numbers was necessary though. It was tracking the genealogy of the Jews.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's always necessary. All right, so
In this case, they were trying to go to war, and that's
I'm
why they were
sure
punished.
the Lord spoke to Moses, when you take a census of the Israelites to register them, at registration, all of them shall give a ransom for their lives to the Lord, so that no plague may come upon them for being registered. This is what each one who is to register shall give, half a shekel, so on and so forth. So you can number the people, and there's a process for doing it, and that process for doing it is detailed in Exodus, in Numbers, and elsewhere. And it happens even in the historical books. There's a census that gets taken outside of this one.
Mm-hmm. This was a completely different situation, though.
Right. I'm asking you why God executed 70,000 Israelites when David was the one who sinned.
Because they partook in it.
It doesn't matter. You cannot
And David
refuse
did
the
it
king.
because-
When the king says we're taking a census, you take the census.
David did it because they wanted to.
No, it
They
doesn't
wanted
say
to do
that.
it.
It quite literally says that Yahweh incited him to take the census. These guys' inability to actually read the text is astounding. The anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them. Go and count the people of Israel and Judah. But if you read the parallel passage, ironically, in the book of Chronicles, 2 Chronicles, it's somebody different. You're never going to believe who it is. Oh, let's see. 2 Chronicles 27, I believe, is the chapter we want.
I want to say something when you're done.
Oh, that's not it. Hold on. I've got the passage written down. I'm sorry. Let me just grab the passage. Blah, 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 blah. It's 2 Chronicles 21. Okay, so we're not quite on the money there. Let's get 2 Chronicles 21, not 27. There we go. 2 Chronicles 21, verse 1 says, Satan stood up against Israel and incited David to count the people of Israel. It's funny how one passage is Yahweh, but in the other it's Satan.
What translation is that?
This is the NRSV.
And what's the other one?
NRSV.
Yeah. Oh, so they're both NRSV.
Yeah. It's in all the translations. We can do here's one of my favorites. This is the Princess Bible. Let's see what the Princess Bible says. This is the ICB, the International Children's Bible.
What verse is that?